Siali ate breakfast while thinking that relying on her own willpower to get up probably wouldn't work. If she hadn't been so determined today, remembering she had to get up to beat her nephew, even 6 alarms might not have been enough to wake her. After some thought, she said to Xia Debeo, "Tonight, when you get back, hold a horse stance for an hour. Tomorrow morning at 5, wake me up." Xia Debeo, "So I personally wake you up so you can beat me." Okay. The elderly couple watched the interaction between aunt and nephew, unable to suppress their smiles. Neither interfered with the pair's unique way of getting along. Xia Debeo's school started earlier than Siali's work. Siali let Xia Debeo go to school first, waiting until work time herself to inform her subordinates that they were going for training near the school today. The children from the military compound had fought with outsiders until they were covered in injuries, with 2 even hospitalized. Such a big incident had already shocked the entire military district. When the 4th platoon heard their platoon leader was taking them to the school, they thought of the little classmates who attended night classes with them every evening, but were absent last night, immediately understanding the reason. Without a word, they swaggered after Siali out of the barracks. Each wore an expression of fierce determination, striding with an air of invincibility, a single platoon moving with the presence of an army. Brigade Commander Ma walked beside Division Commander Lu on the drill ground, heading toward the office building. He glanced over and saw Siali leading her people out of the military district, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Watching them leave with a complicated expression, he muttered quietly to Division Commander Lu, "Those who know say these are our elite soldiers. Those who don't would think they're hoodlums going out to pick a fight." Division Commander Lu thought to himself, aren't they exactly going to pick a fight? He'd heard the little girl's kid got beaten up yesterday. Shaking his head helplessly, he said, "Things over there are likely to escalate. We'd better sort out our internal affairs first. Those few people keep wavering. I'm afraid if this goes on, morale might become unstable." The growth of that organization and its absolute political authority was undoubtedly a disaster for them. If their military district couldn't unite into a solid bloc, even their best precautions might come to nothing. Brigade Commander Ma sighed. "We can only take it one step at a time. They won't feel the pain until it cuts into their own flesh. When those people really start affecting their interests, they'll be too busy protecting themselves." Division Commander Lu was also helpless, his voice tinged with worry. "What I fear most isn't that. I'm afraid they're also after Lei Kong. Given China's current situation, we really can't afford much more turmoil." Siali led her team at a jog to the military district school, just a few hundred meters from the barracks. Reaching the school gate and seeing the scene before her, she couldn't help but laugh. Several squads were gathered at the entrance, all conducting their own training. Siali looked amusedly at the chubby kid's father. "Company Commander Ma, also here for training?" Company Commander Ma chuckled, looking at Siali and joining in the banter. "What choice do I have? My kid's at school. As his biological father, I'm worried. Someone finally managed to teach my rascal properly. I can't let other parents do all the work while I, his dad, do nothing, right? But bringing too many people isn't good. The brats on leave wanted their vacation back so they could come with me, but I didn't bring them. Siali, asterisk, and you're proud of that, asterisk." A company of over 100 people, swarming at the school gate, instantly made her 30-odd people seem insignificant. If they all came, how many would that be? Siali, not bad. We'll just have to see when the regimental commander approves it. Until then, we can take turns on a schedule. The 2 parents exchanged a glance, a tacit understanding passing between them. This indeed says Zheng Shaoen's name on it. But just because the book has Zheng Shaoen's name written in it doesn't necessarily mean it's Zheng Shaoen's book. You're just being unreasonable. These people were thoroughly infuriated. To show his indignation, Jean Dashun was the first to retort angrily. Siali simply threw one of the books to him. "Take a look at the handwriting yourself. It's appallingly sloppy. I don't think this is the handwriting of a teacher who has been teaching for over a decade. Or do you think a person with perfectly functional hands, who can write, would need someone else to write their name in their own book?" Jean Dashun, who was just about to say it might have been written by someone else. "You're saying that doesn't prove anything. After all, we did find this at his house." Siali leaned lazily forward, replying with utter confidence. "Then I'd have to worry that someone is trying to frame an old revolutionary. The handwriting is right here, we just need to verify it." "You're so anxious. Could it be that you wrote it? Stop talking nonsense here." Upon hearing Siali's words, Jean Dashun immediately became flustered. "If you don't release that person, you're opposing us. Be careful or we won't be polite." He was cut off mid-sentence by Huang Xiangdong raising his hand to stop him. Jean Dashun was brainless, but this one was cunning. But being cunning wasn't much use since they had the numbers. "Siali, no need. For evidence collection, we have plenty of people here who can assist you." As she spoke, she looked at Company Commander Ma. "Company Commander Ma, could you have your men collect handwriting samples from everyone involved in this matter? Let's compare them on the spot." I recall there's someone in our unit skilled in handwriting analysis. Have him come as well. Without waiting for a reaction from the other side, Company Commander Ma immediately ordered his men, 1st and 2nd platoons, collect handwriting samples. Gumingwei, go back and fetch Old Chung. The rest, continue training. 60 soldiers in uniform scattered swiftly. The faces of the people on the other side turned extremely grim. The efficiency of the Chinese military was truly commendable. In just half an hour, handwriting samples from all the troublemakers, including those dozen or so people, were collected. Old Chung, skilled in handwriting analysis, was also brought to the scene. Although Old Chung was somewhat speechless that these overprotective parents, who had come to guard the school gate, ended up in a large-scale handwriting comparison session, he still began meticulously comparing each sample. Soldiers all had sharp eyes. As Old Chung started the comparison, almost everyone could see Jean Das-hun visibly growing more and more agitated. Most people had already concluded that Jean Das-hun was likely the one who wrote the name to frame Zhang Shaoen. However, the answer Old Chung gave surprised everyone present. With a complex expression, he said, "It's this one." Everyone crowded around to see who had committed this vile act. Siali looked at the Chinese language test paper in Old Chang's hand, scored 45 out of 100, and the name signed in the top right corner. She fell completely silent. Huang Xiangming. It wasn't just Siali who fell silent, so did everyone else who saw the name. They only knew that the Huang family's child, who had reported the teacher, probably wasn't a good kid, but they never expected he could go this far. Forget respecting teachers. In these times when one could lose their life at any moment, using such a book to frame someone was no different from taking a life. This was simply inhuman. Seeing the odd expressions on Siali and the others' faces, Wang Xiangdong quietly asked Jean Das-hun what was going on. When put on the spot, Jean Das-hun didn't dare lie. He recounted everything truthfully. Huang Xiangdong had also thought Jean Das-hun was probably the culprit, but he never expected to hear such an unbelievable answer from him. Previously, they could only meddle with the military district school, inciting the children from the military compound to cause a confrontation between the two sides. But now, the matter had directly implicated the children from the compound. This was truly, just when they were stuck, someone delivered a pillow. Heaven was helping him. Huang Xiangdong looked toward Siali, his expression calm yet tinged with disdain. Since you military comrades are willing to cooperate with our work and help us find the mastermind, we are naturally happy to step back. I wonder if you have now identified the person who caused this misunderstanding. We will punish him severely and not let him harm a good comrade like this. Siali. The other parents. No one expected things to develop in such a bizarre direction. They had intended to keep the military district and its school out of this, but ended up having their own side exposed. Siali exchanged glances with the others, wanting to see what they thought. In her view, regardless of whether Huang Xiangming was a minor, anyone capable of such an act should be handed over without hesitation. Age was no excuse to evade responsibility. Moreover, by doing this, he had already shown he wasn't on their side. Don't say children don't understand, they understand far more than you think. While Siali was merely consulting the others, another parent, whose child had been hospitalized after the fight yesterday, had no intention of defending Huang Xiangming. He immediately said, "Since it's Huang Xiangming's responsibility, I'll return to the unit and have Huang Xiangming's father hand him over to you, or have him come out and negotiate with you himself. Since the teacher is innocent, can you leave the school now? Don't disturb the other children's classes." No one else spoke. Clearly, the fact that Huang Dali hadn't stepped forward yesterday to address the conflict caused by his child had angered these protective parents. Huang Xiangdong only wanted to find leverage against the military district. Whether it was a teacher named Sheng or a cadre's child named Huang made no difference to him. In fact, he preferred the latter. All right. Since we have someone to hold accountable, allowing us to report back, we naturally have no other objections. Military District, Administration Building. When Regimental Commander Bai and Huang Dali received this resolution, both fell silent in their respective offices. At that moment, Regimental Commander Bai was discussing with Division Commander Lu how to deal with those people who were constantly eyeing the military district. Then they received this news. Division Commander Lu frowned, suppressing his anger. Huang Dali, although this conflict seemed to be sparked by a teacher, everyone could see it was a power struggle between the military district and those people. In his view, they shouldn't sacrifice their own people over this conflict. Regimental Commander Bai had been among the parents yesterday. He knew the others had long held grievances against Huang Dali regarding the report against Zhang Shaoen. Otherwise, no matter who else was involved, those several hundred people wouldn't have so easily handed someone over. He cleared his throat. "Commander, I know you don't want our people to suffer, but the root cause of this is indeed the Huang family's child. We can't let an innocent teacher take the blame just because the Huang family's child is from our compound, can we? If he can fabricate evidence to frame a teacher now, Couldn't he fabricate evidence to frame our unit someday? By then, it would be too late for regrets. Moreover, the Wang family's child has now antagonized all the parents from yesterday. The idea of having our unit guard the school also came from Siali. What if that child tries to take revenge on Siali? Regimental Commander Bai didn't finish, but Division Commander Lu's expression had already turned very grim. They had been working hard to protect Siali's identity as Lei Kong. But if someone used conflicts between students to implicate Siali as a parent and have her removed, that would be utterly frustrating. Division Commander Lu sighed. Let Xiao Huang handle it himself. His son is indeed in the wrong. The more he spoke, the angrier Division Commander Lu became, his face showing a look of exasperation. How can a perfectly good child become so twisted at such a young age? Could it be that education in the countryside is really worse than in the city? Other children raised in the countryside aren't like this. Regimental Commander Bai. Different people grow up under the same circumstances. Who can say for sure? The two senior leaders in the unit sighed. With their tacit approval, Huang Dali had no choice but to take his child to deal with the situation with those people. Siali and the others waited at the school gate, continuing their training as if the people from the other side and the children from the other compound were heir. Soon, they saw Huang Dali walking from the direction of the military district, leading a thin, pitiful-looking Huang Xiangming, who hung his head. Siali had seen Huang Dali before. His rank in the military district warranted the title of commander. Previously, this man, having achieved a high rank at a young age, walked with his head held high, chest out, almost as if with a swagger. But in just these few days, he seemed to have aged over a decade. Though he still stood straight-backed like a soldier, he somehow gave off a hunched impression. Seeing him like this, Siali sighed inwardly. TSK, better not have kids. Having kids ages you fast. The handover was completed just as school was letting out. The crowd noisily took their children away. Before Huang Dali and the others could leave, the people from the other side noticed the school was unusually quiet. Sending someone to check, they discovered the school was already empty, including the teachers. The people from the other side. So, the teachers must have been tipped off and escaped during the argument? These people were ruthless. But what they didn't expect was that the military could be even more ruthless than they imagined. Huang Xiangdong's office. Bang! Huang Xiangdong, face contorted with rage, slammed his fist on the desk, his voice trembling with anger. Those damned soldiers must have planned this all along, letting us take the Huang family member. These treacherous bastards, no wonder our superiors looked down on them. Seeing his anger, everyone hurried to console him. Leader, don't be angry. Our superior's task is for us to find leverage against the military district as soon as possible, preferably to uncover Lei Kong's hiding place and true identity. Now, the people in Nando have directly given the Huang family a transfer order, simply not protecting them, and transferred them to the northwest. We need to quickly figure out how to get information from the army. Otherwise, how will we explain to our superiors after a long time? Huang Xiangdong's anger didn't diminish in the slightest. Instead, it surged even higher. How can we explain? Those people probably knew our purpose from the start and deliberately pulled this stunt to mess with us. We shouldn't have let those students off. Even though he knew in his heart that transfer orders couldn't be issued in just a day or two, and Huang Dali receiving the order at this critical juncture was somewhat coincidental, he must have applied for it earlier. The problem was they had already planned how to interfere with the military, only to have it ruined by these people. How could he not be angry? Huang Xiangdong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his fury, and said through gritted teeth, "The monk may run away, but the temple remains. The main goal this time is to incite the children from the compound. Find out who the ringleader among those kids is. Have him cause a death. I don't believe the military can still cover it up." Falsely accusing people was something they had done frequently lately. They were quite skilled at it. The subordinates immediately agreed and went to carry out the task. However, when they had all the preliminary work ready and arrived at the school, they were dumbfounded. The school was empty. On the other side, the military district. The military acted swiftly. After strictly vetting the backgrounds of all the teachers, Division Commander Lu specially approved having over a dozen teachers live in single dormitories. They were not to wander around unnecessarily. Their sole task was to teach the children. The military would pay their salaries. In Division Commander Lu's words, if families lack the conditions, that's one thing. But these are people who would sacrifice their lives for the nation. Their children's education cannot be neglected. The children in the military district must not fall behind in their studies. Division Commander Lu's office. Siali and Division Commander Lu, one young, one old, sat facing each other. The white hair on Division Commander Lu's head had increased significantly compared to half a year ago, with very little black left. He sighed and said to Siali, "The tank you modified has reached the battlefield. The bomb design has also been sent to the military factory. The higher-ups attach great importance to this. Originally, they wanted to award you now, but I refused, asking them to wait a bit longer. Now, Leikong's modification of the tank is no longer a secret within the organization. Many people are getting restless. Those people might try to cause trouble for the military recently, attempting to interfere in military affairs to find out your whereabouts. It's not advisable to be too conspicuous lately. Although Division Commander Liu had the firm conviction to stand at the forefront of difficulties, protecting China, protecting the people under his command, and protecting the millions of citizens, sometimes he couldn't help but wonder confusedly, what was wrong with the world? Such actions for the country and the people always had to be hidden, fearing persecution. Those people were despicable. But even though he thought this, he didn't dare show it outwardly. If he, as the highest-ranking officer of the Nando Corps, couldn't hold on, how could others maintain their conviction? Especially in front of this young girl whose own convictions weren't very strong to begin with. Siali hadn't expected Lu Dingyuan to reach the battlefield so soon. She wondered, how is the situation on the battlefield? Has he run into Li Qingnan? But Siali has one good trait, her worries only last for a moment. She's naturally carefree and never frets too much over things that haven't happened yet. Now really isn't a good time to reveal her identity, so she said straightforwardly, just make sure my merits are recorded. At most, all these merits combined might get me to the rank of captain. It doesn't matter if the commendation happens later when things are more peaceful. Unless she reaches her father's position, she can't clear her family's name. In reality, this military rank doesn't make much difference to her. Division Commander Liu, choked by Siali's bold words. Does this little girl even know what she's saying? Captain is a rank many ordinary soldiers never achieve in their entire careers. Does she have to be so arrogant? He glared at her irritably. You can say that in front of me, but don't ever say it outside. You'll easily get beaten to death by others. Siali grinned, but her reply was quite frank. I don't think they'd dare. Division Commander Liu. True, given how you beat up your own subordinates every day, not many would dare pick a fight. After shutting Division Commander Liu up, Siali finally steered the conversation back. Don't worry, as long as I don't go to the sugar factory, it should be fine. Even if they suspect me, they won't find any evidence. But I do think they won't let it go. They'll probably come to cause trouble again in the next few days. Division Commander Liu fully agreed with her. They'll definitely cause trouble. The key is figuring out how to stop them. Right now, morale in the army is unstable. Many still don't realize how much influence that side has on the military. As long as their interests aren't affected, they choose to stand by and watch. I'm afraid these people might act foolishly and do something irreversible. Seeing Division Commander Liu so worried that he seemed ready to crack open his own head, stir his brains around, and fish out a few more ideas, Siali couldn't help but think how miserable his job as division commander was. Day after day, he worried himself sick over matters inside and outside the Corps. If this had been back when she was leading people to fight zombies, anyone who dared hold her back. Without much thought, Siali started giving Division Commander Liu some bad advice. Then why don't you just stop managing it? Division Commander Liu. Listen to yourself. Does that sound reasonable? Facing Division Commander Liu's strange gaze without flinching, Siali continued her output. Look, why do those people have the energy for internal strife? Isn't it because their lives are too comfortable and they don't have— Look at the beggars on the streets. When you're starving and can't even get food, who has time to think about scheming all day? You shoulder everything for them. They know someone's got their back, so who's willing to take responsibility? I'd say you're managing too much. I bet if you just drop everything next time those people come to pick a fight and let them see how far the conflict between that side and the army can escalate, they'll realize the severity. Once they understand the consequences, they'll know what to do. People only learn when they get hurt themselves. Division Commander Liu. At first, Division Commander Liu thought the girl's words were utterly absurd. But upon a little reflection, they seemed to make some sense. Thinking it over more carefully, as long as the method was kept within controllable limits, it might actually be feasible. Division Commander Liu's expression shifted rapidly, successfully showcasing what it meant to reject Siali, agree with Siali, and become Siali in a short span. He responded sincerely, this method might actually work? Successfully led astray by Siali, Division Commander Liu immediately made arrangements. Meanwhile, on the other side, those people made a big show of going to cause trouble at the school early in the morning, only to find the school empty, with no one in sight. After some inquiry, they learned that all the teachers had been taken into the military district, where classes were now held, and they wouldn't be coming out anymore. Those people hadn't expected the military to act so quickly. With no one coming out, how were they supposed to make arrests? Furious, but unwilling to let go of such a great opportunity, they immediately took people to the military district gate to demand the teachers. The military naturally wouldn't let them in. The guards blocked them, and those people didn't dare force their way in. The two sides were at a standoff. As more people gathered on that side, their numbers swelled to 200 or 300 in less than a week. With so many people suddenly blocking the gate, those inside the army began to panic. That evening, under the big tree at the entrance of the military family compound. After dinner, Siali, enjoying the gentle breeze as usual, sat under the tree with everyone, eating melon seeds and gossiping. Sister Wang, holding her son, whispered to Siali, who was eagerly listening to the gossip, "I heard things have been pretty tense between the army and that side lately. Now all those people are blocking the gate. I heard that a couple of days ago, Granny Wang went out to buy meat for her grandson and was almost caught in a stampede when they rushed at her. Do you think if they keep acting so recklessly, they might actually charge into the army one day?" Under normal circumstances, Sister Wang wouldn't worry so much. But the only adult man in her family was now on the battlefield, leaving only her and her child under 10. How could she not feel anxious? To put it bluntly, if those people really charged in and did something, other families with able-bodied adults could fight back, but her family, with just a widow and a child, had no means of resistance. Siali could see her anxiety and leaned closer to whisper reassuringly, "It's fine, don't worry too much. The army won't let them in. If they really dare to charge, there'll probably be a shootout at the gate before they ever reach our family compound." Did they think the army's guns and ammunition were just for show? Sister Wang. She felt somewhat comforted, but not entirely. Another sister-in-law nearby, hearing them quietly discussing the topic, leaned in as well. "Siali, you're a soldier too, and your father is close with Division Commander Liu. Has your family heard anything from Division Commander Liu about how the army plans to handle this?" Siali naturally knew what Division Commander Liu intended to do. If she hadn't given her bad advice, he probably would have already clashed with that side to nip the thread in the bud. But their current goal was to create panic within the army, to make everyone realize the danger of that side interfering in military affairs and strengthen their resolve. Siali certainly couldn't tell her the truth. Not only that, she had to deliberately spread anxiety. Frowning, she said, "That side has policies from above. Even if we're the army, we can't go against policy, right? If we did that, wouldn't we be rebelling? No one would benefit. Everyone should try to understand Division Commander Liu. After all, even a teenager can report a teacher. If Division Commander Liu's actions are too obvious, some busybody might try to oust him and make things even more chaotic here." Hearing this, the sisters-in-law, already uneasy, grew even more panicked. Their discussions took on a more anxious tone. Siali listened as the sisters-in-law's previously calm conversation suddenly shifted, with remarks like, "What should we do? My husband said before it was nothing, but now it doesn't seem so certain. I used to think with so many people in our army, there's no way those people could cause trouble here. But now I see they have quite a few people too, and their numbers keep growing every day. I don't even dare go out anymore. Should we just stay inside for the next few days? When I get home tonight, I'll ask my husband. If things really get bad, maybe we should send the kids back to our hometown. We can't let the children get involved." Listening to the increasingly chaotic discussions, Siali quietly tugged at Sister Wang's sleeve, her expression unchanged as she basked in her hidden achievement. Sister Wang, receiving the hint. "There's something off about this, Siali. Why are you scaring them like this?" The standoff escalated rapidly. More and more people gathered at the gate, and no one in the military family compound did. They realized that if things continued to escalate and that side really gained influence within the army, they might never have a peaceful day again. Even good relationships wouldn't help. Siali didn't care what those people thought. As long as those people were still at the gate, it meant Division Commander Liu felt the standoff hadn't reached the desired level of intensity. Since it hadn't reached that point yet, she didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. One morning, Nanda was blessed with another beautiful sunny day. The blue sky, white clouds, and gentle breeze made for a very pleasant atmosphere. As usual, Siali took her soldiers up the mountain for cross-country training. But unlike other teams, she didn't lead them on a detour to the side gate. Instead, she charged straight out the main gate with her group. Their imposing manner startled the people outside, who instinctively parted to make way. Seeing Huang Xiangdong leading the group, Siali cheerfully greeted him, shouting, "Hey, you guys are pretty punctual. You get here earlier than I do, and I live in the family compound. But you're not doing so well. Our regiment has over 10,000 people. What can this small group do? To take over the Nandao Corps, you'd need at least 10,000 people. Don't forget we have guns too. Everyone." Huang Xiangdong was furious at her words. Over the past couple of days, he'd thought it over and started to realize something. That day they went to the school, they could have arrested Zhang Xiaowen, but because this woman caused a distraction and created all that chaos, they'd been fooled. And now she was here again, slapping labels on them and provoking them. She was downright wicked. Frowning, he looked at Siali, his gaze no longer condescending but sharp and hostile. His voice carried anger. "Don't talk nonsense. When did we ever want to take over the Nandao Corps? We just want the Nandao Corps to hand over the people. We must be ideologically progressive and not shield those with erroneous ideologies. Siali completely ignored his point and said cheerfully, then blocking just one gate isn't very effective, is it? Our army doesn't have only one gate. If people use other gates, they won't even see you. Without waiting for the reactions from the people on that side or the strange looks from the guards, she led her team away with a very annoying grin. Everyone present. Jin Da-hun had recently gotten a minor position on that side. Seeing this scene, he leaned close to Huang Xiangdong and whispered, "Sir, what should we do?" Huang Xiangdong gritted his teeth. "Split some people off. Block the other gates too." So, that evening when Siali returned from training, she indeed saw fewer people at the main gate. Even on her way home, the looks people gave her were different from before, complex, indescribable, and slightly accusatory. Division Commander Lu's office. Just as Division Commander Lu was about to leave work, he was intercepted by a subordinate. Seeing who it was, Division Commander Lu felt amused, but maintained a stern, upright expression. "Old Qian, what brings you here?" Brigade Commander Qian's expression was sour. Even in front of his superior, his demeanor didn't soften much. He said irritably, "Commander, you have to rein in that Siali. Don't let her keep stirring up trouble like a troublemaker. If she keeps causing chaos in the army for a few more days, the whole army might fall apart." Division Commander Lu had already heard about the troublesome things Siali had done over the past couple of days, including provoking that side during morning training. Feigning ignorance, he said with surprise, "Siali has always been excellent at leading her troops. Look at her subordinates, each one is capable in combat, and the communication soldiers are top-notch in their duties. Which one isn't praiseworthy? What has she done to upset you?" Brigade Commander Qian didn't believe for a second that this old fox was unaware. He had the best intelligence in the entire army. "Old Lu, let's be frank. I won't beat around the bush. She encouraged those people to block the other gates this morning. Don't tell me you didn't know. Give it to me straight. How much longer do you plan to let those people block the gates?" Division Commander Lu pretended not to understand. "Weren't you quite close with that side before? Why don't you use your connections and ask them to leave?" At this point, Brigade Commander Qian could tell exactly what this old man was up to by letting those people cause trouble at the gate for so long without intervening. Though annoyed, he had no choice but to yield. "I didn't realize before how excessive those people could be. I won't have any more dealings with them." Division Commander Lu, well, Old Fong and the others might not listen. Old Fong was one of Brigade Commander Qian's subordinates and had also been quite close with that side. Hearing Division Commander Lu's insinuating tone, Brigade Commander Qian felt even more irritated. Why was this old man being so cryptic now when he used to speak direct? Suppressing his anger, he agreed, "I'll talk to them properly. Our army is the army, and that side is that side. They shouldn't interfere with each other." This time, Division Commander Lu didn't say anything else. He nodded slightly with a stern expression. "It's good that you think that way. Go attend to your duties. Always remember, our army is the nation's strongest fortress. We must never allow any organization or force to interfere. Right now, they don't dare cause major trouble. They're just blocking the gate, occasionally harassing military families and trying to intimidate people. If we let them gain influence, who knows what they might do." Brigade Commander Qian now felt the same way and didn't argue with Division Commander Lu, simply leaving. On his way near the family compound, he happened to run into Siali. Having gained nothing but frustration from Division Commander Lu, Brigade Commander Qian was already in a bad mood. Now, seeing the troublemaker herself, how could he let it slide? He immediately said coldly, "Comrade Siali, as a senior comrade, even if I'm not your direct superior, I must admonish you for your actions today. You knew those people had ill intentions. How could you encourage them to block the other gates? Do you realize how panicked the families are because of what you did?" Stopped halfway and scolded Siali. Siali tilted her head slightly, looking at the old man who was lecturing her on the street with a very surprised and incredulous expression. Regardless of his military rank, she immediately retorted, "You don't condemn the perpetrators, but instead condemn me, the one telling the truth? Bullying the weak and fearing the strong isn't done like this, is it? What nonsense." After saying that, she walked away directly, not even giving him a chance to rebut. Brigade Commander Qian was so angry that his face turned ashen. His high blood pressure nearly flared up on the spot. Having just come out of Division Commander Lu's office, he turned right back around. That evening, Siali was joyfully awarded a 5,000-word self-criticism report. Siali had never been one to suffer losses, and she didn't want to get involved in the recent chaos outside. Early the next morning, she went to see Division Commander Lu to apply for her paid leave. With a shameless expression, Siali said, "After all, I scolded a leader. If you don't give me paid suspension and let me go home to reflect properly, how can that make up for the leader I insulted? You absolutely must suspend me so he can calm down." Division Commander Lu, What on earth is paid suspension? How did a disciplinary suspension meant for reflection turn into something like paid vacation for this girl? He asked Siali, utterly speechless. Don't you feel guilty talking like this? Siali replied with absolute confidence. Not at all. I just want to make the leader happy. Division Commander Lu. Fine, it's just a few days off. Give it to her so she'll settle down. It's only been a few days since Xiao Lu left the army, and he already missed him. What should he do? All these troublesome matters used to be handled by Xiao Lu. Siali peacefully began her paid leave, now having plenty of time to beat up her nephew. Parents in the military compound seemed to have been inspired by her strange approach and started giving their children one-on-one combat training every morning, regardless of gender. Then, Siali noticed that more children came to her house in the mornings to attend her classes, and the eggs and various vegetables at home increased. Not only did they not need to buy more, but there were even leftovers, far more than they could finish. Unknowingly, the number of children she had to train every morning grew from just Xia de Bao to over a dozen. Especially many girls. Every morning, the cries and shouts of children in the Xia family's yard had become a unique spectacle in the military compound, delighting the parents and terrifying the children. The standoff between the military and them continued for over half a month, and the people on their side truly couldn't hold out any longer. The military had its own patrols. They could just pass by the entrance from time to time without much trouble. But they couldn't. After nearly a month of camping outside the military base, they had basically done nothing except report to the base daily. While their achievements were significant in other places outside Nan Island, here they were stuck in a stalemate with the military, not only failing to make progress, but also missing out on opportunities elsewhere. If this continued, they would likely return empty-handed. Huang Xiangdong's people grew increasingly impatient, and someone came up with a terrible idea. They wouldn't storm the military base, but they wouldn't let the military families go out to buy groceries peacefully either. Everyone leaving the family compound, except military personnel, had to undergo strict checks by them and confirm their identity. If they had just stood blocking the entrance, it wouldn't have been a big deal. They could have taken detours. But nearly pushing family members to their deaths was an entirely different matter. Many in the military panicked, and some even became restless, wanting to find a way to deal with those blocking the entrance. For a time, those in the military who disliked them submitted various applications, putting pressure on higher-ups. On the other side, they demanded that the people be handed over, threatening to bring in more forces to surround them and conduct random checks to see if anyone had been influenced by their erroneous ideology and acted irrationally. Although Division Commander Lu could still keep his composure, he was deeply troubled by the chaotic situation. While drinking with Xia Jiangwo one evening, he casually mentioned it. Siali, who had been burying her head in eating, heard Division Commander Lu lamenting that he was getting older, less resilient than before, and too prone to anxiety. She very thoughtfully offered an outrageous suggestion. After taking a bite of food and swallowing, she said in a normal tone, weren't there many people before who either didn't want to resist or even colluded with them? Since they want to muddle through and still benefit from them, let them handle this. If they solve it, give them a bonus. If they don't, let them keep solving it. Haven't they always been good at condemning this and that? Let them go over there and condemn to their heart's content. Xia Jiangwo. Division Commander Lu. I have good reason to suspect you're settling a personal grudge, and what you really want is to send Brigade Commander Qian, who scolded you, over there, right? Division Commander Lu adopted Xia Li's rather inhumane suggestion and delegated all recent tasks dealing with them to subordinates according to their ranks. Throughout the military, anyone who hadn't previously had such hostile relations with them was now overwhelmed. Those who had intended to build connections now found their relations with them crumbling due to Xia Li's instigation of Division Commander Lu's unconventional move. For a time, everyone was in a state of chaos. The atmosphere in the military compound grew tense for everyone except Xia Li, who leisurely lounged at home, whiling away her vacation. The radio broadcasted an enthusiastic female voice. Just as Xia Li was growing drowsy, she suddenly heard an extremely excited exclamation. Our station has just received a report. Today, the heavy tank Xiaji, personally led and modified by our nation's outstanding military researcher Lei Kong, crossed 10 layers of mountains and traversed the Sino-Vietnamese border. In the war supporting Vietnam, it recaptured villages occupied by the United States, annihilated 8 of the latest American tanks, and captured 123 American soldiers, including 1 captain. This dealt a significant blow to the American invaders, forcing the American defense line to retreat 30 miles. As the broadcast continued, Xia Jiangwo sat dazed on his stool, listening to the voice from the radio. The entire Xia household was extremely quiet. Outside the Xia family yard, enthusiastic cheers erupted once again, shouts, screams, and laughter no less fervent than when the Taotai achieved its first victory, even more lively than New Year's. Having been suppressed for too long, with the entire military shrouded in gloom, the Xieji's brilliant victory on the battlefield was like a sharp beam of light cutting through the oppressive, dense clouds, bringing new hope to everyone in the military. It was also at this time that Division Commander Lu's application to higher-ups was approved. Premier Zhou personally ordered them to leave on the grounds of disrupting border defense troops and interfering with the normal lives of military families, and to severely punish those leading the disturbances. He stated that the Nan Island shipyard was the birthplace of the first Taodai and the Xieji heavy tank, and should not be trampled upon for personal desires. Revolution was not wrong, but production must also be ensured, otherwise, what would the people eat? What would they wear? How would they live? The military quickly arrested all the ringleaders from their side. Division Commander Lu did not hesitate at all, directly charging those who had stirred up the most trouble. It was only then that Siali learned that they hadn't just stationed people outside the military base. Somehow, they had received information that there were issues at the shipyard and sent people to inspect it. Not only did they ransack the shipyard, but they also dug up the ground. If they hadn't been prepared, transferring all the researchers from the shipyard to the sugar factory and destroying all evidence in the shipyard's laboratory, they might have been completely wiped out by now. At this point, Siali felt grateful that earlier, someone with poor judgment had been caught before leaking the shipyard's secrets and had been counterutilized. Otherwise, every single person at the shipyard would have met a terrible fate. The situation escalated rapidly. Under Division Commander Lu's strong demands, they not only withdrew from the military base entrance, but also from the entire Nan Island. The Nan Island Corps united as one, with everyone cooperating fully. Siali, indeed, without them constantly hovering around, even the air feels much fresher. Finally, I can enjoy my vacation properly. However, as they say, good times don't last long. Siali's envisioned leisurely vacation days of blue skies, clear waters, and pale pink petals drifting everywhere were not as peaceful as she had imagined, especially since it gave her in the factory residential compound. Yuni sat in the study, holding the telephone receiver in one hand while wearily rubbing his forehead with the other. An extremely agitated voice came from the other end of the line. What exactly is going on over there? Is there any progress at all? I really don't know what the point was in sending a useless person like you over there. What did you say at the beginning? You said Siali grew up in a simple environment, was even deceived by her fiancé, and should be at the most romantic age, definitely interested in a gentle, refined type like you. And what's the result now? You've been there for so long now and you've actually been completely useless. If you're no good, why did you stop the person the organization wanted to send and insist on going yourself? Just to embarrass me. What use are you to me? That Lei Kong not only developed the Taodai model, but has now even improved heavy tanks, achieving significant results on the Vietnam battlefield. Siali is currently the only person suspected to have a connection to Lei Kong. If you don't act soon and let Lei Kong grow even more influential, I'm afraid we won't even be able to make a move on Siali's side anymore. Yuni listened to the incessant criticism from the other end of the phone, but his expression showed little change. Only when the tirade paused did he finally speak. Lu Dingyuan was watching too closely before. I never had a chance to make a move. Now that he's gone, I'll try to find a way to get close to her in the near future. The man on the other end probably felt he had been too passionately berating his son, which could strain their relationship. Seeing his son yield, his tone softened. Don't blame me for my attitude. Right now, all our overt personnel have withdrawn from Nan Island. The only ones who can help are you people originally stationed there. It's been so long. To support your promise to Siali, with you here, no one else will interfere with her. The higher-ups haven't sent anyone to investigate the Xia family. Do you know how much pressure I face here every day? You are my only son, my proudest successor. I hope you will take your own future more seriously. Hearing this, the corner of Yuni's mouth lifted into a somewhat mocking smile, but his reply was exceptionally deferential. I know, Dad. You're doing this for my own good. I will find a way to make progress as soon as possible to try and uncover Lei Kong's identity or their research materials from Siali. The person on the other end was somewhat satisfied with Yuni's attitude, but still decided to give a warning. You'd better make progress quickly over there. Otherwise, I won't be able to stop the higher-ups from sending people to Nan Island to interrogate the Xia family for much longer. Yuni pressed his lips together. I understand, Dad. After hanging up, Yuni leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes tiredly, massaged his temples with one hand, and let out a long sigh. On the other side, ever since those people withdrew from Nan Island, the atmosphere across the island had relaxed considerably. Although Siali knew that not all the people in the shadows had necessarily left Nan Island, with fewer people openly watching, she naturally felt less constrained. It happened that Qin Jinjin asked her to go shopping at the department store. Siali, thinking she had already turned her down several times before, simply agreed to go along this time. Jinjin had dressed up beautifully today, even taking special care to iron her green military uniform perfectly flat. This way, when she went out with the equally impressive and beautiful older sister also wearing a green military uniform, it was almost like wearing matching outfits. Sure enough, not only was she wearing her uniform, but Siali was also in hers. After a brief greeting, the two set off together. On the way to the department store, two exceptionally beautiful women in green military uniforms stood out in the crowd, drawing frequent glances from people around them. Jinjin, holding onto the impressive older sister's arm, felt her heart pounding, her face flushed with excitement. This was the first time the impressive, beautiful sister had agreed to go shopping with her, a clear sign their relationship had progressed. Her gaze drifted to a nearby popsicle vendor, and she turned to ask Siali. "Sisterly, wait here for me. I'll go buy 2 popsicles for us." Without waiting for Siali's response, she enthusiastically hoisted her small military green satchel and ran towards the popsicle stand. Knowing Jinjin's family wasn't short of money, Siali didn't feel the same guilt as when the production team captain had bought her a drink before. She simply put her hands in her pockets and strolled leisurely towards the popsicle stand. "Comrade, can I ask you something?" Siali turned around and saw a kind-looking old lady standing not far away with a man, a woman, and a little boy. The 4 of them were laden with bundles and bags, their faces full of the timid unease of country folk newly arrived in the city. Although Siali was usually a bit unconventional, she wasn't the type to bully others. Seeing their appearance, she asked amiably, "What is it?" The old lady glanced at the green military uniform Siali wore and the insignia on her shoulders before offering an ingratiating smile. "Comrade, I'm a family member of the Nan Island Corps. I want to know how to get to the Corps from here. I heard my son mention before that after getting off the train, you have to transfer and then take a boat. I figured we country folk are used to walking, so we don't need the bus. But where do we go to take the boat?" Directionally challenged Siali. She raised her hand to point in one direction, thought about it, seemed the 4 people who had just watched Siali point in 3 different directions. They didn't dare believe it. They really didn't dare believe it. If it weren't for seeing the military insignia on her shoulders, confirming she was definitely from the army, they would have wanted to just walk away right then. Why did this soldier seem so unreliable? The old lady gave an awkward smile. Though she planned to ask someone else for directions later, she still said cheerfully, "Thank you, comrade." Jinjin, returning with the popsicles, saw Siali surrounded by a few country folk, with the young boy in the back even rolling his eyes at Siali. Her hair practically stood on end. Who had the audacity? Who dared bully her impressive, beautiful sister who could fight a whole group by herself? Holding a popsicle in each hand, she angrily rushed over, stubbornly positioning herself in front of Siali like a mother hen protecting her chicks, and asked with a frown, "What do you want?" The people who had clearly done nothing. The old lady glanced at the similarly insignia-wearing young girl and began to suspect whether the Nan Island Corps' recruitment standards were a bit off. These 2 young, slender girls didn't look at all like soldiers who could single-handedly take down enemies. Mentally complaining, she maintained a kindly expression. "We're here to visit family in the army and want to take a boat to the base. I saw this young comrade is probably from the army, so I asked her for directions." Hearing this, Jinjin relaxed slightly. But she had just seen that little boy roll his eyes at Siali. Even with the misunderstanding cleared, her impression of this family wasn't good. She lifted her chin slightly, adopting a haughty demeanor, and pointed very seriously at a bus stop not far away, saying in a delicate voice, "Take the bus over there directly to the dock." Seeing Jinjin's manner, the family knew she was clearly a young lady from some wealthy family, not someone they could afford to provoke. Even though they wouldn't take the bus to the dock, they nodded repeatedly to show they understood and quickly left. Better ask someone else. These 2 women in military uniforms seemed off no matter how you looked at them. Watching Jinjin's haughty expression, "I don't really like you, but out of kindness, I'll condescend to tell you," Siali found it somewhat amusing. This little girl really shouldn't be called Jinjin. True. Chin Kong Kong, haughty, or Chin KK, proud, might suit her better. Jinjin, knowing Siali was directionally challenged, generously gave directions to the lost strangers. Then she handed a popsicle to Siali. Looking at her with sparkling eyes, she boasted proudly, "I'm really good with directions. I can find any place I've been to once. Sisterly, if you ever don't know the way, you can ask me too." Siali, who was so directionally challenged she had given up on memorizing routes even when she knew she was being kidnapped. Siali, okay. The 2 happily went to shop at the department store. Although goods in this era were made of genuine materials, for Siali, born centuries later, all the styles seemed a bit rustic. It was like people in the future seeing a department store full of northeastern floral-patterned padded jackets, with everyone thinking they were the height of fashion. Siali bought a few pastries not available on Nan Island and a pair of shoes for each family member, then started accompanying Chinjinjin on her leisurely browsing. Sometimes the fun of shopping really isn't about buying things, it's mainly about the act of browsing itself. The two looked here and there, walking all morning until they were starving. Leaving the department store, they found a state-run restaurant nearby to grab lunch. But as soon as they entered, they ran into two unexpected people. Xinjiao had only come off the island today with her younger brother Yuni to buy some things. She never expected to run into Siali. Her eyes immediately lit up. She quickly waved towards the entrance. Xiao Xia, come join us. Yuni looked up and also saw Siali entering with Chinjinjin. A faint smile appeared on his face. He stood up and pulled out a chair beside him. Come eat with us. We ordered a lot of dishes. In this era of food scarcity, few people mooched meals. Siali wasn't one to take advantage either, so she declined immediately. No need, we'll order our own. Chinjinjin also nodded vigorously. After finally getting to go out with Siali, how could she want the ill-intentioned Yuni intruding on her alone time with the impressive, beautiful sister? Seeing their refusal, Xinjiao continued warmly, come on, we're all friends here. Yuni just got some news from the front. Don't you want to come hear it? Hearing it was news from the battlefield, Siali stopped her refusal. Since Lu Dingyuan and the others went to the front, there had been no specific news about them. Siali was actually quite curious about how the war was progressing. All right then. I'll go add a couple more dishes. Xinjiao hurriedly said, no need, no need. We ordered plenty, it should be enough. Siali felt bad eating for free and insisted, it's fine, I'll add a couple. A short while later, after ordering, Siali returned to the table. Yuni had also obtained news from the front through special channels. And, because it was primarily to reassure his sister, most of the news was about his brother-in-law's situation on the battlefield. Coincidentally, Mukujin happened to be in the same group sent to the front as Lu Dingyuan. The news of 0 casualties so far was quite good. Siali sat there, eating quietly and listening, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. Yuni had been observing the expression on Siali's face. After he finished relaying all the news Siali was indeed quite worried about Li Qing'an on the front and also somewhat concerned about Lu Dingyuan and the others she knew. But the situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. News brought back was from several days ago, lacking timeliness. Moreover, distant water couldn't quench a nearby thirst. Even if someone was injured or killed, knowing wouldn't help. She declined. There's nothing specific I want to know. They'll come back naturally when the fighting is over. Yuni looked at Siali with clear surprise. He didn't know what stage Siali and Lu Dingyuan were at now and could only try to probe. I thought you would want to know about comrade Lu Dingyuan. Siali raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Yuni with a hint of confusion. Was someone spreading rumors about her again? Even if she had told Lu Dingyuan they could see how things went after he returned, that was a private conversation. Others wouldn't know, and Lu Dingyuan wasn't a gossip. Seeing Siali's current expression, clearly not together with Lu Dingyuan, Yuni felt an inexplicable sense of relief for some reason. He gave a somewhat helpless smile. Everyone says he admires you. I thought you too. He scratched his head somewhat sheepishly, his smile noticeably brighter and more straightforward than before, very gentle and refined. Let's not talk about that. Since there's nothing specific you want to know, I'll just share any news I get with everyone later. Knowing our loved ones and friends are safe can put many minds at ease. Siali didn't refuse. Although rationally, she felt knowing battlefield news wasn't very useful. But deep down, she still hoped to hear news from the front. Even she herself didn't know where this desire, contradicting her rational thinking, came from. The meal soon ended. Yuni put down his chopsticks and invited Siali and Chinjinjin. Do you have plans for this afternoon? A friend gave me some movie tickets. They expire in 3 days. If you're free, how about we go see a movie together this afternoon? Help me use them up. When Yuni said this, all 3 women at the table instinctively felt this was Yuni's method of pursuing Siali. Movie tickets weren't exactly scarce nowadays, but no one bought so many to give away. Even Siali thought Yuni hadn't given up his designs. She was about to refuse when she saw Yuni pull out a stack of movie tickets from his pocket. A genuine stack. Stub tickets about the size of bus tickets, a small stack probably containing over 30. Siali. Chinjinjin. Xinjiao. That quantity of movie tickets really didn't seem like something one would buy for oneself. Anyone remotely sane wouldn't buy that many. Since arriving on Nan Island, the situation had been chaotic, and Chinjinjin hadn't had much chance to go out for fun. If they went back now, she probably wouldn't get another chance to go out with Siali for a long time. The impressive and beautiful older sister had been successfully invited out. Turning her head with a hint of hopefulness, she looked at Siali. Are you going? Siali had already declined the other person's dinner invitation once before. Yet, when there was news, she had come over to listen. If she refused directly now, it would give off a slight feeling of discarding someone immediately after using them. Then let's all go together. With everyone's opinions aligned, they simply changed venues and headed to the cinema. At the cinema entrance, Yuni handed the movie tickets to Xinjiao, then secretly winked at his own sister. He said to the group, "You all go in first. I'll go buy something and be right back." Xinjiao took the movie tickets and gave a slight nod. "Then be quick. We'll wait for you inside." Cinemas in this era didn't have many movies to choose from. They showed whatever was scheduled for that time slot. You watched what was playing. When Siali and the others arrived at the cinema, a show was just about to start, so the three of them went in first. Inside the cinema, rows upon rows of connected chairs resembled a small-scale auditorium. The movie hadn't started yet, and the screening room was quite bright. Beside the seats, Xinjiang was the first to go down the aisle and sit in the innermost spot. Siali sat in the middle, and Xinjiao took the seat to Siali's right. The three chatted idly. Before long, the cinema gradually filled with many people. The cinema lights dimmed, plunging the entire screening hall into darkness. The opening credits began to play on the screen. Only then did Yuni, guided by an usher with a flashlight, arrive near their seats. He raised his hand and distributed 3 bags of roasted sunflower seeds he had bought to the 3 women, lowering his voice. "There weren't any good snacks. I saw sunflower seeds for sale outside, so I bought some. Try them and see if they're good. If they are, I'll go buy more later." This gesture was undoubtedly very thoughtful. All 3 accepted the seeds. Holding the seeds, Siali felt a bit regretful. She thought to herself that she should have bought some soda when they came in. Otherwise, after eating these seeds, she would probably be parched. They had chosen a relatively secluded corner, 4 seats in a row on the far right side. Seeing her brother arrive, Xinjiao slightly turned her body, her back to Siali and the others. A sly smile played in her eyes as she whispered to him, "I'm going to the—" How could Yuni not see that his sister was creating an opportunity for him? His eyes immediately lit up with a childlike joy. "Okay." Xinjiao then stood up and walked out, putting on an act as if she really were going to the restroom. Ever since Yuni returned, Xinjiang had been watching their direction. Although it was quite dark now and hard to see their facial expressions clearly, it was easy to guess. Wanting to go to the restroom right after coming in to watch a movie was clearly an act by this sister-brother duo. Their intention was to get close to their impressive, beautiful older sister. How could that be allowed? Never mind Yuni. Even if it were Lu Dingyuan, whom she had previously thought was quite good, he wouldn't be allowed to get close to their impressive, beautiful older sister today. Xinjiang narrowed her eyes slightly toward that direction, then turned to Siali with an innocent look, hugging her arm and cooing. "Sister, I don't want to sit next to a child. Can you swap places with me too?" "Siali, to be honest, if you don't like sitting next to a child, neither do I." But Xinjiang's coquettish manner wore down Siali's resistance somewhat. Her gaze swept over the 4 or 5-year-old girl sitting next to Xinjiang, who was watching the movie with wide, glassy, transparent eyes, serious and quiet, not crying or making a fuss. Siali sighed inwardly. In the end, she still swapped with Xinjiang. Before the movie started, she had overheard the child's family talking. Today was the little girl's birthday, which was why her family had agreed to bring her to the movie. The little girl was also very excited. Since the movie started, she had been watching intently without any signs of fussing. As long as the child wasn't crying or making a fuss, she was a good child. Yuni watched helplessly as Siali, who should have been sitting next to him, swapped places with Xinjiang, who was originally 1 seat away from him. The lines on his lips were pressed so flat they almost disappeared. "This girl is ruining things for me again." After swapping places with Xinjiang, Siali began watching the movie seriously. But clearly, her preconceived notions about children were too simplistic. They're a group with very little patience and are easily frightened. Just 10 minutes into the movie, the little girl started squirming as if she had nails under her bottom, twisting left and right, occasionally asking her mother beside her, "Mom, when will this movie end? It's been on for so long already." The child's mother had no choice but to soothe her repeatedly. "Soon, it'll be over soon." For the first half of the movie, apart from the initial 10 minutes, Siali spent most of the time listening to the mother comforting the child next to her. The second half was evidently more intense. It was a film with an anti-Japanese invasion theme. By the middle and later parts, many gunfight elements were added. The bang, bang, bang of gunfire immediately scared the child into wailing loudly. Siali's hand was faster than her brain. The moment the child started crying at the top of her lungs, she pulled a piece of candy from her pocket, unwrapped it, and swiftly stuffed it into the child's mouth with lightning speed. The child, about to cry out, suddenly had something sweet stuffed into her mouth. Her eyes widened, her pupils becoming round. "So sweet, so yummy." The child's mother was somewhat embarrassed and thanked Siali repeatedly. "Thank you, comrade." "Did she disturb you?" Candy is quite precious. You shouldn't give it to her, keep it for yourself. Siali didn't find the candy particularly precious. As long as the child didn't cry, one piece of candy was insignificant. Not long after, in the movie, a good person was wrongly accused and killed by the bad guys. The actor's emotional performance was very compelling. Even Siali felt the death was too tragic. Wah! Siali. The little girl opened her mouth and wailed loudly. Her tiny finger pointed at the movie screen, her voice filled with deep despair. The good person was beaten to death. He's so mean. Mom, why is he so mean? Whoa. The little girl's voice was clear and crisp, quite noticeable in the entire cinema. Siali, however, only felt a throbbing headache. Expressionless, she deftly stuffed another piece of candy into the little girl's mouth. The little girl, so sweet, hee. The cinema returned to quiet. The little girl, chewing on the sweet candy, forgot the heart-wrenching sorrow of the good person being killed by the bad guys. For the remainder of the movie, Siali was basically feeding candy to the child at every moment. She could genuinely feel that this little girl wasn't trying to scam candy, she was truly overly emotional. She couldn't bear to see good people suffer any injustice, or else she would cry out in distress. The little girl's mother, witnessing Siali's skilled and practiced movements of feeding candy to the child, had progressed from initial guilt, embarrassment, and repeated apologies to gradually becoming numb. She never knew her daughter could cry so much during a movie. Why didn't I notice she was so sentimental usually? If I had known, I would have waited until she was older to bring her. The little girl's mother wore an awkward expression, feeling truly apologetic. She handed Siali an oil paper package she was holding. She whispered, "This is glutinous rice cake made by our family. You and your friends try it and see if it's good." Although not as valuable as, Siali was also somewhat numb from this extreme child-soothing game in the cinema. She gave a dry laugh and accepted the sticky rice cake. Similarly lowering her voice, she said, "Thank you." She really needed to properly feed her stomach. Otherwise, this mentally exhausting method of soothing a child could wear her out to death. The few of them shared the brown sugar sticky rice cake. Siali, in the process of repeatedly feeding candy to the child, barely managed to endure until the end of the movie. A deep doubt arose in her heart. Isn't it said that families in this era have no money, and leisure activities like watching movies require ordinary families to save up? Normally, there shouldn't be such a young child coming to watch a movie. What kind of luck did I have to encounter this special situation on my first time out to see a movie? The group left the cinema and slowly made their way through the crowd toward the bus stop. Xinjiao had already noticed Xiali's patient child-soothing demeanor in the cinema and couldn't help but wear a slight smile. Her voice gentle and teasing, she said, "Xiao Xia likes children so much and is so good at soothing them. You won't have to worry when you have children of your own in the future." Siali, is it possible that I'm particularly good at soothing children precisely because I don't like them and fear their ear-piercing cries every day? Yuni, seeing the changing expressions on Xiali's face, knew there must be other circumstances here, definitely not what his sister imagined. "Sis, Comrade Siali has her own work. Even if she has children, she might not necessarily need to look after them herself. Don't you remember sister-in-law Nyo from our unit? She's a leader in the factory herself and found other sisters-in-law who are good with children to help look after them. Besides, men themselves also have the duty to share in childcare at home, right?" He didn't think someone with Xiali's personality would be the patient type to stay home every day looking after children. As he spoke, he turned his head, his gaze gentle as he looked at Siali, his voice cheerful as if joking. "Right, Comrade Xia?" Jinjin absolutely did not want this smiling fox to trick their impressive, beautiful older sister. She quickly raised her hand like a primary school student, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Siali, and interjected, "Sister Lily's children will definitely be beautiful. When Sister Lily has children in the future, I can be responsible for finding someone to look after them for you." Xinjiao. Siali. So why is it that just because I fed a child a few pieces of candy in the cinema to prevent crying, these people have already decided who will look after my future children? It's not necessary, really not necessary. With a speechless expression, she said, "No need to think that far ahead, right? I'm still a child myself." Yuni. Jinjin. Xinjiao. The three were left speechless and simply changed the subject. Yuni started a new topic, seemingly casual, as he smiled at Siali and said, "Our southern island is relatively peaceful now. Has Comrade Siali ever thought about participating in a small-scale military competition? With the chaos outside these past 2 years, the whole military competition hasn't been held. The brothers under my command are very eager to have a sparring match with the famous Navy Marine Corps Communications Platoon 4. Jinjin originally thought it was nothing, just young people hanging out after a chance encounter. But now she fully understood Guyuni's intentions in inviting Siali out. This guy definitely hasn't given up his improper designs. How can this be allowed? Without waiting for Siali to speak, Jinjinjin immediately rolled her eyes at Yuni, her tone disdainful. Is there even a need for a competition? Everyone in the entire Southern Island Corps knows how capable the people's sister Lily leads are in fighting. Is there any need for a competition? Are you looking down on my sister Lily? Yuni. Xinjiao. Siali. Unwilling to engage in a pointless struggle with Jinjinjin on this topic, Yuni chuckled lightly and said, I just thought Comrade Siali might be bored with the monotony. When they were at the best part of the movie, Yuni suddenly seemed to remember something and looked at Siali. A hint of embarrassment appeared on his face as he said somewhat awkwardly, Comrade Sia, actually, after saying so much today, there's something I wanted to ask for your help with, but I was too embarrassed to bring it up. Siali. Jinjinjin. Xinjiao, the only one who understood her younger brother's intentions. Siali had genuinely thought along the way that Yuni still wanted to pursue her, which was why he had caused so much trouble. Hearing his words now, she was instead a bit unsure. Puzzled, she asked in her mind, what is it? A helpless smile appeared on Yuni's face as he gestured for them to go talk in the small, deserted grove nearby. After they all walked over, Yuni finally spoke. When I came to Nan Island, I was afraid of getting bored, so I secretly brought the TV from home. But these past couple of days, something seems wrong with it. The screen keeps going black intermittently. Although this TV is domestically made, given the sensitive times, if word got out, it could easily lead to accusations of being capitalist. I know Comrade Xia has some expertise in these things, so I was hoping to— Jinjinjin looked at him incredulously, her eyes carrying a touch of strangeness. Her voice unconsciously rose, so you did all that messy stuff just to get my sister Lily to fix your TV. Yuni nodded slightly, embarrassed. Yes, after all, it wouldn't be good if this got out. Jinjinjin clearly didn't quite believe this, but this time she couldn't really say anything to stop it. After all, among her father, her friends, and even the people she knew, it seemed none of them knew how to fix a TV. Siali hadn't expected TVs to exist already. She had thought they were a product of the 1980s. If you accept food from others, your mouth softens. If you take gifts, your hands shorten. She had freeloaded the movie tickets today and had been thinking of finding a chance to repay the favor. Now, it seemed the opportunity had presented itself. Siali considered the movie ticket money and the battlefield intel fee as an advance payment for a house call to repair appliances and immediately agreed. All right, let's go take a look. The group went to Yuni's dormitory together. Since there were quite a few of them, the guard at the door didn't say much and let them in. Yuni invited the three inside, then retrieved an old-fashioned CRT TV from the corner by his bed, commonly known as a big butt TV. The TV was particularly small, looking only about a dozen inches, less than 20 inches. The screen size wasn't much larger than a modern-day tablet. But due to the manufacturing process, the TV's back casing was especially bulky, resembling a small square cardboard box. Yuni plugged in the TV and turned it on. This is it. It's been flickering on and off these past few days. As he spoke, the TV indeed started flickering intermittently. Yuni frowned and instinctively reached out to pat the top of the TV, producing a couple of thump sounds. The picture then returned to normal. A couple of pats will fix it for a while, but it'll start flickering again after a bit. Siali, witnessing this practiced action. So, when a machine acts up, hitting it was already the universally accepted divine repair method? Let me take a look. Saying this, Siali unplugged the TV, took tools from her toolbox, and began disassembling it. Yuni didn't say a word, just stood nearby watching Siali repair the TV with great seriousness. Jinjinjin, observing Yuni's demeanor, felt increasingly that the credibility of his earlier words wasn't high. She had already sat on the sofa but got up again to squat by the TV with them. Seeing this, Xinjiao quickly reached out to take Jinjinjin's hand, smiling as she started making small talk. Jinjinjin was inwardly anxious, her gaze frequently drifting towards Siali, clearly physically present but mentally elsewhere. So annoying. This sister is quite good-looking and seems nice-tempered. How do I get angry with her? Yuni acted as if he didn't notice Jinjinjin's thoughts, watching Siali repair the TV with utmost seriousness. Siali had always been highly skilled with her hands, especially with such antiquated things. She rather brutally yanked out a wire from the TV, then found a new wire nearby and began twisting it. There's an issue with the wiring. Replacing a few wires will fix it. Yuni. That's what you say, but the brutal way you yanked that wire out makes me feel like you're yanking my head for no reason. It's great that it can still be used. Otherwise, leisure time would indeed be a bit boring. Comrade Xia is truly as rumored, very talented in mechanics. Then, he looked at Siali with some anticipation. Lately, I've also been reading related books and have become very interested in these things. Would it be possible to come to you for help when I encounter things I don't understand? He knew that given Siali's level of understanding of mechanics, the books on machinery he had procured following his sister's suggestion might not attract Siali's attention. But a different approach could also facilitate long-term contact. Saying this, Yuni took a book from a stack nearby, randomly opened a page filled with dense annotations, notes on points he didn't understand, and recorded questions. He looked as if he was sincerely waiting for Siali to agree so he could genuinely ask. Siali. Siali felt that this person, who hadn't been approaching her much recently, now suddenly wanting to get close again, was somewhat peculiar. It really wasn't that Siali was overthinking. Since coming to this world, she had experienced too much and had been tricked too many times. She was scared of being set up. Siali glanced at the book in his hand and casually took it. Skimming through the detailed annotations, questions, suspected possibilities, queries, and speculative questions Yuni had recorded on every page, a vein even throbbed on her forehead. Even if this matter truly seemed odd, the fact that this person had genuinely read through a book and recorded so many knowledge points, suspected possibilities, questions he wanted to raise, and speculative inquiries was enough to show he had put in serious effort. Siali didn't refuse immediately. Instead, she pretended to seriously flip through each page of the book, slightly frowning, and said calmly, "Many of the knowledge points here are extensions of what's in middle and high school physics textbooks. After all, I'm not a professional teacher in this field. I lean more toward practicality. Some formulas have become fuzzy in my memory. If I were to explain them to you, my explanations might not be as systematic as those of teaching staff. It just so happens that all the teachers from the military school's high school are now in our unit. If you have anything you don't understand, you can directly ask the physics teacher for the senior year. If he can't answer your questions, then you can come ask me. Don't say educational resources were poor at this time. Just in terms of physics, as long as there were enough parts, Xia Debao's teacher could assemble a battery-free radio by hand. With someone like that as a buffer, ordinary questions probably wouldn't even reach her. But if Yuni wanted to ask highly difficult questions to avoid exposing her identity as Lei Kong, she would naturally choose to say she didn't know. In other words, for Yuni to ask her anything, he would have to strike exactly the right balance, too presumptuous or too trivial, and she wouldn't answer. The likelihood of him actually asking her anything was very small. Siali's mental abacus was clicking away loudly, but Yuni seemed completely unaware. He quickly agreed with a smile. "All right, I'll go to the physics teacher first to brush up on the basics. If there's anything neither of us can figure out, I'll have to trouble you." Siali, okay. After fixing the TV, Siali left Yuni's dormitory with Jinjin and Xinjiao. Siali went home first to eat. As usual, after eating, she went to the big tree to listen to gossip, only heading home when people were almost gone. Evening. Siali tried to lower her profile as much as possible, left her home, and leisurely made her way to Division Commander Lu's house, avoiding people along the way. Division Commander Lu had finished dinner and was in the yard doing the fierce tiger descends the mountain pose from the 5 animals exercises when someone suddenly vaulted over the wall. Logically, with his combat instincts as a veteran soldier of many years, he should have reacted immediately to attack the intruder. The problem was, this intruder was too familiar, so familiar that his brain short-circuited upon seeing her. As a result, he didn't have time to retract his stance and remained in the fierce tiger descends the mountain pose. In the moment their eyes met, an awkward atmosphere spread infinitely. Siali looked at the old man's fierce, teeth-baring pose, grinned from ear to ear, and said in a teasing, roguelike tone, well, the division commander is still going strong in his old age. Whose big tiger is this? The imitation is spot on. Division Commander Lu. He always knew there was a reason old Xia chased his daughter around with his shoe off every day. This girl never got a beating for nothing. Adopting the mindset of, if I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others, Division Commander Lu very naturally dropped his fierce tiger expression and straightened up from his tiger descending pose. Acting as if nothing had happened, he frowned and asked Siali, "What are you doing vaulting over our wall at night instead of staying properly at home?" Siali. Siali's tone sounded somewhat probing, as if she wasn't sure. "During the holiday, coming to bond with my superior so you don't forget about me when good things come up." Division Commander Lu. Division Commander Lu had no desire to banter with Siali. This girl never had a serious word to say. He let out a long sigh, turned his back to Siali, and walked toward the house. Come in and talk. If she could vault over a leader's wall at night, it definitely wasn't an urgent matter that could be spoken of openly. It was a wonder this girl could rush over anxiously yet still stand in the yard and spout so much nonsense. Siali, hands in her pockets, swayed leisurely and very obediently followed Division Commander Lu into the study. After the new year, Division Commander Lu's relatives had all left, leaving him alone at home again. Siali entered Division Commander Lu's office familiarly and found a place to sit. Division Commander Lu poured her a glass of water and placed it in front of her. Speak. What's the matter? Without the slightest hesitation, Siali sold out Yuni completely. I think he's deliberately trying to get close to me, which is why I came to you to discuss how to handle this. If the other party had no issues, there were methods for that. If the other party had issues, there were methods for that too. Whether to interact normally or to fish for information depended entirely on Division Commander Lu's decision. After hearing Siali's account, Division Commander Lu's frown deepened. Put this matter aside for now. I'll have someone investigate. Anyway, you told him to ask the physics teacher first if he has questions, so he probably won't come to you for a while. I'll notify you immediately once I have any news. Siali nodded, having no objections. Alright, then I'll try to avoid him for now and wait for your news. After Siali left, Division Commander Lu picked up the phone and dialed a number. Please help me investigate someone. Meanwhile, after Chinjinjin came down from the dormitory building, she saw a tall, slender figure under the large banyan tree not far away, inexplicably exuding an air of loneliness. She walked over and said to that person, "You wanted to see me?" Yuni turned around. When he looked at Chinjinjin, the desolate aura around him vanished completely, replaced by a very cold demeanor. He got straight to the point, displeased. I hope you won't interfere when I'm pursuing Siali. With others, he might have maintained his gentle and refined demeanor, but with this shameless person who kept deliberately stirring up trouble and being a hindrance, he truly had little patience. Hearing Yuni's blunt words, Chinjinjin's shocked gaze fell on his face, her eyes involuntarily widening. She uttered a question from the depths of her soul. Brother, are you okay? As a genuine Beijing girl, Chinjinjin never lacked pride or the confidence to retort. Hearing Yuni's blunt words, she didn't hesitate in the slightest, opening her mouth to snap back. What standing do you have to say such things to me? The streets are so wide, yet they're not enough for you to manage? You even dare to boss your end around? Are you trying to reach for the heavens? At this moment, Yuni only wanted to solve the problem and had no desire to continue. His face cold, he said, You like Lu Dingyuan, right? Lu Dingyuan likes Siali now. The possibility of you competing with Siali for him is almost zero. How about we make a deal? You help me pursue Siali, and I'll help you pursue Lu Dingyuan. We each get what we need. How about it? Chinjinjin had liked Lu Dingyuan for many years and always enjoyed following him around. This wasn't a secret. Anyone who slightly investigated Chinjinjin's past could easily find out. Yuni felt that as a love rival, Chinjinjin stopping Siali from liking another man was simply brainless. Chinjinjin was stunned by Yuni's words, staring at him blankly for a long time without reacting. When she finally processed what he had said, she immediately rolled her eyes at him exaggeratedly. She said impatiently, Who said I like Lu Dingyuan? That stubborn and bad-tempered temper, how could I possibly like him? That ill-tempered old man is nowhere near as good as a sweet, soft, incredibly handsome, and beautiful older sister. Don't talk nonsense. He's not worthy. Chinjinjin was furious inside. Her liking Lu Dingyuan was ancient history from who knows how many centuries ago. Why was someone still bringing it up? So annoying. Hearing Chinjinjin's words, Yuni's expression became extremely strange. If you don't like Lu Dingyuan anymore, then why are you getting close to Siali? Isn't it to understand your love rival? It couldn't possibly be just because Siali was pretty and capable that this girl was deliberately getting close to her, could it? They're both women. How could that be? Chinjinjin put her hands on her hips, looking utterly justified. She slightly raised her chin at Yuni, puffed out her chest, and said coquettishly, Of course it's because I like how Sister Lily is both beautiful and handsome, and has an especially strong aura that gives people a full sense of security. As she spoke, the girl's face turned rosy, as excited as a ground dog showing off how sweet the melons in its field were. Yuni. This person must be sick. Leaving aside that Siali is a woman, just the fact that this person was once her love rival, she shouldn't like her love rival this much, to the point of no longer liking the man she had a crush on for years. Utterly unbelievable. Yuni didn't understand. Yuni chose to skip this topic, giving the other party a tiny bit of reluctant respect, and pulled the conversation back on track. He adjusted his nearly shattered worldview and mindset. Yuni's expression softened slightly as he continued to persuade, Then you should help me even more. Otherwise, would you really be willing to let your wonderful sister Lily end up with a stubborn, rigid man like Lu Dingyuan? His methods when pursuing Siali were notoriously aggressive. The entire military district knew about it. You might as well help me. Let's settle this matter definitively before Lu Dingyuan returns. Once he's back, there will be nothing he can do. The idea of a beloved ex and a current crush getting together was hardly the outcome any normal person would want. Chinjinjin, who had been listening all this time only to hear such a pile of nonsense. Chinjinjin curled her lip, looking at Yuni with utter disdain, her tone laced with disbelief. Buddy, wake up. I dislike Lu Dingyuan and don't want them to be together, but that doesn't mean I want you to be with Sister Lily either. My sister Lily is so wonderful. She deserves to marry the best person in the world, not someone like either of you. One is stubborn and rigid, the other is full of schemes. Just look at yourselves. Which one is a good match? She has so many choices. Why on earth would she have to pick between the two of you? As she spoke, Chinjinjin shot Gu Yuni a resentful glare, her voice filled with indignation. Give it up. I do not approve of this match. With that, she showed no intention of staying a moment longer, turned and ran off. Gu Yuni felt his worldview had been inexplicably restructured by something absurd. He couldn't help feeling he couldn't quite keep up with the thought processes of young girls these days. Watching Chinjinjin's retreating figure, he narrowed his eyes slightly, the look in them growing increasingly profound. Troublesome creature. After returning home, Siali thought that since TVs existed now, she could certainly make one to put at home for her parents to watch. She decided to act on the idea. Although there might still be people keeping an eye on her in Nandao, the overt surveillance had been completely withdrawn. Going to the sugar factory was still possible, except this time, the person driving her was no longer Lu Dingyuan, but the very obedient Zhao Chang. Sitting in the car, Siali felt her hands were a bit empty, and her mouth felt a bit empty too. Seeing that his usually talkative platoon leader was being unusually pensive, as if pondering some major life issue, Zhao Chang asked with concern, "Platoon leader, is there something you need to take care of? The battalion commander instructed me before he left to tell you to let me know whatever you need. I'll find a way to report it to the higher-ups. If it's something that can be requested, I'll definitely get it for you." Before Battalion Commander Lu had confided in him about the platoon leader's true identity, Zhao Chang had simply regarded Siali as a highly capable researcher. But even if he racked his brains, he never would have imagined that his platoon leader was actually Lei Kong. Zhao Chang, who already respected Siali's status, now saw her not just as someone he looked up to and revered, but as the ancestor of the entire army. It wasn't just because Lei Kong's contributions deserved the respect of every Chinese person. It was also because if they kept this ancestor well provided for, the military's technological level would undoubtedly skyrocket immediately. Hadn't they just been attacked by Americans at sea, and then their platoon leader retrofitted the Taodai and shot down American fighter jets? Every time he recalled that experience and the feel of firing the first shell from the Taodai on its maiden voyage, Zhao Chang felt that not only should he fulfill her every request, but he'd even be willing to kowtow to his platoon leader twice a day at set times. Siali was unaware that Zhao Chang was already mentally planning to venerate her like a family ancestor. Hearing his question, she wasn't sure what to say for a moment. Could she really say there was nothing she needed, that she just felt something was missing whenever she went out now, and seeing the familiar scenery naturally made her think of Lu Dingyuan, who was on the battlefield? It's nothing. Today is mainly to check on the situation there, and because I want to make some things. If I need anything, I'll let you know. Seeing that his platoon leader didn't seem to have any major issues, Zhao Chang immediately smiled warmly and said, "All right, platoon leader, just let me know anytime you need something." The two drove all the way to the Secret Research Institute at the sugar factory. The method for making a TV wasn't particularly difficult, especially this old-fashioned type. Even with more advanced functions and better signal reception, as long as she had the materials, Siali could whip one up in minutes. Since this research of Siali's was somewhat unrelated to her main duties, the people in Research Lab Number 2 simply regarded it as a personal hobby of a young girl and didn't participate in the development. After Siali finished making the TVs, she left one at the sugar factory for the researchers to keep up with the outside world. The other one, she quietly took home and slipped into Li Xiuli and Xia Zhengwo's room. Xia Zhengwo watched his daughter sneak into their room in broad daylight, clutching a large square bundle wrapped in blue cloth, his expression utterly indescribable. "What are you doing in broad daylight? You look like a thief." Siali found a spot in the room to place the TV, pulled off the cloth covering it, and said very bluntly, "Thieves take things. Have you ever seen a thief bring you things? If there were such good thieves, I'd have them deliver a year's." Xia Zhengwo had already seen what his daughter had sneakily brought in, and he had no energy to argue with her now. He was clearly shocked. "Where did you get this thing?" Of course, he recognized a television, but for this thing to appear in their house was obviously not right, okay? "Was this something you could just easily get your hands on?" Siali answered quite frankly, "A colleague asked me to help fix something a couple of days ago, and it was a TV. I took it apart a bit to look at the internal structure, then assembled one myself to bring back for you guys to see. When you and Mom are bored, you can just watch it quietly at home." A television was obviously much more advanced than a radio, but while enjoying it yourself was one thing, letting others see it was another. Hadn't she noticed that even Gu Yuni didn't dare to take one out casually? Hearing this, Xia Zhengwo frowned. "What would your mom and I, at our age, watch this thing for? Take it to your room and watch it there." Siali thought to herself that ever since computers and smartphones came along, she didn't even watch TV with over 100 channels at home. Now, with just 1 or 2 channels, what was the point? I don't like watching TV. All those shows preach about enduring hardship and working hard. I think they're poisoning my mind. Xia Zhangwo. Xia Zhangwo was speechless, just feeling the urge to take off his shoe and hit his daughter again. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to reason with his daughter. Enduring hardship and working hard are traditional virtues of the Chinese nation, worthy of being carried forward. Siali adjusted the TV antenna, curled her lip, and said with great disdain, I don't know about traditional virtues. I just know that when you're working, the one who's tired knows it. Go outside and ask if you don't believe me. If people could eat well, drink well, play well at home every day, buy whatever they want, and get whatever they desire immediately, who in the production brigade would be willing to get up early and work late in the fields, toiling under the scorching sun? Xia Zhangwo felt this troublesome child was just being argumentative. It's true no one wants to suffer or work hard, but if everyone thought like you, who would grow the grain if no one worked? Siali turned her head and looked at her old father with confusion. Even Qinsheng, who led an uprising, knew, are kings, nobles, and generals born to their stations? Are you sure farmers genuinely love farming from the bottom of their hearts and aren't just forced to do it to survive? If from the very beginning they had the same learning opportunities and choices as the children of high officials, see how many would willingly dig in the dirt for food? Not to mention distant examples, just look at now. Those people in the production brigade, when they hear about factory recruitment, who doesn't try their hardest to squeeze in if they have a chance? Xia Zhangwo felt his daughter's words made some sense, but were also somehow strangely and illogically argumentative. In today's China, from top to bottom, who wasn't enduring hardship and working hard? But you can't deny that to succeed, you must endure hardship and work hard. Siali completely rejected the PUA compressed package sent by her dear father, embracing her slacker attitude with a clear conscience. People strive for higher places, water flows to lower ground. Enduring hardship is just the process to a better life. Those born at the top don't need to suffer this hardship. Everyone suffers because they have no other choice. You can't just promote this, having no choice, as a virtue, can you? Comrade Lao Xia, I think your constant desire for me to suffer and work hard is unrealistic. Most importantly, I'm not listening anyway. Xia Zhangwo, who had just been preparing to stand on his daughter's side and rack his brains to slightly understand her perspective. Xia Zhangwo silently took off his shoe and, without another word, charged straight towards his daughter. Who are you calling Lao Xia? I'll teach you to not listen. I'll teach you to be cheeky with me. What daughter argues like you? Is that any way to talk to your father? One day without a beating and you're tearing the roof tiles off. Since Xia Zhangwo was chasing her, Siali naturally wasn't going to stand there dumbly. She reflexively took off running and vanished in a puff of smoke. Even after running out, she didn't forget to chastise her old father. Hitting people at the drop of a hat, you're so unreasonable. Can't catch me, naya naya naya. Xia Zhangwo, his fists clenched hard. If only this damn girl were 10 years younger, he'd definitely pin her over his knee and spank her bottom red. What kind of brat talks like this? Worse than those naughty boys. Siali jogged all the way out and soon saw a very familiar figure in the distance. It was the old lady who had stopped her to ask for directions that day when she and Qinjinjin were going into the city to play. The old lady was holding a chicken feeding bowl, diligently feeding the little chickens in the yard. She kept making calling sounds, cluck cluck cluck, cluck cluck cluck, come eat. Siali wasn't surprised to see the old lady in the military family compound, as she had known that day the old lady was visiting family. What surprised her was that the old lady wasn't somewhere else, but at sister-in-law Wang's house. She hadn't heard before that sister-in-law Wang had visitors. She had even run into sister-in-law Wang this morning, and sister-in-law Wang hadn't breathed a word about it. Logically, given their relationship, that shouldn't be the case. The old lady looked up after feeding the chickens and saw Siali staring at her, a clear flash of surprise in her eyes as well. She immediately gave Siali a kind, amiable smile, walked a few steps towards the gate with the bowl, and said warmly, Comrade, so you live in this family compound too? I haven't run into you all these days. As she spoke, she quickly walked a few steps towards the chicken coop, took out 2 eggs, and walked over, about to hand them to Siali. Thank you for giving me directions last time. I don't have anything decent to thank you with. Take these 2 eggs home to eat. Although times weren't as tight as during the 3 difficult years of the early 60s, food was definitely not abundant for every household. At least in sister-in-law Wang's family, the kids didn't get to eat meat every day. Siali knew perfectly well that her directions that day probably hadn't been much use. The old lady's family clearly hadn't believed her. Besides, it wasn't a big deal, so she naturally wouldn't accept any thank you gift. She waved her hand. No need, it was just giving directions. Keep them for the kids. Is sister-in-law Wang not home? Hearing Siali mention sister-in-law Wang, the old lady's expression clearly showed a moment of surprise. She immediately turned her head towards the house and called out loudly, Yufin. Someone's here to see you, come out quickly. Sister-in-law Wang heard the commotion and soon pushed the door open to come out. She was wearing a somewhat faded apron. Even though she tried to hold back, her whole person still exuded weariness. Walking quickly forward, she looked up and realized the person looking for her was actually Siali. Her face stiffened subconsciously for a moment, but quickly adjusted. She turned to the old lady and said, Mom, you go inside first. I'll talk to Xiaoxia. The old lady looked all smiles. So it's Xiaoxia. She was the one who gave us directions when we came to Nan Island. I said I wanted to thank her properly. Then she looked at Siali and warmly invited, how about you stay and eat with us tonight, young lady? We're killing a chicken tonight, so there'll be meat. Mom, that chick isn't even grown yet. Besides, I raised that chicken to lay eggs for Xiaobao. How can we kill it now? The old hens hardly laid any eggs now, so she had raised a few chicks to take over. But who would have thought the old lady wanted to kill a chicken? Hearing sister-in-law Wang's words, the old lady immediately became displeased, though she only frowned slightly, her voice still gentle as she advised, Yufin, I have to say this. She helped our family. What's wrong with inviting her for a chicken dinner? Besides, from the sound of it, you two are quite familiar, clearly friends. We can't be so stingy. If you don't want to kill the chick, then we'll kill the old hen. The chicks should start laying in another month or two anyway. Then she looked at Siali, her tone softening further. Don't listen to her nonsense, child. Auntie will stew chicken for you tonight. Build up your health. Sister-in-law Wang's face instantly turned even uglier. But before she could say anything, Siali frowned and immediately objected, no need. My parents will cook at home tonight. Keep the chicken for Xiaobao's eggs. Our family usually eats well. We don't lack a chicken for nourishment. No need to kill a chicken over such a small matter. Ever since she had saved sister-in-law Wang, every time she came to the base, sister-in-law Wang would make braised pork for her. After she moved into the family compound, sister-in-law Wang often sent food to their house. Siali didn't believe someone like that would begrudge her a bite or two of food. Moreover, only then did sister-in-law Wang realize her earlier words, though not directed at Siali, were easily misunderstood. She immediately felt embarrassed. Turning to Siali apologetically, she said, Xiaoxia, sorry. Sister-in-law was a bit impatient just now. I'll make some braised pork tonight to make it up to you. Siali waved her hand. No need to be so polite. Before Brother Wang left, I promised him I'd help take good care of you. Being so polite with me makes us seem like strangers. Although Xiaoli's relationship with Company Commander Wang wasn't as good as with sister-in-law Wang, some things still needed to be said. After all, sister-in-law Wang's mother was here. The military family compound was applied for by Company Commander Wang. His wife shouldn't be bullied here. Xiaoli's thoughts were good, but the actual situation was completely opposite to what she imagined. The old lady looked at Siali in great surprise. So before our third son went to the front, he entrusted his wife to your care? Why didn't the child say so earlier? If he had, I, as his mother, would have come. Why trouble a young girl? Siali. Oh, so it's the mother-in-law, not the wife's mother. No wonder she was so confident criticizing her daughter-in-law. Seems she was mistaken before. Sister-in-law Wang's face was now extremely grim. Suppressing her emotions, she said stiffly to the old lady, Mom, you go inside first. I have something to say to Xiaoxia. If you have anything, wait until I come back to talk. Even though sister-in-law Wang was trying her best to hold back, her voice still carried traces of weariness and impatience. The old lady didn't insist on saying. Hearing this, her expression flashed with embarrassment, as if she had just realized she was causing trouble for her daughter-in-law, looking somewhat ashamed. All right, you two chat first. Then she smiled at Siali, a very warm and approachable smile, like a very familiar neighborly grandma. Come visit when you have time. After saying that, she took the chicken feeding bowl and left. Siali could sense that after the old lady left, sister-in-law Wang visibly relaxed. This state was clearly not right. When only the two of them were left, Siali pulled her under a large tree. Dappled tree shadows fell on their faces, light and shadow flickering. Sister-in-law Wang hung her head slightly, making it somewhat hard to see her expression clearly. But when she looked at Siali, she had returned to her usual virtuous housewife demeanor. She asked Siali curiously, Xiaoxia, did you need something? Siali wasn't one for beating around the bush, so she asked directly. Do you need my help? Your relationship with her doesn't seem good. As for what kind of help, they both understood. That old lady was clearly not on the same side as sister-in-law Wang. Apart from making the old lady leave or quiet down, there didn't seem to be other options. Sister-in-law Wang didn't expect Siali to be so sharp, immediately seeing the discord between her and her mother-in-law. She repeatedly refused, no, it's no trouble. They just came to see us because our Lao Wang went to the front. Probably once Wang comes back, they'll leave. Siali, having heard about the current war situation from Yuni, didn't think the war would end immediately just because of new weapons. That's uncertain. Who knows when the war will end? If you really have trouble, just tell me. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she felt sister-in-law Wang seemed reluctant for her to have contact with that old lady. But she was just an old lady. What was there to see? Why would sister-in-law Wang be so wary to this extent? Sister-in-law Wang smiled at Siali and agreed naturally. Okay, if sister-in-law has any problems, I'll definitely tell you. Seeing that sister-in-law Wang was determined not to talk about family matters, Siali didn't press further. Everyone had their own thoughts. She couldn't just invade someone's privacy because she wanted to help, right? Since her help wasn't needed, she wouldn't interfere. Siali's days passed very peacefully. Apart from having to go to work when her vacation was over, it wasn't much different from early retirement. But what she didn't expect was that an accident would happen that very night. Siali looked down at the physics-related book in her hand, with red circles drawn and dense notes with questions written beside them, and fell into complete silence. Although Division Commander Liu had told her a few days ago that they hadn't found any issues with Yuni's background and she could interact with him safely, she had always thought that given the harsh conditions she had proposed, the likelihood of Yuni contacting her just to ask questions was very small. But she truly hadn't expected Yuni to actually find knowledge that was neither too advanced nor so simple a high school physics teacher would know. Yuni watched Siali silently reading the book and asked with a thirsting expression, I read the knowledge explained in the book and found it very reasonable. To verify it, I took apart a motorcycle a few days ago and modified its structure a bit. I thought the speed would increase, but I didn't expect it to start emitting black smoke not long after I started it. I think my understanding of the related knowledge might be wrong, so I want to ask the two physics teachers at the school. But they didn't seem to know much about vehicles, which is why I'm bothering Comrade Siali. As he spoke, he gave a somewhat helpless smile. I hope after learning these few points, I can fix that half-crippled motorcycle. Siali. It was smoking, and this guy still dared to try fixing it himself. With zero foundational knowledge, he dared to tinker with a motorcycle that had a gas tank. This guy really wasn't afraid of death. Even though inwardly. Swallowing a million words of speechlessness, Siali still earnestly explained those few pages of knowledge points to Yuni. After finishing the explanation, Siali kindly reminded him, if it's belching black smoke, you can check the spark plugs or see if there's a fault in the ignition wiring. If it really doesn't work, just find someone who knows how to fix it. Yuni smiled, not taking Siali's suggestion to find someone else to fix it seriously. The reason he was learning this stuff was to have more contact with Siali. As for that motorcycle, he'd been secretly playing with military motorcycles since he was 13, behind his father's back. Fixing other things might be difficult for him, but fixing a motorcycle was quite easy. He nodded with a very agreeable expression. I'll try fixing it myself first. If I can't, then we'll see. Seeing his determined look to do it himself, Siali didn't try to dissuade him further. Beginners all shared a common trait, low skill but high enthusiasm. Once beginners realized they lacked talent, they'd easily be beaten into reality by their own lack of skill, discovering a widely admired truth in this world. Nothing is difficult in the world for one who is willing to give up. She then went through all the problems with Yuni. Yuni rested his chin on one hand, frowning slightly with a thoughtful expression, and nodded. He turned to look at Siali, his gaze gentle and clear. I roughly understand these points. I'll try again when I get back. If it still doesn't work, can I come ask you again? Siali. Siali started wondering in her heart if she should pretend to know nothing when he asked questions next time, to guide him into not coming to ask her anymore. But her identity as Lei Kong couldn't remain secret forever. Once everyone knew her level of knowledge in mechanics, how would people think of her if this got out? After seeing Yuni off, Siali stretched, lazily walked towards the big tree at the compound entrance, planning to listen to some gossip to cheer herself up. She had just gotten near the tree when she heard some very discordant voices coming from that direction. That Auntie Wang is so pitiful, working so hard every day and still being disliked by her daughter-in-law. We've all lived in the same compound for so long, who would have thought Sister Wang was that kind of person? It shouldn't be, right? Xiao Wang seemed pretty down-to-earth to me. How could she do such a thing? What else could it be? You can know a person's face, but not their heart. I think she just wants to pocket Company Commander Wang's subsidy and doesn't want to support his parents. That kind of person has ideological problems. Exactly, ideological problems. Look how skinny the child from Little Bao's uncle's family is, then look at Little Bao. Auntie Wang clearly dotes on children. If she really had money, how could she not feed the child? I told you all before, didn't I? That Sister Wang isn't much good, and even her child is no good. Before, you all said it was my fault. Now you see whose fault it is, right? The speaker was a middle-aged woman with slightly messy hair and thin cheeks. Siali recognized her. She lived next to Sister Wang's family. Their families had argued several times over a private plot, and their relationship had always been bad. Sister Wang hadn't badmouthed this woman much outside, but this woman had spread plenty of rumors behind Sister Wang's back. Siali walked up behind her very quietly, listening to her incessant spiel of, "I told you so. The people I say are bad are all bad, you just don't have discerning eyes." She suddenly spoke up, soundlessly. "Looking now, it's still your fault. Regardless of Sister Wang's character, your character for badmouthing people behind their backs really isn't much good. Where there are many people, there is much gossip, especially when there are many women. These military wives weren't strangers to spreading rumors behind others' backs. Siali herself had heard others spread various romantic rumors about her several times. She just hadn't expected that in such a short time, Sister Wang, a perfectly good person, would see her reputation plummet so sharply. As soon as Siali spoke, an eerie silence fell over the group. Everyone knew Siali was close to Sister Wang, so they basically avoided saying bad things about Sister Wang in front of her. Now that they'd been caught red-handed, it was naturally awkward. The woman who had been rebutted was immediately displeased. She turned and glared at Siali angrily. "Xiaoxia, how can you talk like that? What's wrong with my character? Explain yourself clearly. That Wang woman mistreats her mother-in-law. I'm just telling the truth." Siali leaned lazily against the tree, arms crossed, a mocking smile curling her lips as she looked at the woman. "At the very least, you and Sister Wang have a feud, but Sister Wang has never badmouthed you behind your back. As for you saying Sister Wang mistreats her mother-in-law, who spread that? Did you squat in their house and see it with your own eyes?" The woman who didn't get along with Sister Wang was surnamed Shin. Hearing Xiaoli's words, she was choked with anger and immediately became unwilling. She stood up, hands on her hips, and shouted at Siali with a hostile face, "That Wang woman has been giving her mother-in-law the cold shoulder these past few days, and her mother-in-law doesn't even dare talk back. Her husband's older brother came to help tell their plot, and she actually scolded him, complaining about him doing the work for her. She even resented his child coming over to eat a few meals. They've been arguing a lot these days. Every single one of these incidents is known by the whole compound, and several people saw it with their own eyes. Are these things a decent person would do? I'm saying she's wrong. What are you yelling at me for? Were you squatting in their house? Do you know some reason why that Wang woman had to act this way? Taking sides isn't done like this. You're so young. How can you be so unreasonable?" Aside from her own family, this was the first time since arriving in this world that Siali had been pointed at and scolded like this. Siali was never one to tolerate such things, and she was immediately angered into a laugh. Having interacted for so long, she knew perfectly well what kind of person Sister Wang was. She was the type who, if you showed her an ounce of kindness, would insist on repaying you tenfold. She absolutely would not do something like bullying her mother-in-law and brother-in-law. She immediately grabbed Sister Shin's wrist and started dragging her towards Sister Wang's house. "Since everyone thinks this matter is wrong, let's go have a proper talk at their place. Didn't you say someone saw it? Tell me who, I'll call them, and we'll all go together. If it's Sister Wang's fault, we have to make her correct it. But if someone is deliberately spreading rumors, then we need to talk to the political commissar in the army. Ruining someone's reputation absolutely cannot be let go easily, or are you trying to drive someone to their death?" Sister Shin hadn't expected the usually amiable Siali to resort to force so suddenly and was startled, struggling desperately. Her voice cracked as she shouted, "Siali, what are you doing? Let me go right now." Sister Shin twisted her body violently, trying to break free from Siali's grip, but no matter how hard she tried, putting on the vigor of a New Year's pig about to be slaughtered, she couldn't free herself an inch. The wives sitting under the big tree chatting were also startled by Siali's actions. It was one thing to gossip under the tree, but involving the men's work was a whole other matter. Besides, didn't Xiaoxia usually listen to gossip with them under the tree too? Why was she suddenly thinking of reporting this? This was simply not following the unwritten rules. Someone immediately tried to stop Siali, persuading her, "Xiaoxia, let's talk this out properly. No need for force." "Yeah, Xiaoxia, we just heard about it. No need to make such a big fuss. Xiao Wang over there did act somewhat excessively, otherwise we wouldn't be talking about it. Taking it to the leaders wouldn't be good, would it?" Sister Shin quickly nodded frantically in agreement. Yes. I just thought she went too far, that's why I said it. Let go quickly. My arm is about to be yanked off." Siali would be a fool to listen to them. She directly hauled Sister Shin to Sister Wang's doorstep. Seeing an unfamiliar child playing at the door, she didn't ask him to call anyone. Instead, she yelled towards the house at the top of her lungs, "Sister Wang, I brought Sister Shin and the other sisters to visit. Come out and greet your guests, let's have a chat." The group of wives who had been forcibly dragged over to chat. Sister Wang, who was working inside the house. Hearing Xiaoli's tone, Sister Wang knew something was wrong. She immediately put down her work and ran out. Seeing so many people gathered at her door, she was dumbfounded. She asked in astonishment, Xia, what's this? Siali never maliciously misrepresented things. She laid it out directly. Sister, they said you've been giving your mother-in-law the cold shoulder these past few days, and she doesn't even dare talk back. Your husband's older brother came to help tell your plot, and you scolded him, complaining about him doing the work for you. You even resented his child coming over to eat a few meals, arguing a lot these days. They also said your child is no good. I don't believe you're that kind of person, so I came to verify with you. After saying that, she turned to look at the group of wives. By the way, didn't you say there were witnesses? Where are the witnesses? It was after work hours. The commotion Siali and the others caused had already attracted many people. Not only were their wives out for a stroll after dinner, but many soldiers had also come out to see. A large crowd had gathered, all watching the spectacle at Sister Wang's door. Those wives were fine with gossiping and spreading rumors behind people's backs, but who would dare step forward to confront them in front of so many people? How could they continue living in the residential compound after that? When asked, not a single one made a sound. After hearing Siali's account, Sister Wang understood perfectly. Those people must have been bad-mouthing her behind her back. Siali overheard, and Siali, trusting her character, brought them here to clear her name. Sister Wang's hands were trembling with anger at their malicious words. She was just about to open her mouth to refute them when Auntie Wang came out from inside, looking anxious. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Seeing the old lady come out, Sister Shin immediately perked up. She said right away, Old lady, we're standing up for you. Come and tell everyone. Is it true that you work for your daughter-in-law every day, and she still scolds you, treats you badly, isn't filial? The old lady's face changed immediately upon hearing Sister Shin's words. She quickly waved her hands, denying it. No, who's spreading such nonsense? My daughter-in-law treats me very well. Although she said this, and her expression was very firm, the slight panic in her eyes, the desire to hide something, was still caught by some observant people. People often trust the clues they detect themselves more than what others say. Many in the crowd immediately felt they had the truth, and their looks towards Sister Wang turned strange. Seeing the old lady's expression, Siali was nearly angered into laughter. She immediately turned to the wives who had been gossiping earlier. Who was it that said they saw with their own eyes how Sister Wang mistreated the old lady? If you can't produce evidence today, we'll go straight to the division political commissar and let him properly deal with discipline and conduct. Seeing Siali's expression, everyone felt a sudden toothache. One wife couldn't help but say, Xia, you usually like to chat with us too. No need to go this far, right? If it's like this, who will want to chat with you in the future? Auntie Wang looked at Siali apologetically, her eyes full of complexity. Xia, we're all neighbors, no need to be so serious. I already said my daughter-in-law treats me well, let's not cause trouble for the army. Otherwise, affecting the reputation of the military wives here would be our family's fault. Siali looked at Auntie Wang with a strange gaze, beginning to understand why the straightforward Sister Wang couldn't outmaneuver her. Look at these sentences, not a single one directly blames her, but every sentence implies she's causing trouble for the army and harming the wives' reputations. She scoffed. I listened to the sisters chatter because I haven't been on South Island long and want to understand our unit's situation better. But that's based on always believing the sisters are honest and sincere, that what I hear is absolutely true. If the daily topics are reduced to nothing but rumors, then it's better not to listen at all. An old lady who often chatted under the big tree in the crowd didn't like this. Her face hardened, and she said in a reproachful voice, Child, how can you talk like that? Who are you saying spreads rumors? Before Siali could speak, Sister Wang stepped forward. I'm saying you spread rumors. Sister Wang had been so angry earlier from being insulted, and her child being insulted, that she was momentarily speechless. But Siali was arguing for her sake. She couldn't just let Siali charge ahead while she remained in a protected... The faces of those who had spoken ill of Sister Wang's child immediately turned very ugly upon hearing this. Auntie Wang's face also darkened slightly. She reached out and grabbed Sister Wang's arm, exerting a slight pressure, frowning as she reprimanded Sister Wang. How can you talk like that? How can you handle things this way with neighbors? Then she turned to the crowd, frowning righteously. This is our Wang family's own business. We don't need everyone's involvement, and I hope you won't say anything unpleasant in the future. It's not good for my son's reputation. Everyone, please disperse. The crowd looked embarrassed, but in their hearts, they leaned towards the idea that Sister Wang was in the wrong, and her mother-in-law was tolerating her, and even trying to smooth things over for the sake of her own son. Sister Wang was indeed unfilial. What those people said might be true. Feeling the slight sting on her wrist, Sister Wang's face turned dark. How could she not know what her mother-in-law was hinting at? If she continued speaking, it might damage her husband Lao Wang's reputation. If this only concerned herself, she would definitely swallow today's bitterness. But today was different. Because of her mother-in-law, The army wives had not only insulted her child, but if she backed down now, what about Siali, who had come to seek justice for her? Wouldn't that be letting Siali down alone? Sister Wang's face was filled with determination. With a touch of resolve, she was someone accustomed to farm work, possessing great strength. With a light flick, she broke free from the old woman's grip. Her face cold, she took a few steps forward and looked at the crowd. If you're talking about how I scolded your uncle when he came to plow my field, it's because he uprooted and threw away all the seedlings I had planted that were about to mature, and instead planted leeks that his son wanted to eat. As for complaining about the children from the uncle's family causing trouble during meals, it's because that child wanted to kill all the hens in my yard that I kept for laying eggs, to eat chicken every day, and even secretly took my son's tuition money to buy candy. And as for giving my mother-in-law a hard time every day, it's because she made me serve her eldest son's family from morning till night without even 5 minutes of rest. If she saw me stop, she would scold me, even dumping soil from flower pots on the ground to make me work. But when she went out, she acted as if she was doing everything for our family's good, putting on a kind and silent demeanor. Well then, I admit it, you're right. I hope one day you can also enjoy such a good life. The crowd fell silent, their expressions turning strange. The old woman looked at Sister Wang with disbelief, frowning as she scolded, "Have you gone mad?" Sister Wang curled her lips, her face full of desolation. She smiled self-mockingly, and when she looked at the old woman again, her eyes were filled with helplessness and resolve. Maybe I have gone mad. I can't sacrifice my own son's future just for my husband's career. If you want to report third brother, go ahead and report him. At worst, we'll all go back to farming. That's still better than letting you keep oppressing us and ruining even our child's future. I've had enough. When manipulating someone, you don't fear their weaknesses being small. What you fear most is when they stop caring altogether. The old woman never expected her third daughter-in-law, who had always been so cautious and submissive, to suddenly become reckless and defiant. Her face immediately turned even uglier. Elder Wang, clearly more astute than the old woman, quickly put on a stern face and scolded Sister Wang. "Sister-in-law, how can you speak like that? How could we possibly do such things? Besides, what would we even report third brother for? Third brother is my own brother. If he does well, wouldn't I be happy too? I understand that you still have to live in the military camp and want to protect your reputation, but you can't just slander your own family like this, can you? Mom is so old, and you only give her 10 yuan a year for her support, relying entirely on us to take care of her. And now you want Mom and us to bear the blame for you too? What were you thinking? Hurry up and apologize to Mom." He was clearer-headed than his mother. He knew that to gain benefits from third brother's family, they had to ensure third brother remained the high-ranking company commander. If they really caused third brother to lose his job, and the couple decided to become utterly shameless, they wouldn't get any benefits at all. Reputation didn't matter anymore now. The priority was to make third brother's wife back down. Hearing about the 10 yuan a year for support, the crowd reacted like cold water hitting hot oil. They exploded. Company Commander Wang was now an officer of some rank. Excluding mission subsidies, his basic monthly income was over 30 yuan. Sister Wang worked at the sugar factory, and excluding subsidies, her monthly income was over 20 yuan. Combined, their salaries totaled at least 50 yuan a month, over 600 yuan a year, and they only gave the old mother 10 yuan for her support. Even the other military dependents, who also sent money back to their families, were shocked to hear this. Sister Wang curled her lips. Once the words were out, they weren't so hard to say anymore. Now, she felt the courage to burn her bridges. Sister Wang sneered. "Why don't you mention that third brother was adopted out when he was very young, and has no obligation to support you at all?" Whoa, many in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim at this big revelation. The twists and turns were coming one after another, truly overwhelming. Elder Wang's face darkened, his tone carrying a hint of threat. "But do you remember that your husband was able to join the army precisely because of his status as a member of the Wang family? Sister-in-law, if you put it that way, then there's no point. You can't eat from the bowl and then curse the one who provided it, can you?" He really couldn't understand what this woman was thinking, daring to blurt out everything. Since Sister Wang had made up her mind, she wouldn't turn back. She looked coldly at Elder Wang. "Isn't that 10 yuan the fee for renting your family's genealogy register? It was agreed back then, as long as we gave you 10 yuan every year, third brother's name would be restored to the genealogy. How third brother left home, you know perfectly well. Do I need to remind you?" Seeing that Sister Wang was indeed saying, "If I reveal Wang Third's true identity, I'm afraid he won't be able to stay in the army." Sister Wang's eyes held a sense of release. She scoffed. "Do you think that after we've spoken so plainly, the army won't investigate? Once this matter is out in the open, it can't be hidden anymore. I'm also tired of this life. Whatever happens, let the organization decide. I don't care anymore." After saying this, she turned to look at Company Commander Wang's direct superior, who was also there watching the commotion. Battalion Commander Zhao, regarding my husband, I have something to report to you. Could we speak privately? Battalion Commander Zhao hadn't expected that after dinner, coming out to watch some drama would end up involving him directly. Knowing this likely concerned Company Commander Wang's identity and wasn't something to be discussed openly, his expression turned serious. Come with me. Everyone present, whether those who came to pick a fight, those forced to come, or those just watching, fell silent. No matter how curious they were, they tacitly agreed to let Sister Wang and Battalion Commander Zhao discuss Company Commander Wang's matter privately. However, not everyone was so understanding. There were always those who couldn't stand to see others do well. If she wants to clarify things, she should do it in public. Aunt Wang, seeing that Sister Wang was slipping from her control and knowing she wouldn't get any benefits in the future, decided to go all out and revealed Sister Wang's family affairs completely. If she won't say it, I'll say it for her. Wang III is not our Wang family's son, he's the son of a landlord. Given his class status, he shouldn't have been allowed to join the army at all. It's only because he registered under our family's genealogy that the organization fulfilled their wicked wish. Hiss. Everyone present gasped. If capitalists were seen as aloof and distant, a group everyone knew was bad and needed to be overthrown but had little direct contact with, then landlords, a more down-to-earth group that caused deep harm, were even more detestable. After the founding of the nation, this group's class status had always been problematic. They absolutely shouldn't have been allowed to serve in the army. Company Commander Wang's audacity was astounding. Seeing that Sister Wang didn't refute it, Siali knew the old woman wasn't lying. She suddenly felt a bit of regret for stirring up this trouble, but also vaguely felt that the old woman's story didn't quite add up. Siali looked puzzledly at the old woman's face. So, Company Commander Wang isn't biologically related to your family? From what was said earlier, it sounded like she was his birth mother. Could it be an adoption? The old woman had nothing left to hide. She looked coldly at Siali, her smile not reaching her eyes. He is my biological son, but when he was 3, he was adopted out and became the landlord's son. The army only needs to investigate a little to find out clearly. The expressions of everyone present turned rather unpleasant. They all lived in the same military dependence compound. They might have conflicts with others, but no one actually wanted to ruin anyone. Even Sister Shin, who usually disliked Sister Wang, didn't add fuel to the fire now. Battalion Commander Zhao, seeing that the matter couldn't be resolved privately, said with a cold face, the army will investigate this thoroughly. As for the rest. So, when our army recruits, does it go by the genealogy register or by blood relations? Siali didn't let Battalion Commander Zhao finish before asking another question. Battalion Commander Zhao had some understanding of platoon leader Siali's notorious style. Knowing she was protective of her own, he guessed she might want to speak in Company Commander Wang's defense. So he didn't hide anything and explained what he knew. It's not just based on the household register. Political screening mainly examines the political status of the individual and their immediate family. Generally, it requires a certificate of no criminal record issued by the local police station where the individual's household is registered. Depending on the position, some may also require no criminal record certificates for the parents, a personal conduct evaluation, a comprehensive assessment from the village committee or neighborhood office, and a review of personal files. Siali nodded, repeating for confirmation. So, it mainly looks at the household register, whether the immediate family or the individual themselves have any misconduct. Battalion Commander Zhao nodded. That's correct. Siali then turned to Sister Wang. Your family gives the Wang family 10 yuan every year to buy a place in their genealogy and be on their household register? Sister Wang wasn't stupid. Hearing Siali's words, she immediately realized what she was getting at. She confirmed firmly yes. Before transferring out for the army, our household registration was always under the Wang family's household register. Siali nodded. According to immediate family, the Wang family's background isn't problematic either. So, where did Company Commander Wang go wrong? All his political screening followed normal procedures. Battalion Commander Zhao. Sister Wang. Everyone else present. It sounded reasonable, but why did it also feel so wrong? As if, in her view, the adoption issue was just brushed aside like that? Seeing that everyone seemed to accept what Siali said, Elder Wang immediately shouted, how can it be calculated like that? He was adopted out many years ago. How can he still be considered part of our family? If they hadn't fallen out, it might have been different. But now that they had, if they didn't bring Wang III down, they might face retaliation. How could that be allowed? Aunt Wang also said with a cold face, since this matter has been brought up, the army can't just lightly dismiss it. He took our family status, but doesn't support us in our old age. Where in the world is there such a good deal? I don't acknowledge him as part of our family. Siali scoffed. The household register was transferred long ago. Does your acknowledgement matter? Let's be honest, you just want more money. Not only do you want to leech off a son you barely raised, but you also come to his home to bully his wife and child. Why bother with all these weak arguments? Seeing the two sides about to argue again, although Battalion Commander Zhao wanted to protect his subordinate, he also didn't want to give others grounds for criticism in front of everyone. He said coldly, "The army will investigate this matter. I'll give everyone an answer later. Everyone, disperse for now." Siali said seriously to Sister Wang, sister-in-law, "Since they don't acknowledge being your relatives anymore, why don't you throw their things out and let them sleep on the streets?" Before the fallout, there might have been room for negotiation. But now that both sides had fallen out, why leave any face for each other? If the old woman had caused this trouble while Company Commander Wang was usually in the army, he might have been implicated. But now Company Commander Wang was on the battlefield. Siali felt that unless the army was insane, they wouldn't convict him at a time like this. Since he likely wouldn't be punished, why keep indulging them? Everyone present felt somewhat speechless. However, Sister Wang seemed tempted by Siali's suggestion. Elder Wang immediately objected, pointing fiercely at Siali. "How can you be so malicious, young lady? What does this have to do with you? If it weren't for you today, this matter would never have come out." Siali glanced at him, her tone sarcastic. "So it shouldn't have come out, letting you suck the blood of that couple for a lifetime, and then their son's blood after that? Aren't you old enough to reflect on yourself?" She could criticize herself, and Sister Wang could criticize her too, but these perpetrators had no right to do so. Even if she hadn't brought this matter into the open today, once Sister Wang found out they were already slandering her son, the two sides would still have fallen out. The only difference was that now, with the fallout, Sister Wang would suffer less. Sister Wang ignored Elder Wang, and was about to say something when Battalion Commander Zhao interrupted. Battalion Commander Zhao looked at Sister Wang, his tone very calm. "Third brother isn't home right now. Let them stay at your place for a few days. I'll report this to the higher-ups, and we'll decide after the results come down." According to Siali's reasoning, it might indeed be possible for Company Commander Wang to avoid punishment. But the prerequisite was that since he came from their household register, he should act like it. Kicking them out immediately after the fallout might be understandable in principle, but what would others think? Sister Wang pursed her lips. Though unwilling, she agreed. "I can let them stay temporarily." But the previous attitude of enduring without fighting back, accepting abuse without retort, and giving them whatever they wanted, that would absolutely not continue. Seeing that Sister Wang was reasonable, Battalion Commander Zhao nodded with relief and left. This matter needed to be handled quickly to avoid further complications. Elder Wang and Aunt Wang, seeing the situation was settled and that causing more trouble likely wouldn't change anything, were furious. They glared fiercely at Sister Wang and Siali, said nothing more to them, and turned to enter Sister Wang's house. Sister Wang felt somewhat awkward facing Siali, who had come to help but got dragged into their family dispute. She was also afraid Siali would be angry that she let them stay. She looked somewhat apologetically at Siali. "Keeping them at your place is the best solution. I was just feeling indignant. As long as you don't blame me for bringing people to your home and causing all this trouble." Hearing this, the worried Sister Wang broke into a smile instead. She lowered her voice and said to Siali, "You know what? Those people bullying me is one thing, but last night, they actually abused little Bao. When I saw those blue and purple bruises on his body, and those tiny red needle pricks, my heart was filled with utter hatred. Little Bao is my life. At that moment, I thought, this kind of life can't go on any longer. In fact, I had already prepared to buy some things after work today, and settle things with them tonight. You saved their lives." That old woman had higher demands than others and always looked down on her for not doing work, so she was more time-consuming. Other families had already finished dinner, while their family's dinner was only half-cooked. Today, little Bao was deliberately sent to another family to spend the night. If it weren't for Siali causing this commotion, her rat poison would have already been in the pot. When Siali heard Sister-in-law Wang say this, how could she not understand? Sister-in-law Wang was planning to poison that family. If this were to be convicted, probably everyone in the Wang family, including Sister-in-law Wang's own family, would suffer. For a moment, Siali was unusually speechless. After a long silence, she finally said softly, "For that kind of person, sacrificing yourself isn't worth it. Moreover, if something really happened to you, what would happen to little Bao? Company Commander Wang can't be home every day. Which stepmother would truly treat someone else's child as her own? Besides, Company Commander Wang is about to get promoted upon his return and has some connections in the military. If you really commit a crime, little Bao won't be able to become an official in the future." Mentioning her son, Sister-in-law Wang fell completely silent. After a long while, she finally said, "I was mistaken. I won't be so impulsive again." Siali patted her arm. "Go back and rest. Think about how to handle this." Sister-in-law Wang nodded slightly. "I know." With no more spectacle to watch and everyone having had their fill of gossip, they dispersed. The military's investigation this time was swift, and they soon reached a conclusion. Just as Siali had anticipated, without interference from the committee and given that Company Commander Wang's status wasn't high enough to be at the center of a life-and-death political struggle, no one would go to great lengths to target him. The military ultimately decided to handle the matter lightly. The reason given was, during the political review, it was at the Wang family's home, and the Wang family are Company Commander Wang's direct relatives, so the military could only base it on the political review. If the Wang family now retracted their statement, they would have to bear certain responsibilities for providing false information to the national military, and the military would definitely not let them off lightly. As for the old landlord family that Company Commander Wang was adopted into, their attitude during Reformation was relatively good, and they had died before Company Commander Wang turned 13. Later, Company Commander Wang relied on his own hands to work and support himself, enduring hardships and working diligently, so there were definitely no ideological issues. In short, the military acknowledged Company Commander Wang's relationship with the Wang family, but did not acknowledge his relationship with the old landlord. As for how their family members should interact, well, sorry, the military couldn't manage that much. The Wang family waited for several days, only to receive such an answer, and naturally, they weren't willing to accept it. They decided to go all the way. Didn't the military say their family and the Wang family were relatives? Well, if they were relatives, and her son was on the battlefield, the military couldn't possibly drive out an old mother, right? With crying, making a scene, and threatening suicide, they stirred up trouble for several days in a row, bullying the mother and son of the Wang family to the point of exhaustion. The military mediated several times, but given Company Commander Wang's current special status, it was manageable within the military. However, if it spilled outside, the Wang family's commotion might cause unforeseen trouble. For a while, the two sides were at a stalemate. Siali watched the Wang family's outrageous behavior every day, feeling like they could fly to the sky if they tied a skyrocket to themselves. Her patience gradually wore thin. One day, when sister-in-law Wang got off work, Siali directly intercepted her at the military gate. Sister-in-law Wang was surprised to see Siali. She got off her bicycle and asked curiously, "Siali, what are you doing here?" Siali tilted her head. Siali turned to sister-in-law Wang, frowning slightly and asking seriously, "Sister-in-law, do you want to get rid of them?" A bitter smile appeared on sister-in-law Wang's face. "How could I not want to?" But they refused to leave. "What can I do?" The military had already acknowledged the familial relationship between the two families. Driving them out now risked them causing a scene. This wasn't just about whether they wanted to get rid of them or not. Siali rubbed her chin with her index finger. "Maybe you could discuss with the leadership about preventing them from visiting in the future? Or have the leadership call their production brigade and tell them not to issue travel permits unnecessarily." Sister-in-law Wang looked conflicted. Not issuing travel permits to come here is one thing, but how could they make that call? Siali thought for a moment. "Should I make the call?" Sister-in-law Wang was speechless. Under sister-in-law Wang's incredulous gaze, Siali said, "I'm an official, after all, an official who can be verified by the military. If Lu Dingyuan were here, she would have had him, as a current battalion commander, make the call. That would sound more impressive than her, a platoon leader." After some thought, she decided against it. Her position as an official wasn't much different from not having one. "I'll go talk to Division Commander Lu and see if he can think of a solution." When sister-in-law Wang heard Siali mention asking Division Commander Lu for help, she quickly waved her hands. No, we can't trouble such a high-ranking official." "Siali, isn't it because lower-ranking officials lack influence? As long as their production brigade doesn't issue travel permits to let them out, these people won't be a threat in the future. As for Division Commander Lu, it was just a phone call. He would definitely give her that much face." Sister-in-law Wang hesitated, but her husband was just a diligent company commander, familiar with his immediate superiors, but not connected to someone as high-ranking as a division commander. Seeing her reluctance to owe a favor, Siali patted her shoulder. "It's fine. This favor isn't on you, it's on your husband. Who told him to ask me to look after you two before he left? Making sure they can't come again is no big deal. But as for getting rid of them, you'll have to handle that yourself." With that, Siali leaned close to sister-in-law Wang's ear and whispered for a while. Sister-in-law Wang's expression went from full of confusion to shocked and finally to expressionless numbness and speechlessness. Eventually, she looked at Siali with a complicated expression and asked uncertainly, "Is this really okay? Won't it be exposed if they call to verify?" "Siali, do it after Division Commander Lu makes the call." Sister-in-law Wang was left speechless. "All right then. Thank you for your trouble. I don't know how to thank you. After this is resolved, I'll treat you to a meal. When your brother Wang returns, he'll thank you properly." Siali didn't refuse. "Sure." After they parted, Siali went straight to Division Commander Lu. When Division Commander Liu heard her request, his expression turned extremely odd, but he agreed immediately. He promised that first thing tomorrow morning, he would have someone look up the number and make the call. After all the arrangements were made, on a beautiful, sunny morning, Siali led a group of soldiers and leisurely walked to sister-in-law Wang's house. Inside the house, a quarrel over an egg was raging, with shouts piercing the sky. Siali poked her head into the room. "Sister-in-law, I'm here." Sister-in-law Wang had already been instructed by Siali not to engage with the Wang family this morning, as she would be bringing people. At that moment, she was sitting to the side holding her child. The ones fighting over the egg were her uncle's child and the old woman. When sister-in-law Wang saw Siali arrive, her cold, numb expression instantly turned warm and friendly, revealing a kind smile. "You're here? Come in." Siali didn't come in alone. She brought a group of soldiers with her. The soldiers saluted the Wang family upon entering and said expressionlessly, "Who are Wang Suihua, Wang Dali, Wang Yinxiao, and Wang Xiangdong? Please cooperate with our work." As soon as the soldiers in military uniforms carrying guns entered the room, the Wang family was terrified. The old woman immediately screamed, "What are you trying to do? We are proper relatives of Wang Laosan, acknowledged by the military. If you dare use force on us, I'll report you to the higher-ups. I won't let this go." With that, she tilted her body off the stool, sat on the ground, and began wailing while slapping her thighs. "Heavens! This life is unbearable. I came to my son for support in my old age, and the military wants to use force on us. They won't even spare children. Heavens! Take me away." Soldiers using force on the elderly and children. There's no justice. The young man leading the group, with a gun slung over his shoulder, completely ignored the Wang family's wails and declared loudly, "We've received a report that you came to the military base without proper authorization. Please show us your introduction letter." The Wang family. Old Mrs. Wang's crying abruptly stopped, and she scrambled up from the ground. She looked displeased at the soldier in charge. "If you wanted to check the introduction letter, you should have said so earlier. I thought it was something serious. Wait here, I'll go get it for you." With that, she hurried into the house with quick, small steps. That scared her to death, and she thought it was something major, but it was just this. Who reported this? Are they out of their minds? Siali and sister-in-law Wang exchanged a glance, but neither said a word. Not long after, a startled cry came from inside the house. "Dolly, do you remember where we put our introduction letter?" "I remember it was in the big bag, but I can't find it." Wang Dolly immediately frowned, rushed into the house in a few quick strides, and joined old Mrs. Wang in searching for the introduction letter. The more he searched, the more cold sweat dripped from his forehead, until even his hands trembled as he rummaged through their belongings. He muttered anxiously, "That's impossible. I remember it was right here. How could it be missing? Did you put it somewhere else?" Old Mrs. Wang grew agitated at his words. "Why would I move it for no reason? Did your wife put it somewhere else?" Then, she shouted out the door, "Chuer, did you take the introduction letter?" Wang Dolly's wife clearly hadn't expected things to take this turn and hurried in, saying no. "Let's search more carefully." She then joined the search. Sitting in the living room, Siali leisurely cracked the sunflower seeds sister-in-law Wang had handed her earlier, feeling quite pleased. Every now and then, she chatted with sister-in-law Wang, appearing very relaxed. Her relaxation was a bit excessive, to the point that even the inspector found it somewhat inappropriate. "Don't any of you have to go to work?" If he remembered correctly, this platoon leader Xia had recently been suspended. Now she wasn't going to work on time again. What was she trying to do? Xia Li turned to him, smiling cheerfully and quite unabashedly. "I took the day off today." Sister-in-law Wang also nodded in agreement. "I took the day off too, and I asked for leave for Xiaobao as well. They were just waiting to watch today's spectacle." Inspector. If he still couldn't tell that today's drama was orchestrated by these two, he'd be a fool. These two seemed like decent people, but why were they causing such trouble? Even if they had serious conflicts with their relatives, was it necessary to tamper with their introduction letter? That was just downright malicious. But whether it was their doing or not had little to do with him. He was only here to check whether the visiting relatives had brought their introduction letter. As a professional discipline inspector, he had no particular opinion about whether sister-in-law Wang, who worked at the sugar factory, showed up for work or how diligent she was. However, he had strong opinions about Xia Li, a soldier, constantly trying to slack off. He looked at Xia Li disapprovingly. "Didn't you just start working? Why are you taking time off again?" Sitting in her chair, Xia Li looked up at him, feigning innocence. "A while back, I offended my superior and was punished with suspension for reflection. I was reflecting at home, not on vacation. My mind and body were under severe strain. How can that be compared to the leave I requested myself? Comrade, please don't slander me." As long as no one knew that paid leave was something she had applied for herself, the blame for being targeted by a superior after offending them would firmly rest on Brigade Commander Qian's head. After all, he had yelled at her for no reason, hadn't he? Inspector, who's slandering you? Hearing Siali mention offending a superior, the inspector immediately recalled the recent rumors about the conflicts between Siali and Brigade Commander Qian and promptly shut his mouth. The group waited outside for over 10 minutes before Auntie Wang hesitantly emerged from the house. Wearing an awkward smile, she looked somewhat embarrassed as she addressed the inspectors. Comrades, it seems we may have accidentally misplaced the introduction letter. What should we do about this? Can we call the production brigade to confirm? Afraid they might find her troublesome and refuse to verify, she quickly added, Comrades, please believe us, we're honest, straightforward folks. We really wouldn't come here secretly without an introduction letter. If you just verify, the production brigade will vouch for us. The inspector didn't say much else, only stating, then all of you come with me. We'll go to the mailroom together to make a call and inquire. Yes. Okay. Auntie Wang immediately followed, signaling for her son to come along. Having grown up in the countryside, even if she was usually fierce, facing several soldiers standing there was intimidating. The inspector glanced at the mother and son still in the house, frowning slightly. You two come along as well. Although Wang Dolly's wife and son didn't want to go, since the soldier had specifically mentioned them, they had no choice. All the Wang family members thus followed the inspector away from sister-in-law Wang's home. Here it is. Looking at the crumpled paper, Siali's mouth twitched. She took the paper, stood up, and walked straight into the kitchen. You've already taken it, so why keep it? If we don't destroy the evidence, what if they find it? As she said this, she directly threw the introduction letter into the stove. The off-white paper caught fire immediately, flames quickly spreading, reducing it to ashes in an instant. Siali clapped her hands, sat back in her original spot, and resumed cracking sunflower seeds one by one. All right, now we just wait for them to be sent away. Sister-in-law Wang. She had heard of seeing guests off with tea, turning people away at the door, and even chasing them off with a broom. But to be honest, in her over 30 years of life, this was the first time she had seen someone who didn't want relatives staying at their house burn their introduction letter. Still, the idea Siali came up with was really effective. The 2 adults and 1 child didn't have to wait long inside before they heard stern refusals from soldiers outside, along with the Wang family's tearful pleas. When the inspector entered the room, he saluted Siali and the others and said, after verifying the facts, we've confirmed that these individuals did indeed have an introduction letter issued by the local production brigade captain when they arrived. However, the captain stated that the introduction letter had a time limit and they should have returned to the village long ago. They are currently considered overstairs. Therefore, we are here to escort them back. Siali waved her hand dismissively. Then you'd better hurry. Who knows what tricks they might pull to delay you. Seeing Siali acting as if she were the host in the Wang family home, the inspector's mouth twitched involuntarily. He didn't say much more, only adding, they have already been taken into custody. Then, he looked at sister-in-law Wang. We'll need you to pack their belongings so we can take them along. Hearing this, sister-in-law Wang was inwardly delighted. Without another word, she immediately headed into the room. Please wait a moment, I'll pack their things right away. The Wang family had come hoping to freeload and take advantage, so they naturally hadn't brought much. In less than 5 minutes, sister-in-law Wang had gathered all their belongings and handed them to the inspector. Comrade, all their things are here. The inspector took the items from sister-in-law Wang, nodded to the 2 of them, and turned to leave. Soon, the Wang family's cries and pleas could be heard outside. But it was only pleading. They didn't dare to wail and curse recklessly in front of the inspectors as they had with sister-in-law Wang. The sounds gradually faded into the distance, completely disappearing from the Wang household. After everything was settled, sister-in-law Wang leaned against the wall as if all her strength had drained away. She patted her chest lightly, a somewhat disbelieving smile on her face. I thought we'd have to deal with them until my husband returned. I didn't expect it to be resolved so easily. If I had known, I would have burned their introduction letter on the first day. Siali. Burning the introduction letter was indeed effective, but as long as they called the production brigade to verify, losing the introduction letter wouldn't be a big deal. They could just issue a new one. The reason the production brigade captain cooperated so fully was entirely due to Division Commander Lu's prior phone call. To put it bluntly, the Wang family's introduction letter probably didn't have any expiration date. The captain just didn't want to offend Division Commander Lu. But Siali didn't say this to sister-in-law Wang. She patted sister-in-law Wang's shoulder, encouraging her in a manner that relished stirring up trouble. Right, from now on, if we run into any trouble, we should act early to avoid letting things drag on and become more troublesome. See? Sending them away was pretty easy, wasn't it? Sister-in-law Wang smiled without responding. Although she didn't say it out loud, she understood very well how easy this matter had been. Without Siali's help and with the military unable to intervene directly, this situation would have been truly difficult to handle. Alright, I'll make something nice for dinner tonight. Tell your parents not to cook at home. Bring your nephew over to eat. Siali, who was very much looking forward to sister-in-law Wang's braised pork skills. Okay. Both were quite happy to have sent the relatives away. Sister-in-law Wang still couldn't bear to waste half a day's wages, so she decided to cancel her leave now, go to work, and come home early to cook dinner, effectively taking only half a day off. Siali, on the other hand, strolled leisurely home, feeling refreshed and invigorated. A young soldier came running toward her and, upon seeing her, beamed with delight. Young soldier, platoon leader Xia, you're here? Division Commander Lu said there's a letter from your childhood friend from the battlefield and asked you to come get it. Hearing it was a letter from a childhood friend on the battlefield, Siali immediately realized it must be from Li Qingnan. Without wasting a word, she followed the young soldier straight to Division Commander Lu's office. Everyone in the military compound had seen Siali leading a group of soldiers to the Wang family in the morning, and then that same group taking all the Wang family's rural relatives away. From the looks of it, it seemed as if Siali had brought a group of people to haul away the Wang family's relatives. Their minds were already filled with wild speculations, and now they looked at Siali with somewhat strange expressions. Siali completely ignored how others viewed her and soon arrived at Division Commander Lu's office. Knock, knock, knock. Siali rapped on Division Commander Lu's office door. Seeing the stack of letters in Siali's hand, Division Commander Lu explained, during wartime, sending letters isn't easy. They can only be sent through internal channels. They usually occupy public resources, so they're sent along with our military reports and aren't delivered separately. Siali picked up the stack of letters from the desk. As she listened to Division Commander Lu describe the current situation, she flipped through the letters one by one, checking the names on them, her mouth twitching involuntarily. There were 6 letters in total. 5 were almost as thick as small notebooks, while only one was thin, likely containing no more than 1 or 2 sheets of paper. The handwriting on the thin letter, with its strong, sharp strokes, was very familiar to Siali. It was from Lu Dingyuan, who had written her countless notes before. The other 5, which were as thick as bound booklets, were all from Li Qingnan. Li Qingnan's letters were so thick that Siali didn't even need to think to know the guy had written a bunch of random nonsense. She decided to open Lu Dingyuan's letter first. On a sheet of paper the size of 16 mo, only one line was neatly written. All is well, don't worry. Siali. Siali? Siali. That's it. That's all. Just this. Siali's expression was as if she had swallowed a fly, nearly laughing in anger at the letter's contents. It wasn't that Lu Dingyuan should have occupied public resources to write a long letter like Li Qingnan. But the issue was, since he had already used such a large sheet of paper, would it kill him to write a few more words? It wasn't as if ink added weight. Since the letter was already being sent, what difference did it make whether he wrote 6 words or filled the page? And he said he liked her. It seemed he liked being frugal with words more than he liked her. Seeing Siali's expression after opening the letter, Division Commander Lu felt a toothache. Letters arriving at the military were inspected in advance, so Division Commander Lu already knew exactly what that kid Lu Dingyuan had written. Especially compared to the heap of nonsense from the Li family kid, the contrast was stark. He didn't even know how to cover for his subordinate anymore, inwardly grumbling. With behavior like this, he still wants to pursue old Xiao's daughter. If you want to pursue someone, at least use your words. Afraid Siali would be angry with Lu Dingyuan, Division Commander Lu had no choice but to forcefully make excuses for him. Since our newly formed tank regiment entered Vietnam, they've been advancing triumphantly, pushing the American tank regiment back 70 miles in a row. They're the backbone of our Chinese reinforcement troops. Commanding an entire regiment like that falls entirely on Lu Dingyuan's shoulders. The pressure and workload he faces are unimaginable. According to the latest news, in just 3 days on the battlefield, Lu Dingyuan has already earned 5 commendations and rescued many of our units locked in stalemates with American forces. His military achievements are exceptionally outstanding. The stress of being a commander on the battlefield is different from that of an ordinary combatant. They probably don't even have time to eat or sleep. Then, he looked at Siali, cautiously testing the waters. You understand what I mean, right? How could Siali not understand that Division Commander Lu was hinting that Lu Dingyuan, as a commander, had to plan and direct the troops every day and couldn't possibly have as much time to write letters as Li Qingnan, so she shouldn't be angry. Logically, since Siali felt she and Lu Dingyuan weren't officially together yet, she had no right to demand that he report to her or write longer letters. There was no reason for her to be angry. But inexplicably, she was furious. With an expressionless face and a tone devoid of any sarcasm, she stated flatly, I understand. Battalion Commander Lu is extremely busy. It's an honor that he could still find time to write to me amidst all that. He must have gone through a lot. Division Commander Lu. It's no use, he's already done his best. It's all Xiao Lu's own fault for not being more capable. He can explain himself when he gets back. Li Qingnan's letters are just too many, all stacked together. They're as thick as a dictionary. Seeing Division Commander Lu's indescribable expression, Siali didn't finish reading all the letters there. She simply decided to take them home and read them slowly. Holding that stack of letters as thick as a dictionary, Siali said to Division Commander Lu, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." Seeing she was about to leave, Division Commander Lu sighed inwardly. The situation on the battlefield is extremely difficult, and communication back and forth isn't convenient. But if you have any messages you'd like to send to the front, you can write a letter to me. If there's a chance, I'll have someone deliver it for you. Siali, okay. Siali soon left Division Commander Lu's office. She didn't plan to use up her leave for the day either, and simply went home to read the letters. Compared to Lu Dingyuan's letters, which were so aloof they were infuriating, Li Qingnan's letters were also highly distinctive, full of endless chatter and trivial matters, yet he could write about them in such an exaggerated, emotionally charged way. First letter, I've arrived at the battlefield. The gunfire here is deafening, many people are injured, and there's blood everywhere. I thought I'd have nightmares tonight. Turns out I overthought it. The enemy launched a sneak attack at midnight. The battlefield didn't give me a chance to have nightmares. Below omitted. 5 pages detailing his miserable first experience on the battlefield. I'm so busy every day I'm like a dog, with no time even to sleep. I'm so pitiful, woo-woo. Siali. Second letter, Kue Lalu is too much. I want to charge into battle, but he won't let me. If he won't let me fight, why did he even bring me here to participate in the war? I came to make achievements and earn merits, not to just coast along for military credit. He's absolutely outrageous. I will rise up and resist this oppressive authority. Below omitted, 3 pages of his ambitions for the battlefield and 1.5 pages of expectations for future battles. In short, I will never bow to authority. I want to go to the battlefield. I want to earn military merits. I want to go back and throw my medals and epaulets in my grandpa's face, so he knows I'm his most outstanding grandson. Siali. Third letter, I finally made it to the battlefield. Wahahaha. On my first time in battle, I followed our company commander straight into the enemy's heart. With a gun in my left hand and a knife in my right, I took out an enemy sniper. I really am a sharpshooter. Ha 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 ha. Below omitted, for pages of bragging about taking down an enemy. So earning military merits isn't that hard after all. I told you Kue Lalu was overthinking it. How could it be so easy to get injured? A man's romance truly lies on the battlefield. Siali. Fourth letter, Kue Lalu got injured. I shouldn't have charged so recklessly. No, maybe I should have charged even further ahead. War is nothing. So many people in our company died. The ground was covered in blood. I wanted to save them, but I was powerless. Why do those damned Americans have to invade other countries? This clearly isn't their territory, is it? I only hate myself for being too weak. Below omitted. 5 pages of Li Qingnan's remorse. Siali. Fifth letter, Lu Dingyuan has come to the battlefield, bringing his tanks. Our entire regiment is over the moon. Such huge tanks rolling onto the battlefield, firing boom, 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 at the American troops, knocking them all down. Finally, we can vent some of our anger, ha 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 ha. Below omitted, 8 pages of Li Qingnan's excitement upon seeing the tanks and the crushing counterattack with tanks on the battlefield. I've realized Lu Dingyuan isn't so bad after all. He actually brought so many tanks here, finally letting us vent our frustration. And when I said I wanted to go with him, he immediately arranged to have me transferred from our regiment. I even got to drive a tank yesterday. When I get back, I'll tell you all about how great it is to drive the Xiaji, the latest heavy tank developed by China. Wahahaha. This feeling of exhilaration is probably something you'll never understand. Ha 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 ha. Siali. To be honest, before this tank even left China, I had already driven it to the point of wearing it out. Siali finally understood why Li Qing and could write so many words in one letter. More than half of it was filled with exclamations and triumphant. Ha 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 ha. S. How is this any different from padding word count in a novel? Just by reading them in chronological order, Siali could trace Li Qingnan's entire experience on the battlefield after going to Vietnam. No, perhaps it shouldn't be called Li Qingnan's Vietnam War Chronicles, but rather the Huskies' joyful romp on the battlefield. Admittedly, after reading Li Qingnan's several letters that practically begged for a beating, even Siali, who wasn't particularly keen on going to the battlefield, felt a stirring desire to go. Just reading them, you could sense his triumphant glee and passionate fervor. In summary, I want to go. What she didn't expect, however, was that while Lu Dingyuan, that tight-lipped gourd, hadn't said a word about his own situation, she ended up learning about his current state from Li Qingnan's letters. It seemed he was busy, but he was doing well. At least their regiment still had some fighting power on the battlefield. Suppressing the passionate stirrings in her heart, Siali picked up a pen to write a reply to Li Qing'an. As for Lu Dingyuan, Li Qing'an wrote 6 letters totaling 47 pages, and she was only going to reply with 1 or 2. Lu Dingyuan's 6 characters, including punctuation, only made 8. Rounding it off, there was no need to reply. That jerk, writing such a short letter and still expecting a reply? He must be dreaming. Siali lay on the table, seemingly calm and focused on writing, but inwardly seething with anger. Xia Zhangwo had just finished tidying the family plot in the yard and came in carrying a hoe when he saw his daughter lying on the table, writing something. He casually turned on the radio, listening to the enthusiastic female voice reporting. China's latest heavy tank regiment, equipped with Xiaji-type tanks, under the leadership of Comrade Lu Dingyuan, has once again successfully repelled the American forces, achieving historic results, laying a stronger foundation for the diplomatic relations between our country and Vietnam, and delivering a powerful blow to American imperialism. The female voice on the radio droned on tirelessly. Xia Zhangwo focused most of his attention on listening to the battle report coming from the radio, feeling both happy for China's prosperity and proud of his daughter's achievements. Especially when he heard in the broadcast something that sounded like his future son-in-law had earned more military merits. But as he listened, he began to feel something was off. There wasn't much of a problem with the radio he was listening to, but the person writing beside him clearly seemed a bit unusual. The sound of pen on paper had gone from silent to rustle, rustle, and now to scratch, scratch. The sound of the pen pressing down grew louder and louder, as if she wanted to tear through the paper. Xia Zhangwo turned and looked at Siali, puzzled. What are you doing? Do you have a grudge against the paper? Siali thought to herself, wasn't it just a grudge against the paper? Hearing the radio was irritating. Feeling upset, she became somewhat unreasonable. Your radio is too loud. I can't even hear the sound of my own writing. Xia Zhangwo. Xia Zhangwo's face hardened, looking at his daughter with disdain. He knew she was clearly picking a fight for no reason. You need to hear the sound of your pen scratching on paper? If this brat had said the noise was affecting her train of thought, he could have understood. But not being able to hear the sound of writing? What kind of excuse was that? Siali. Anyway, I don't like listening to it. Just change the channel. Xia Zhangwo thought of the name just broadcast on the radio, curled his lips, and looked at his daughter with even more disdain. Fine, we won't listen to him. With that, he didn't turn down the radio but simply twisted the knob and turned it off. He clasped his hands behind his back, humming a tune as he slowly ambled into the house, a pleased expression on his face. The underlying message was clear. I've seen through you, but I'm not saying anything. Everything is understood without words. Siali. Life is just impossible. On the other side, in the study of the factory residential compound, Yuni sat at the desk, reporting respectfully to the person on the other end of the phone. I've recently managed to get close to Siali and have been asking her about mechanical knowledge. Our relationship has noticeably improved. I believe with a bit more careful probing, I'll be able to determine whether she has any connection to Lei Kong. Once there's news, I'll report. The higher-ups are urging us repeatedly. Even the people from the Soviet side are getting restless, frantically pushing us to find the person quickly. This is the first time they've actively demanded we accomplish something specific. If we can't even do this, how will we get closer to them in the future? Currently, the Soviet Union, the United States, and Germany are the 3 giants in the world's military industry, with the US and the Soviet Union at roughly the same level. Now that the US has lost its composure and is even resorting to missiles, how can the Soviet Union hold back? The distance between the Soviet Union and China is much shorter than between China and the US. If we don't take this opportunity to build a good relationship with the Soviet Union, and when they need you, you're of no use, how will we get closer to them in the future? Yuni could sense the urgency in his father's words, and he too felt somewhat worried. Father, the reason we've always wanted to align with the Soviet Union is because the Soviet Union is too powerful and China is too backward. Only by aligning with the Soviet Union can China slowly stand up. But now China has the Taotai, the Xiaji heavy tank, and even grenades that are almost at world-class levels. Over time, China can stand up on its own. Do we still need to align with the Soviet Union? Shut up. The person on the other end was clearly angered by his words, his deep voice brimming with barely contained rage. He gritted his teeth and scolded, "Do you really think today's China can stand up peacefully under pressure from multiple countries without a backer? Naive. If China doesn't bow to those powerful countries, just the twin shackles of technological and economic blockades alone will suffocate China. You only see the small splash in the military industry now, but have you seen the hundreds of tons of steel China has to import every year due to technological backwardness, along with a series of industrial products needed for national defense and the military? Lei Kong might be able to produce tanks, cannons, and warships, but can he improve the quality of steel? Can he produce all the industrial products needed for every single one of the 360 industries? We even have to import the most basic lubricants used in industry. How do you think China can stand up on its own without anyone's protection? Sitting in his chair, Yuni closed his eyes tightly, his eyes stinging slightly. He rarely contradicted his father, his voice hoarse as he said, but Japan aligned with the US, and what good has come of it now? The entire Okinawa prefecture has become their military base. Their own citizens are shot dead if they enter areas demarcated by the US as military zones. What dignity does the country have left? Can this really save the country? That's still better than being suppressed and never being able to stand up at all. The person on the other end was furious, now shouting. Yuni, I'm telling you. Since our family has already taken this side, no one can easily get off the ship. Don't be like those fickle, petty individuals with short-sighted ideas, thinking about this and that, trying to break away from our faction. You try getting off this ship now, not just you, but me, your mother, and all our relatives and friends involved will immediately be torn to shreds by people from other factions, leaving not even bone fragments. Do what I've told you to do with peace of mind. If you still can't deliver results, even if the higher-ups consider my face, they won't wait for you any longer. Think carefully about it. Yuni took a deep breath, despairingly closed his eyes tightly, and when he opened them again, he had regained his usual gentlemanly composure, his tone much calmer. I understand, father. I'll find a way as soon as possible. The person on the other end probably didn't want to push his son too hard and softened his tone. Also, look into where Xia Jiangwo has hidden those things. Both items are on Nan Island. After all this time, you should have made some progress. Yuni, okay. After hanging up, Yuni leaned back in his chair, feeling utterly drained and even more powerless inside. He raised his hand and pinched the bridge of his nose hard, then abruptly stood up and left. It was time to make some progress. Otherwise, things really couldn't be delayed any longer. That morning, Siali was training soldiers on the field as usual. Nan Island's latitude is high, and for most of the year, it's under scorching sun. The sunlight shone down, bright yellow yet blazing hot, even the air rising from the ground shimmered slightly. The loudspeakers on the field routinely broadcast the glorious achievements of the Nan Island-produced Xieji heavy tanks on the battlefield. The members of the 4th platoon were grappling with each other under the blazing sun in a clearing not far from the grove. Siali acted as if the announcements on the loudspeaker had nothing to do with her, lazily leaning against a small tree. Above her head was a lush green canopy. Under the shade of the trees, a gentle breeze blew, easing some of the heat. Playing with a blade of grass in her hand, she lazily shouted, "What's with the slow pace? Didn't you eat breakfast?" 4th platoon members. Everyone on the field, even the battalion commanders, were training their soldiers under the blazing sun. She was the only one slacking off in the shade, yet her shouts were the loudest on the entire field. Since this platoon was formed, they had never seen their platoon leader lead by example. But though they thought it, no one in the 4th platoon dared to oppose Siali. They all sped up, using fierce force against their comrades, striving to meet their platoon leader's standards. Regimental Commander Bai walked over from the direction of the office building and from afar saw his direct subordinate slacking off again. The anger in his heart flared up instantly, but realizing that the man before him wasn't a proper soldier, he had no choice but to suppress that rage. Against his conscience, he thought to himself, is slacking off really a problem? Isn't he training normally now? As long as he doesn't cause trouble, he's a good soldier. He walked over to Siali, tilted his head slightly to signal him to follow, and whispered, "Come here for a moment. I have something to say to you." Siali gave a slight nod, then turned and shouted at his subordinates, "All of you, train properly. Tonight's competition is in pairs. The losing team will run 5 extra laps after evening drills." Someone among the fighters let out a pitiful hiss sound. Just how inhumane must their usual treatment be to grind down such a large group of energetic young men, always eager for a fight, to the state? He was a bit worried these men might develop some psychological issues, like that Xiao Lu from before. With these chaotic thoughts running through his mind, Bai Tuanzhong had already led Siali deep into the small grove. The visibility here was excellent, and the trees weren't too dense, making it impossible for anyone to hide. The two could speak here without fear of being overheard. Siali, seeing Bai Tuanzhong frowning as if grappling with some major problem in his mind, asked, "Tuanzhong, did you need me for something?" Bai Tuanzhong snapped back to attention at the call, gave Siali a slight nod, his brow deeply furrowed, his expression turning grave. "There is indeed something I need to discuss with you." Seeing his serious expression, Siali's heart immediately sank. Her own brow furrowed, and her heart began to pound. She instinctively asked, "Has something happened on the battlefield?" If it weren't related to her, the regiment wouldn't have sent someone to find her. Could it be Lu Dingyuan? That shouldn't be. The news had just reported on him a couple of days ago. He should be safe. Bai Tuanzhong had no idea that Siali's thoughts had already veered off to Argentina and were about to connect with the queue Lu Dingyuan was in. He sighed and confirmed, yes, something has happened on the battlefield. America wants to blockade our military capabilities and demanded we hand over the Taodai blueprint. After we refused, they intended to teach us a lesson. But our Siali went straight to the battlefield and dealt them a heavy blow. Now they're furious. We've received intelligence that they plan to send drones to destroy our tanks and the warships docked at the shore with missiles. If they succeed, our losses would be immeasurable. His brow deeply furrowed, he looked up at Siali, his eyes filled with hope. The main reason I called you here is that Division Commander Lu finds it inconvenient to personally seek you out each time. It could arouse suspicion. The higher-up's intention is to ask if there's any effective method for rapid missile defense. America is dead set on confronting us this time. Once their missiles arrive, there will certainly be many casualties on the battlefield. The Taodai and the Siali heavy tanks might not survive either. Siali felt a wave of speechlessness, but at least the anxiety in her heart instantly eased. If you wanted me to research something, you should have said so earlier. All that beating around the bush had me thinking someone on the battlefield had gotten hurt. After a moment's thought, Siali stated honestly, I've never dealt with missiles before. I'm not very familiar with this area. Don't pin all your hopes on me, but I can try to think of something. There were so many people she knew on the battlefield, lives hanging in the balance every minute. A few missiles dropped could wipe out a large group in an instant. Not to mention, for the sake of their superpower image, wanting to bomb warships and heavy tanks meant this missile attack wouldn't be a minor skirmish. Bai Tuanzhong also knew it was a lot to ask, placing such a critical matter involving tens of thousands of lives on Siali's shoulders. But they truly had no effective countermeasure in the short term to deliver a powerful retaliation when the enemy launched missiles. Other researchers were working hard too, but how could distant water quench a present thirst? This task is indeed daunting. Other relevant personnel are also intensifying their research. Bai Tuanzhong trailed off halfway through this attempt at reassurance. He looked at Siali's face, his own expression full of worry. He sighed deeply and said, let me be frank with you. They could start launching missiles within 5 days at most. When it ends is uncertain. The likelihood of other researchers producing results is very slim. If you can't come up with an effective method, our soldiers will likely have to endure this attack head-on. I'm telling you this not to shift responsibility onto you. Even without your involvement, our soldiers would still face such challenges head-on. I'm being honest just so you understand the gravity of the situation. Please focus all your efforts on this in the coming days, dear very best. A bitter smile appeared on Bai Tuanzhong's face as he sighed. Although we're not on the front lines, who doesn't wish for our soldiers to return victorious and safely home? Placing this pressure on someone as young as you is a last resort for the organization. Just do your best. Siali had always been more responsive to persuasion than coercion. Moreover, she wasn't heartless. Lives were at stake on the battlefield. Even the most callous person wouldn't stand idly by if they had the ability to help, hoping soldiers would all sacrifice themselves, treating the call for aid as a mistake. I'll think hard over the next few days and try my best to find a solution. It would be best if you could get me some relevant materials and information on China's air defense readiness. That would make research easier. Bai Tuanzhong naturally agreed. No problem. I'll bring you all the books on missiles we have here on Nan Island, along with the general status of our current military equipment, tonight under cover of darkness. For today, maintain your usual routine to avoid suspicion. I'll give you sick leave for the next few days. Think carefully about what your illness is. Siali nodded. All right. They parted, both acting as if nothing was amiss. Siali continued drilling her troops, shouting loudly enough to draw frequent glances from other squads. No one suspected their earlier conversation had been about such a serious topic. That night, all was silent. Dark clouds obscured the bright moon, leaving only faint, translucent moonlight, barely illuminating the blurred outlines of the surroundings. Every household in the military family compound had long turned off their lights and gone to sleep. Only the sounds of cicadas and frogs remained. A small squad, each member clutching tightly wrapped bundles, moved swiftly and orderly toward the Xia residence like a night raid. Siali, having received word that Bai Tuanzhong would deliver the materials that night, hadn't slept and was waiting for him. She just hadn't expected Bai Tuanzhong to deliver the books in such an unusual manner. A whole platoon, each person carrying 2 books, entered the Xia house, deposited them, and left, each plucking a leaf from the trees in their yard on the... Siali looked bewildered at Bai Tuanzhong, who had come with them, her mind full of question marks. She lowered her voice and whispered, "What are you all?" Bai Tuanzhong also whispered, "I was worried about arousing suspicion. If anyone really noticed, I'd tell them it was a special test for this platoon. Success meant retrieving a leaf from your yard. Later, you should pretend to catch a couple. I need to take the men back." Siali. What was this? mocking her notorious reputation, treating her home like a mission dungeon. I'm not playing the villain. You pick them yourself. Bai Tuanzhang couldn't help but chuckle. He pulled out a small stack of papers from his coat and handed them to Siali. This is the complete air defense readiness status. Take a look and burn it all later. Such information was generally not shown to anyone, not even their own people. Siali was a special case. Knowing both sides was necessary for research, but letting her keep these documents was out of the question. What if they were accidentally leaked? Siali wasn't trying to probe the extent of China's current military strength. She just wanted to see how to respond. Seeing that most of the aircraft listed were J-5s, JSIXS, and some very outdated models, her brow involuntarily furrowed. Don't we have any drones? Bai Tuanzhang. No. We did research them for a while some years back with support from the Soviets. After the split, they withdrew their personnel. We still can't produce drones on our own. Siali. Siali fell silent. She flipped through the stack of rough sketches in her hand. Looking at the outdated aircraft drawings and their painfully obvious performance data, she felt even less like speaking. Seeing Siali's silence, Bai Tuanzhang tentatively asked, "Are you thinking of building drones?" Siali shook her head, stating a harsh reality. Distant water can't quench a present thirst. They'll launch missiles within 5 days. Developing drones now would take too long. It's simply not feasible. Bai Tuanzhang's brow also furrowed tightly. Do you have any ideas at the moment? Siali casually took a box of matches from the windowsill that Xia Jiangwo used for smoking. She struck a match against the box, and an orange flame immediately sprang up. She lit the stack of papers representing China's military capabilities. The flickering flame cast light on her face, making her tone seem even more steady. China's current technological level is behind. Chips aren't up to par, so missile defense is probably not achievable. And even if it were, we haven't gone to the trouble of installing such a system for ourselves. Why should we rush to give it to Vietnam? We can't exactly bring it back when we withdraw. Why should they get to use something we haven't even used ourselves? Others, unaware of the future, might see helping Vietnam as neighboring Southeast Asian countries aiding each other in times of need. But she knew from actual history that in just over a decade, China would face a self-defense counterattack war initiated by Vietnam. Just thinking about it made Siali reluctant to leave them any weapons. Better they just keep quiet. Bai Tuanzhang naturally found some logic in Siali's words. Vehicles and ships could be driven back, but large installations fixed to the ground wouldn't be easy to dismantle. So, if not missile defense, are you thinking about jamming? Siali nodded. That's the idea. Time is tight. The goal is just to prevent them from hitting our people, tanks, and ships. Bai Tuanzhang had no objection to this approach and nodded in agreement. Go ahead and work on it. Let me know if you need anything. He thought for a moment and added, the pro-Soviet faction has been active lately. For a while, they were quiet for unknown reasons, not targeting Nan Island. Recently, they've been reviving, probably planning something bigger. Be extra careful these days. Work on this at home. Don't go over there for now. Once it's ready, give it to Zhao Chong. He'll find a way to pass it up the chain. Report any suspicious individuals around you immediately. Don't trust others easily. Siali, who had always been a hands-on, practical researcher rather than a theoretical one. Without getting hands-on, how was she supposed to do this? Just theorize on paper? Siali considered herself a practical person. Given physical components to assemble, she might have bursts of inspiration, creating something far exceeding expectations. But to design purely from imagination on paper, having never seen a missile and not knowing its principles, was somewhat challenging. She casually placed the matchbox back on the windowsill, thought for a moment, and agreed anyway. I'll try to work around the difficulties. If it's truly impossible, we'll think of another way. Bai Tuanzhang, good. Having received this urgent task, Siali began working day and night. The truth was, she had never studied missiles before and had no idea how to counter them. But with so many lives on the battlefield depending on it, she couldn't rest easy. She had to push herself, reading voraciously, barely sleeping. If her memory had been worse or her reading speed slower, she might not have been able to grasp the material. After nearly 48 hours of this, Siali had just finished reading all the books. When she finally emerged from her room, this wouldn't do. She needed to move or she'd fall apart. Li Xioli, seeing her daughter like this, felt heartache but knew she couldn't disturb her research on the missile jamming system to support the battlefield. She prepared nourishing meals daily, keeping them warm, ready for Siali to have a hot meal whenever she emerged. Now seeing her daughter come out, she quickly called, Li, you're out. Come, have something to eat first. I made chicken soup. It's been kept warm. Siali twisted her body, doing random stretches as she walked to the table. What's going on outside? Why all the excitement? Xia Jiangwo served a bowl of rice for Siali and placed it on the table, his tone normal. The Sino-Vietnamese Allied forces successfully annihilated another American raiding party with minimal losses. Everyone's celebrating. Listening to the lively cheers outside, thinking about what Battalion Commander Bai had said, America is about to use missiles against the Sino-Vietnamese forces and her own current state of frantically developing missile jamming equipment. Barely having time to eat, Siali suddenly felt a strange sense that she was the one carrying the heavy burden. It was somewhat ironic. When she first arrived in this world, she only wanted a good life for herself and her family. Politics, military affairs, international relations, other people's problems, she wanted no part in any of it. But somehow, without noticing, she had started working overtime for her compatriots on the battlefield. Should I tell them about the Americans planning to bomb Vietnam with missiles? Seeing them so happy while I'm stuck here working makes me feel really put out. Li Xioli. Xia Jiangwo. Hearing the first part of Xiali's sentence, Xia Jiangwo wanted to take off his slipper and hit his daughter. Hearing the second part, he silently swallowed the anger that had surged up. Let her be a troublemaker if she wants. It's just talk anyway. Alright, as long as we don't actually go and do it, it's fine. Who could blame her? After all, their daughter was now the backbone of anti-missile research. She was the only one doing the work, with no one able to help her. She really was overworked. With some exasperation, she said, just let them have a few good days. What problem would telling them solve? It would just mean more people worrying and living in fear. Siali clicked her tongue inwardly. In the end, she didn't go out to bother anyone else and quietly lowered her head to drink her chicken soup. But in her mind, she kept thinking about how to actually create this missile jamming device. She had tried sketching out some designs over the past few days, but the required components were just too advanced. Present-day China simply couldn't support their production. Forget the rest, just take an ordinary chip. Without photolithography machines, China couldn't manufacture them itself. All the technology she had learned before was useless here. She could only try a different approach. Thinking this, she asked Xia Jiangwo, who was sitting beside her drinking tea and listening to the radio, Dad, how did you all conduct anti-missile defense back during World War II? From 31 to 45, that was precisely when Xia Jiangwo was on the battlefield, in the prime of his youth, full of vigor and ambition. The fact that he earned so many military merits and eventually became a brigade commander proved he must have had a solid understanding of the battlefield. And Xia Jiangwo indeed did understand it well. Hearing his daughter's question, he effortlessly recalled the conditions on the battlefield back then. If you want to save money, the best method is to release lots of balloons into the sky. When a missile locks on and drops down, if it enters the area with the balloons, it will mistake a balloon for the target. If the missile hits a balloon and explodes midair, that's the greatest luck, achieving the enemy's greatest loss at our smallest cost. The next method is to shoot them down with artillery. Anti-aircraft guns, anti-aircraft machine guns, aircraft cannons, all can effectively destroy incoming missiles. Aircraft providing air cover is the most efficient, but if the plane gets too close, firing can easily damage the aircraft itself. Unless it's an emergency, it's not very cost-effective. However, if ammunition is scarce and the pilot is skilled, they can also try using the aircraft's wing to flip the missile's wing. In 1944, Germany launched over 200 V-1 missiles at Britain. That was the world's first cruise missile, 7.6 meters long, with a 5.3-meter wingspan, weighing 2.2 tons. It looked like a small plane and, after launch, relied on powerful dive force to cause massive damage. At that time, a British pilot ran out of ammunition. With no other choice, he had a sudden inspiration and used his wing to flip a missile. He told others about this method, and they intercepted many missiles from Germany using it. But this method also has its limitations. That particular missile from back then was special. It used a gyroscopic guidance system. With other types of missiles, this method might not work. I estimate the missiles the US is using on drones this time mostly employ radar or infrared targeting systems. They wouldn't have such an obvious vulnerability. Listening to Xia Jiangwo analyze anti-missile methods and the battle situation for her, Siali couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Old Xia really did earn his brigade commander rank through military achievements. It wasn't just handed to him. Even after being sent down for so long, he could still talk about past battles with such clarity. He truly understood the battlefield. Here was a man who at home could barely figure out how to use household appliances like a flashlight, yet he could explain aircraft gyro systems and infrared systems so thoroughly. Sending such an experienced veteran down to a remote mountain village instead of letting him command on the battlefield was truly a waste of talent. Siali felt sorry for her father inwardly, but didn't show a hint of it on her face. She just asked, then what about using our planes to directly flip the wings of their drones? After all, drones just locate targets. They definitely aren't as precise as a real person operating them. Xia Jiangwo shook his head, his brows furrowed tightly, his expression serious as he rejected the idea. Never mind that drones can automatically adjust their flight path, making the success rate of this method quite low. Even if it could succeed, we don't have that many planes to send to the Vietnam battlefield. Just focus on thinking of other methods. Trying to fight the US with planes, we can't beat them that way. Siali. At some point during the conversation, Siali had put down her spoon. Now, hearing Xia Zhangwo's complete dismissal, her whole body went limp as she leaned back, her head half hanging off the chair. She tilted her head slightly, her expression one of utter, despondent relaxation, mouth opening and closing, blah 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 blah. Xia Zhangwo. Li Xiuli. Xia Zhangwo gave Xia Li's arm an exasperated slap and said helplessly, sit up properly and eat. Xia Li reluctantly scrambled to her feet. Was she willing to play the fool? No, she was clearly forced by the harsh reality of China, wishing she were an idiot who knew nothing at all. Reluctantly sitting up, she reached out and rubbed her hair, her voice listless as she said, this can't go on. Just reading books won't let me come up with effective solutions. Don't save dinner for me tonight. I'm going out in a bit to find some inspiration. Xia Zhangwo didn't stop Siali. He nodded slightly and said, take your subordinate with you. Be careful on the road. At times like this, Xia Zhangwo couldn't help but think of Lu Dingyuan, who was far away on the battlefield. If that reliable kid Xiao Lu were here, he wouldn't have to worry about his daughter acting on every whim and causing more trouble. He wondered if that kid surnamed Xiao was really capable enough to keep their daughter in check. Wanting to go out for a stroll, Xia Li directly found Zhao Cheng and asked him to drive her around. The current Xia Li was not her usual self, but platoon leader Xia, who had sprained her ankle and was on sick leave. To stay in character, Siali began acting like someone with a sprained ankle as soon as she stepped out. Siali had never sprained her ankle before, so she could only mimic others' limps without grasping the true essence. She also felt that taking 5 days off for just a limp seemed a bit excessive. After some thought, she decided her performance should be more severe. Without a reference, Siali wasn't sure what a more serious sprain would look like. After much deliberation, she decided to imitate zombies with one broken leg, swinging it forward as she struggled to walk. Her bizarre walking style immediately caught the attention of everyone in the military family compound, all of whom looked at her with extreme surprise. How to put it? Well, in their eyes, Xia Li's gait didn't look like a sprained ankle. From a distance, it resembled the awkward early stages of humans taming their limbs, each limb moving independently, refusing to cooperate. If anyone could sprain their ankle like that, they'd probably qualify for medical discharge from the army. When Zhao Chang came to pick up Xia Li and saw his platoon leader's walking style, he was utterly stunned. He rushed over in a few quick strides to support Xia Li. With a worried expression, he asked, platoon leader, are you okay? Are you sure you can go out? Was his platoon leader's walking style really due to a sprained ankle, or had 3 of her limbs been broken? Her gait was terrifying. He feared she might start crawling on the ground any second. Xia Li. Supported by Zhao Cheng, Xia Li also felt her performance might be a bit over the top. She immediately said expressionlessly, I'm in some pain. Take me to the hospital. Without another word, Zhao Cheng helped Xia Li into the car under the concerned gazes of everyone in the compound. Normally, using public resources and driving the car directly into the military family compound would invite gossip. But today, there was none. Everyone felt that despite her condition, Xia Li hadn't driven the car into the compound, demonstrating remarkable resilience. Zhao Cheng was an honest kid. After helping Xia Li into the car, he stepped on the gas and sped off, his face etched with undeniable worry. Platoon leader, hang in there. We'll be at the hospital soon. If her walking was that bad, could there be something else seriously wrong? He'd heard elders say that heaven envies geniuses, and extreme intelligence often comes with flaws or misfortune, as if heaven wants to reclaim them. Siali had no idea her deputy platoon leader's thoughts had veered from science to superstition. Once in the car, she calmly returned to normal behavior. Turning to Zhao Cheng, she said somewhat exasperatedly, didn't the regiment commander tell you I'm faking illness just to research other things and make it easier to take leave? Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng? Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng whipped his head around, looking at Siali in shock. So, platoon leader, what were you doing with that walking style earlier? He thought she had some terminal illness. Siali pushed his head back facing forward with a look of disdain. Drive properly and don't look around. It's dangerous. There weren't many cars on the road, but that didn't mean he could drive without watching it, right? I just thought taking leave for a minor sprain seemed suspicious, so I wanted to make it look more serious. Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng quickly composed himself, accepting that his platoon leader was just acting erratically and not actually physically disabled. He breathed a huge sigh of relief. Where are we going now? Siali thought for a moment. To the scrap collection station. Zhao Cheng? Though full of questions, Zhao Cheng obeyed orders and drove Xia Li to the county scrap collection station. Upon arrival, unsurprisingly, Zhao Chang and Siali were. Zhao Chang smiled, pulled 2 dimes from his pocket, and slipped them to the attendant. Uncle, we're from the nearby military unit. We just moved here and are short on household items. We wanted to see if there's anything we can take back to save money and ration coupons. The scrap collector glanced at the 2 dimes in his hand and quietly pocketed them. Everything in this collection station belongs to the state and will be recycled. You can't just take things for free. Otherwise, we'd lose our jobs. Zhao Chang immediately understood and assured him, Uncle, don't worry. We'll handle things properly. If we pick anything out, we'll definitely weigh it and pay. We won't do anything to harm the state. Seeing Zhao Chang was sensible, the old man nodded slightly. Go on in then. Zhao Chang gave the old man a sincere smile and quickly led Siali into the scrap collection station. Scrap collection stations in this era were completely different from later years, where they only held waste. Now, they contained all sorts of things, items people didn't want, couldn't keep, the state didn't want, or forbade people from having, a chaotic mix of everything. As Siali walked through the station, she even spotted a massive solid wood canopy bed. Its carvings were exquisite, with birds, flowers, fish, and insects so lifelike that the vibrant feathers even had 3-dimensional color painting. It was clearly something only wealthy families could have owned in the past. But in this era, such things were considered sinful. No matter how artistic, they could only lie forgotten in the scrap collection station. Siali wasn't sure what she was looking for here. She just couldn't think of any good ideas at home, and this place, with its jumble of items, might spark some inspiration. Zhao Chang followed closely behind Siali, his expression one of utter despair. He didn't believe his platoon leader could find anything useful in a garbage dump to intercept or interfere with missiles. If that were possible, scrap collectors would have ruled the world long ago. Who would throw good things into a scrap collection station? Just as he thought this, he saw his platoon leader step on something shiny. Siali lifted her foot. The object fell back to the ground with a clatter. It was a torn aluminum basin. Siali blinked at the utterly useless aluminum basin on the ground. This thing seemed to have signal jamming properties? Under Zhao Chang's shocked and bewildered gaze, Siali silently bent down and picked up the irreparably damaged aluminum basin. When Siali left the scrap collection station, she was carrying a stack of brightly colored cardboard and 2 battered aluminum basins. Seeing what his platoon leader held, Zhao Chang felt utterly hopeless, nearly driven to tears. He had no idea how these genuine scraps could relate to the battlefield or why his platoon leader would happily take them. Was this the difference between a genius's thinking and an ordinary person's? Even though Zhao Chang didn't understand, he obediently weighed and paid for the items at the entrance. Once back in the car, Zhao Chang looked at the scrap on the back seat with a complicated expression and asked, Platoon leader, can this garbage really interfere with missiles? What should I tell the superiors when they ask? He found it so hard to believe. Siali didn't explain much. Even if she did, Zhao Chang might not understand the technical details. She simply said, tell them the truth. It'll work once I make it. If they don't believe it, have them prepare a missile, and we'll see if it works. Zhao Chang, only their platoon leader would dare talk back to the superiors like that. If he said that, the superiors would surely beat him to death. Zhao Chang started the car and said dryly, then I'll tell the superiors you have some ideas and we'll present the results for evaluation once they're ready. Siali, you sure know how to phrase things. I also need some chemical reagents. Find a way to get them for me. Zhao Chang was all about obedience and immediately nodded. Okay, I'll find a way to get them to you tonight. The two drove back to the Nandao military corps. Siali took the items home, returned to her desk, and began making chaff from the scrap. Aluminum foil was excellent for jamming radar. Siali thought it could be used for radar interference, and the product would be extremely cheap, perfect for their currently poor yet efficiency-focused country. Aluminum had a relatively high melting point, 660 degrees Celsius. Siali wanted thin aluminum sheets, but couldn't find a heat source at home hot enough to melt it. However, she had lightning-based abilities. She attached the packaged aluminum foil to black-dyed cardboard. Later, it could be loaded into shell casings, fired into the sky, and mislead radar into thinking it was the target. It was theoretically feasible. As for how well it worked, that would have to be tested on the battlefield. Zhao Chang worked quickly, bringing everything Siali needed that very night. When he saw Siali, his expression was hesitant. Seeing this, Siali frowned. She placed the items he handed her on the desk, then turned to him, her brow furrowed. With a teasing smile, she asked, "What's got Deputy Platoon Leader Zhao so hesitant? Did the superiors give you trouble when you asked for the supplies? That shouldn't be the case. Everyone was counting on her to produce results. How could anyone undermine her behind her back? If that were true, then today, either she or whoever opposed her would have to go down." Seeing the fierce glint in his platoon leader's eyes, Zhao Chang realized she might have misunderstood and quickly explained. In Vietnam, The first wave of American missiles hit. Many people died, ordinary civilians didn't even have a chance to hide. The bombed towns suffered heavy casualties, and the people are in dire straits. Some in Vietnam, frightened by the attacks, are showing signs of wanting to surrender. Some even indirectly blame China for standing up to America. Many have also died on China's side. They're currently tallying the casualties on the battlefield. Hearing this, Siali fell silent, her mood turning somber. It's their own country. If they can't defend it themselves, why are they causing trouble when others try to help? Besides, it was America that launched the missiles. Instead of blaming America, they're blaming the country that exposed its trump card to help them? Picking on the weak isn't done like this. Zhao Chang gritted his teeth, his expression turning grim. Exactly. These people are shameless. We're helping them now and they're still ungrateful. They're nothing but ingrates. Siali could somewhat understand their feelings. It was like if South Korea and Japan fought, but the battlefield was in China. The suffering Chinese populace would surely be angry. After all, this war might not have escalated so severely initially. It intensified purely because China kept revealing more trump cards, frightening America. But given the current situation, stopping the war and withdrawing China's troops was impossible. If America secured Vietnam, it could essentially encircle the mainland, completely isolating China from the world. China would have even less room to survive then. This war had to continue until a victor emerged. Siali patted Zhao Chang's shoulder, comforting him. No need to get angry with them. We can't change what kind of people they are. Our main goal now is to defeat America, prove China's military strength can hold its own in the world, and carve out space for future survival. A tiny country like Vietnam plays no role in China's rise. Besides, America has already started launching missiles. This is likely the first wave, but not the last. The most practical approach is to develop defenses quickly to minimize further losses. Siali didn't ask how many from China had died or if she knew any of them. The battlefield was volatile, and the official tally wasn't complete. Even if she wanted to know, Zhao Chang probably couldn't answer. Rather than worrying and delaying her work, it was more cost-effective to achieve her goals quickly and save more people. Zhao Chang also knew this missile wave might not be the last. No matter how worried he was, he could only sigh. Compared to the possible next wave of American missiles, Vietnam's ungrateful actions were insignificant enough to ignore. Then, platoon leader, keep working. I won't disturb you. Let me know when the things are ready. Siali, okay. After Zhao Chang left, Siali returned to her desk and continued working. She sealed magnesium strips inside empty shell casings, creating a type of incendiary device. Burning magnesium could interfere with infrared signals. Theoretically, this was a way to jam infrared targeting. Fortunately, both raw materials were not scarce in China. Mass-producing aluminum foil chaff, incendiaries, and anti-infrared devices wouldn't be difficult. The only question now was how to launch these. Some things were scattered near the trajectory of the falling missiles, causing them to detonate prematurely in the sky, thereby protecting the ground. After all this was done, Siali didn't immediately go to find Zhao Chang. Instead, she waited until it was dark outside, then quietly left home. Keeping a low profile the whole way, she silently arrived at Division Commander Lu's house, skillfully scaled the wall, and entered. People get used to things over time. The first time Siali scaled the wall into Division Commander Lu's house, he was both embarrassed and startled. But this time when she came, Division Commander Lu was only briefly surprised upon seeing her before ushering her inside. His tone even held a hint of teasing. Come in. I don't know who you learned this from. You don't use the perfectly good gate. How did you get so addicted to climbing walls? Siali followed Division Commander Lu inside. So, it's my fault for making our gate higher for security? Sophistry. The two entered the study. Division Commander Lu turned to look at Siali. Speak. What else do you need? If it's possible, I'll definitely get it for you. They were now at a critical juncture. On the battlefield, lives were lost every minute. There was simply no time to wait. As long as Siali could produce the thing, not to mention asking for some materials, even if she wanted stars from the sky, for the sake of the soldiers on the Vietnam battlefield, they would have to find a way to pluck them down for her. Siali waved her hand. I don't need anything else. I've already created the conceptual prototype, now it needs testing. Can we launch missiles here? Division Commander Lu. Division Commander Lu looked at Siali with an extremely odd expression, as if looking at some let-them-eat-cake lunatic. You think I'm some local tyrant here? If I had missiles, do you think our Nan Island could be this damn poor? Before you improved the Taodai, I couldn't even bear to throw away decommissioned warships. Siali. The expression on Siali's face was indescribable, her eyes full of disdain. Why don't you say that despite being this poor, you always want good things cheap? Where in the world are there so many good deals? Division Commander Lu leaned back in his chair, answering quite shamelessly. There wasn't such an opportunity before, but now you're here, aren't you? When an opportunity comes, you have to use it, otherwise it's a waste. Siali. I feel like what you're saying isn't so much, when an opportunity comes, you have to use it, otherwise it's a waste, but more like, the production team finally has a donkey, so we must use it well, otherwise isn't it a waste of the grain used to feed it? Had she become too familiar with Division Commander Lu, leading him to exploit her so brazenly? Siali's expression was numb. Forget it. Since there are no missiles, we can only see their effectiveness on the battlefield. Whether they work or not is another matter. Normally, for something this important, you'd need 100 or so tests before letting it go to the battlefield. But now it was different. Not only was the battlefield urgent, but they also had nothing to test with here. So, they could only send these things to the battlefield and collect data from the scene. Division Commander Lu had no objection to this. He only said, "Explain the principle to me. All of people send the things to the military factory overnight for mass production, to get them to the battlefield as soon as possible. The enemy already bombed once today. There's no guarantee there won't be a second wave tomorrow." Actually, he was more worried about a night raid tonight. But since the stuff this little girl made couldn't be used tonight anyway, what was the point of mentioning it? Siali didn't withhold any technical details. She directly told Division Commander Lu the characteristics, principles, and usage methods of the several items. These things are cheap. When you see missiles, try to scatter them on a large scale. It's best if the enemy's missiles graze these things and explode directly in the sky. For planes, it's better to use faster ones. The J-6 should actually work too. Although this domestically produced plane's performance couldn't compare with developed countries, among China's old planes and several domestically produced models, it was considered outstanding. Handling this task shouldn't be a big problem. Unexpectedly, Division Commander Lu frowned upon hearing this. Is there any way we can avoid using planes? Siali looked at him somewhat puzzled. Division Commander Lu explained, China has indeed developed the J-6 in recent years. Due to its good performance, the organization has been planning mass production. But our steel and some materials need to be imported. The country has no money, so naturally we can't buy too much, and production has been delayed. We only have a few hundred planes in total, each one precious. We can't send them all to someone else's battlefield to be wasted. Previously, when U.S. warplanes used our airspace to go to Vietnam, they frequently dropped bombs on Guangdong, Nan Island, Guangxi, and other areas to provoke us. We must keep some reserve force for contingencies. Isn't there any way to adapt it for land use instead of using planes in the sky? What about anti-aircraft guns or anti-aircraft machine guns? Can they shoot these things into the sky? If it's on the ground, we might also have some advantages. Siali didn't perceive any advantage there. She only felt that regardless of whether it was a black cat or a white cat, catching mice was a good cat. Right now, she just needed to get these things into the sky. Okay, shouldn't be a problem. Do you remember the close-in weapon system we installed on the Taodai? I think with some modification to increase its anti-air range, and using its third gear speed, probably none of those planes in the sky could withstand it. The main reason that close-in weapon system wasn't adopted by the land forces was primarily waste. Just the armor-piercing rounds cost 50 yuan each, enough for a rural family of over 10 to live for a year. Naturally, the authorities couldn't use them indiscriminately. But now it was different. These two types of ammunition were extremely cheap. If they really worked, then this missile interference system would be very convenient. Siali's words could only be considered theoretical. Without verification, she could only present them as concepts to Division Commander Lu. Division Commander Lu listened to Siali, nodding continuously, memorizing her words verbatim. Then he said, I understand what you've said. China doesn't produce close-in weapon systems separately, but we can remove them from the Taodai ships that haven't been sent abroad. Whether it works or not, we'll first mass-produce a batch of special ammunition and have the troops tested on the battlefield. Siali nodded. Then I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going home to sleep. Staying up like this any longer could lead to sudden death. With that, Siali didn't linger further. She got up and scaled the wall back home the same way. These 3 days of staying up had caused her to shed a large amount of hair, almost enough to make felt. She really needed to go home and get some proper sleep. Otherwise, she was afraid she'd really go bald young. Siali dragged her exhausted body home to rest. Division Commander Lu, having obtained the 3 types of ammunition, couldn't sleep at all. Without another word, he immediately called his superiors. To avoid wiretapping, he even spoke very cryptically, using code words. The higher-ups didn't hold much hope for what Siali had come up with. Not because they didn't believe in Lei Kong, but because the manufacturing methods for these several types of ammunition Siali presented this time were too simple and the price too low. It looked like a scam and probably wouldn't be very useful. Thinking was one thing, but actions were quite honest. They pushed all these things onto the production line, working day and night to produce a batch of ammunition at the fastest speed. Bundled with those close-in weapon systems, they were all sent straight to the battlefield. The trial units were ordered to compile detailed reports on the pros and cons of these interference rounds, recording precise data to facilitate future improvements. After handling all these matters, Division Commander Liu was so tired he didn't want to speak. A man in his 50s, he stayed up all night with eyes wide open. Although there were dark circles under his eyes, he was full of energy. Looking at his current state, one would never guess he had pulled an all-nighter. Clearly an old man, he was much more energetic than Siali from a few houses over in the family compound. Their states were completely opposite. At the entrance of the Xia family house, Qin Jinjin wore a green military uniform, two dark and shiny braids hanging long on her chest. Paired with her excited expression, she looked very youthful and bright. Her slender hands gripped the small satchel slung across her body as she looked expectantly at Xia Jiangwo. "Uncle, is Sister Lily home? I heard from her colleagues she's off today. I wanted to ask her to go out and relax." Xia Jiangwo knew this young girl had been sticking close to his daughter recently, and the two got along quite well. Normally, he would have immediately dragged his daughter out of bed, telling her not to always stay cooped up at home on her days off, to go out for a walk. His daughter was surrounded by rough men. Soft girls like Qin Jinjin were rare. Other things aside, this one remaining treasure needed to be cherished, otherwise his daughter hanging out with those rough guys all the time might become rougher herself. When she was with her future husband, who would seem more manly. But he knew his daughter had been staying up night after night for the past few days for the soldiers on the battlefield, trying to develop weapons to interfere with missiles. Now that she could finally get some proper sleep, he naturally wouldn't disturb her. He slightly stepped aside, saying to the very excited Qin Jinjin, "She's not awake yet. Would you like to come in and wait for a while?" Just in time, Lily's mom made some sugar cakes. "You can try some." Although Qin Jinjin was usually upbeat, like most young girls, she was somewhat intimidated when interacting with unfamiliar elders. She immediately waved her hands. No, it's fine. Since Sister Lily isn't up yet, I'll just go back to the dormitory. When she wakes up, just tell her. If she wants to go out, she can come find me. I'm off today, I'll be at home." Xia Jiangwo actually didn't know how much longer his daughter would sleep, estimating it might be another 2 or 3 hours. He also felt it wasn't right to have the young girl wait at their house for his daughter for that long, so he agreed. "All right. When your sister Lily wakes up, I'll have her go find you." After saying that, Qin Jinjin waved to Xia Jiangwo, grabbed her small satchel, and ran off. Yuni was off today and happened to be helping at his sister's house, witnessing the scene. He slightly lowered his eyelids, a thoughtful look in his eyes. It seemed he should also give some feedback to his superiors. Otherwise, with this complete radio silence, those people probably couldn't wait much longer. Siali, having stayed up for several days in a row, slept until almost evening before waking up. Xia Jiangwo saw his daughter come out of her room with messy hair and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Qin Jinjin came looking for you this morning, said she wanted to go out with you. I told her you were sleeping, so she said she'd go back and wait for you. At this hour, you probably can't go out anymore. Go tell her later." They were all in the same military compound, so it wouldn't take much effort. Siali nodded, yawning as she went to wash up. While she was washing her face, Zhao Chang's voice came from outside. "Platoon leader, are you home?" Siali casually wiped the water off her face, smoothing down her messy hair as she walked out. "What's up?" Zhao Chang, seeing his platoon leader come out, immediately broke into a big smile, appearing both silly and honest. "Platoon leader, are you free now?" Siali, ? "Something the matter?" Zhao Chang walked into the Xia family's yard, moving closer to Siali, and said quietly, "If you're free, come out for a stroll with me?" Siali she didn't think she had that kind of charm to make her somewhat silly and timid deputy platoon leader ask her out for private matters during non-work hours. "Stroll where?" Zhao Chang looked around like a thief, confirming no one was around, then lowered his voice further. "Didn't we just go to the scrap collection station a couple of days ago? I found there are quite a lot of good things there. My dorm is missing a cabinet, so I wanted to go find one. If you come with me, it'll be convenient for me to drive." Siali strongly suspected this guy didn't want her for her discerning eye, but simply to hitch a ride in her car. But his thinking was quite advanced. Clearly, every soldier was a good carpenter and could make a cabinet themselves, yet he insisted on buying second-hand goods. Remembering the very solid 8-step bed, Siali could somewhat understand Zhao Chang's thinking. After all, you could make a cabinet yourself, but good wood was hard to come by. "All right, I'll go with you." After a thought, she suggested, "Let's detour to the cultural troop dormitory area and pick up Qin Jinjin too." No need to guess, that young girl had probably been waiting for her in the dorm all day. Since they were going out for a stroll, they might as well go together. Hearing this, Zhao Chang looked at Siali with a very strange expression. He had heard of people asking others to go shopping, to eat, but asking someone to go dig through garbage together? This was truly the first time. Was their platoon leader's train of thought really okay? Zhao Chang's mind was buzzing with complaints, but his face wore a smile as he agreed very sincerely. Okay. The two went out, picked up Qin, and the three of them drove in a military vehicle straight to the scrap collection station. Qin was initially very happy that she could still go out to play with the amazing, beautiful older sister so late. But when she saw the destination was a scrap collection station, her eyes widened. Looking at the chaotic battlefield-like scene and the entire aesthetic, topped off by the dirty wooden board stuck in the ground at the entrance reading Scrap Collection Station, she was completely dumbfounded. Could it be some secret, non-public fun place? Like those banquets secretly prepared by old Beijing imperial chefs at home, only accessible to acquaintances or people with status, and a high-end game that no one else knows about? Otherwise, why would the beautiful sister Lily bring him to such a dirty, messy, and poor place? The three of them got out of the car. Zhao Chang, familiar with the routine as last time, slipped the old gatekeeper 20 cents and entered the scrap collection station. There was only one such station on the entire South Island, and it covered a vast area. Countless items were stored there, piled up like a wholesale market, with rows flanking the aisles. Under Qin bewildered expression that screamed, "Who am I? Where am I? Why did the amazing, beautiful sister bring me here to pick through trash?" Siali whispered an explanation. Zhao Chang wants to buy a cabinet. The quality of the cabinets here is better than what we could make ourselves. After he picks one out, we'll go somewhere else. I heard there's a secret night market around here. Although night markets didn't have anything particularly high-end, in this era of extremely scarce entertainment options, going to one was a pastime similar to shopping. Sometimes you could really find some novel things, and bartering wasn't considered part of the black market. Qin understood instantly and nodded obediently. Okay, I'll help him look for cabinets in other areas. Siali nodded and went to search in another direction herself. Not long after, Siali heard a soft exclamation from the direction Qin had gone. Siali frowned, thinking something had happened to her, and quickly ran over. Unexpectedly, she found Qin squatting on the ground, her gaze fixed on a corner under a discarded wooden frame, her face full of delight, leaning sideways as if trying to dig something out. Siali. Catching sight of Siali out of the corner of her eye, Qin hurriedly waved her over. Sister Lily, come quick, look. Siali walked over, squatted beside Qin, and leaned down to peer under the wooden frame. When Zhao Chang heard the noise and ran over, he saw their platoon leader and the girl who always went shopping with her, squatting neatly side by side next to a wooden frame, their heads tilted as they looked inside. Honestly, it looked utterly foolish, like two idiots. His eyes flickered, a hint of discomfort flashing across his face before it quickly returned to normal. He strode over and asked them curiously, "What are you two doing?" Qin was a straightforward child. Once she'd looked her fill, she reached in to grab. She pulled out a handful of small stones, each about the size of a thumbnail. They were colorful and looked extremely pretty. There are little stones in here. They look like jade, but I don't know if they're real. Siali wasn't sure either. She was good at scientific research, but appraising treasures? She didn't have that professional expertise. Seeing the small stones in Qin hand, Zhao Chang's face lit up with pleasant surprise. They should be real, right? I've heard some people hide old valuables inside furniture. Did we just stumble upon treasure? Really? Qin instantly perked up, excitedly saying, "Then our luck is really great. Come on, let's split it since we found it together. Let's dig all these out and share them." As she spoke, she reached under the small wooden frame again. Siali didn't speak, just swept a calm glance over Zhao Chang's face, but she didn't oppose Qin's idea either. Sure, it's quite rare to have such good fortune. Zhao Chang nodded repeatedly. Yeah, this scrap station is so big. Maybe besides here, there are other things in other places too. We can take our time and look when we have the chance. By the time Qin finished digging, she had a small handful of the suspected jade stones. She was delighted and immediately agreed. They close later than we get off work. If we find a lot today, we can come again tomorrow. The two chattered away, clearly both very happy about finding treasure at the scrap station. Although Siali chimed in, her gaze subtly and intermittently fell on Zhao Chang's face, carefully observing his expression. She couldn't be blamed for being suspicious. Zhao Chang's smile was just too fake. Although he usually had a simple, good-natured smile, it was the kind from someone without guile. This current smile, seemingly welded onto his face, was completely different. Siali felt it was strange. Zhao Chang wasn't someone who liked to cause trouble for others, nor was he a deep schemer. Logically, if he really just wanted to buy a cabinet, he could have gotten a note from the unit, and borrowing a vehicle wouldn't have been impossible. Given that he knew her identity as Lei Kong and the unit protected her like a national treasure, the fact that he had sought her out for this trip was somewhat odd in itself. Now, this wave of joyful and somewhat encouraging behavior was even more peculiar. How to put it? Anyway, Siali felt today's Xiao Chang wasn't like his usual self. The three of them wandered around the massive scrap station. After scouring about 1/5 of the area, they actually found many seemingly inconspicuous, but quite valuable little items. As they were about to leave, Jinjin looked troubled. She stared at the assortment of small stones in her hand and frowned. They weigh things at the gate, right? How do we get these out? It went without saying that if the old man at the gate saw they'd found so many valuable-looking things in the trash pile, regardless of authenticity, they wouldn't be able to take them out. Zhao Chang, without much concern, opened the postman-style satchel slung across his body. Put them in here for now. I'll take them out. We can split them after we leave. These things could fetch a price in earlier years, but nowadays basically no one wants them. No one would spend money to buy them. Anyway, everything here is sold by weight, all at the same price. When we go out, we can put a rock of similar weight inside the cabinet to make up the difference. Jinjin felt this was a bit wrong but also couldn't pinpoint why it was entirely incorrect. Having these things at home could cause trouble nowadays. If they weren't so small that discovery wouldn't be a big issue, she wouldn't have suggested taking them back. She didn't dare decide on her own and instead turned to look pleadingly at Siali, waiting for her decision. Siali didn't feel much psychological burden about taking what seemed to be valuable stones. After so many years in the apocalypse, no amount of gold, silver, or jade was as important as food. Back then, this stuff was left on the roadside with no one picking it up. However, she was somewhat concerned about the moral compass Zhao Chang seemed to have discarded. This kid was usually timid, not even daring to go to the black market, yet now he was egging them on to smuggle things out. The more she thought about it, the more fishy it seemed. Siali simply decided to go with the flow and see what this guy was really up to. Alright, let's get out first and talk then. Once the decision was made, they found a rock roughly the same weight as the stones, put it in the cabinet, and carried it out for the old man to weigh. The old man had worked this post for many years and couldn't care less about what people took from the trash pile. Seeing Zhao Chang and the others carrying out a cabinet, he barely gave it a glance, just had them put it on the scale, pay, and leave. The whole process was smooth, fluid, exuding an experienced air of indifference. By now, it was quite late. Having had their treasure-hunting adventure in the trash heap, neither Jinjin nor Siali brought up going to the night market again. The three loaded the cabinet onto the vehicle, drove off, and decided to continue their treasure hunt the next evening. In a small alley diagonally across from the scrap collection station, Yuni, who had been on his way to the residential compound, hid behind a wall. Watching the three drive away, he quietly let out a sigh of relief. Only after Siali's vehicle had completely left the street did he emerge from the alley. His gaze swept over the old man in the recycling office at the station before he withdrew his gaze and quickly left. Inside a certain apartment in the factory residential compound. After entering, Yuni casually tossed his jacket onto the sofa and walked quickly to the study. He sat at the desk for a long time, lips pressed into a tight line, before finally picking up the phone. The person on the other end answered quickly. Hello? Yuni, any news from over there? The voice was authoritative, tinged with urgency, making Yuni's lips press even tighter. I have some findings. The voice on the other end immediately became very excited, its pitch rising slightly. What findings? Did you find a lead on Lei Kong? Yuni affirmed, yes. I only discovered it recently after getting closer to Siali. I can't be completely certain yet, but the possibility is high. I want to test it a bit more, confirm it before informing you for action. The person on the phone immediately objected. No, your identity is still useful. You absolutely cannot expose yourself now. Did Siali notice you discovered this? Yuni, she is unaware. Hearing this, the person on the other end heaved a sigh of relief and decided firmly, then it's even more crucial not to expose your identity. Maintaining your current relationship with her is good. This time, we're not sure if we can find Lei Kong, so we should keep a backup plan. What exactly did you find? Yuni didn't argue the point and stated directly, I discovered that Siali has been sneaking off to the South Island scrap collection station frequently lately. Moreover, before the newly developed item by Lei Kong was delivered to the military factory, she also visited the scrap station. I suspect Lei Kong's there. Although Division Commander Liu had secretly shipped out the missile jamming device, once it entered the military factory, it was impossible to keep completely airtight within the military. By now, many knew that Lei Kong had new research results delivered to the factory. Connecting the dots with China's current predicament and the factory's urgent overnight processing, one could quickly deduce that the delivered items were primarily for anti-missile purposes. The person on the phone found Yuni's reasoning quite sound this time. After a long contemplation, he said, what you say has some merit. However, we don't have many people on South Island. Acting now might lead to oversights. I'll find a way to send more people to take action. You don't need to worry about this. Focus on protecting your identity from exposure and try to extract more information. Don't forget, the Xia family still has hidden items. Listening to his own father assign tasks with every sentence, without a single word about his and his sister's lives or safety, a somewhat self-mocking smile appeared on Yuni's face. He could accept it for himself, but his sister had been missing for so many years, found for this long, and his father could truly be so heartless as not to mention her at all, as if completely disregarding her life and death. He sometimes even wanted to ask his father if all these years of telling his mother they were seriously searching for his sister, telling her not to worry, had been a lie. Had he never actually sent people to look for her? His heart was truly hard enough. Yuni's mood was extremely poor, but his voice remained as gentle and steady as ever. I understand. Siali and the other two went to the scrap station like this for several days in a row. The first thing after work every evening was heading there. Punctual and regular like clocking in, it directly led to the old man at the station looking at them strangely. What decent young people would neglect their duties and burrow into the scrap station every day? Moreover, all three were soldiers. Were their unit leaders useless, not managing this? The only one with slightly thinner skin among the three was Jinjin. But seeing that the amazing, beautiful sister didn't seem embarrassed, she felt it would be affected if she were. So, every day she gave herself a pep talk in the mirror. Jinjin, you must be strong. People with strong inner selves don't care about others' opinions. Learn from the amazing, beautiful sister. This successfully resulted in, after a week, Jinjin's skin being as thick as steel. Though not matching Siali's, it could barely compare to Zhao Chang's. She had reached the point of turning a blind eye to the old man's implicit criticism. The day Siali and the others went to the scrap station, they found that besides them, there were two other groups there today. One group was a young couple, clearly in a romantic relationship. Their eyes would occasionally sneak glances at each other, then quickly look away as if burned, the tension between them palpable. Although they maintained some distance while walking, the sour-sweet smell of puppy love around them was impossible to miss. The other group consisted of two gaunt middle-aged men. One looked very honest and simple, the other somewhat shifty-eyed. They picked through items very meticulously, specifically choosing large pieces that looked valuable. Siali guessed these two were probably from the black market, scavenging for goods. There were always people with higher material demands. Buying low and selling high could earn some money. Since there were other people at the scrap station today, the trio couldn't act as unrestrained as before. Siali, we should split up to search. Be a bit careful, and it's best not to get too close to those people. As she spoke, her gaze turned to Jinjin. If anything happens, shout or knock something over. I'll hear it. Jinjin immediately nodded obediently. Okay. The three split up, each searching for what they wanted. Siali wasn't very interested in searching for things, adopting a go-with-the-flow attitude, meandering slowly through the trash piles like a queen of trash inspecting her domain. The reason she had been circling the scrap station for so many days despite her lack of interest was simply curiosity about what had happened to Zhao Chang, leading to him still bringing her here daily without any further action. Dragging this out wasn't productive. If he didn't lay his cards on the table, after waiting so many days, there was finally some response. Could the two people following her be the reason Zhao Chang had been keeping her here all this time? But logically, it shouldn't be. The footsteps of these two sounded somewhat unsteady. Although they probably had some martial arts training, just from their footsteps, Siali could assess their condition. They could fight, bullying ordinary people was no problem, but against her, it was pretty much. The food delivery has arrived. Zhao Chang was well aware of her military capabilities. If these two men were indeed sent by him, he would never have chosen two individuals who were not particularly skilled in fighting. Siali continued to walk slowly forward, waiting for the two men to initiate the attack first so she could make a decision. However, no matter how many openings she deliberately left in her movements, the two men simply followed her at a leisurely pace, neither wanting to get too close to her nor willing to give up and leave. Siali's frown deepened. This was getting rather annoying. Siali took a deep breath, suddenly turned around to look at the two men, and asked with a cold expression, "Are we fighting or not? Are you arresting me or not? Hurry up and give me a clear answer. Just following me like this, aren't you tired of it?" "I certainly am." The two middle-aged men who had been following Siali from a distance. They had already received information about Siali's formidable skills, which was why they had been careful not to get too close to her while following her. But what they never expected was that, even from over 300 meters away, this woman could still sense that they were tailing her. Did she have eyes on the back of her head or something? After the initial shock, their first reaction wasn't to chase after Siali and pin her down, but rather to turn around and flee with grim expressions. "Siali, you're really not taking me seriously, are you? Do you think I'm just shooing away some hooligans? Things have come to this point. How could I possibly let them escape?" Without another word, she picked up a wooden crate of unknown purpose from nearby and, like throwing a javelin, hurled it with force toward the back of the head of the man who looked particularly sly and cunning. The wooden frame shot toward the back of his head at an eerily fast speed, sharp as a blade. Duong. Siali was a high-quality woman, capable of smashing a stone table with her bare hands. Anything she threw with force, even if it was just a wooden crate, carried immense power. With a thud, the sly-looking man didn't even have time to dodge before he fell to the ground like a toppled stone tablet, motionless. The man who had been running alongside the sly-looking man suddenly felt the space beside him empty and realized his companion had vanished as if he were a ginseng fruit that had fallen to the ground and disappeared into thin air. The man. Before he could process why his companion had suddenly disappeared, he felt a swift, cold gust of wind behind him. His brain had no time to react before a fierce punch landed on his face. Instantly, the world spun, darkness clouded his vision, and he felt as though he could see his deceased great-grandmother waving to him from afar. Thud. Just like his companion, the man was subdued by Siali in an instant, pinned firmly to the ground. Siali twisted his arms behind his back with one hand and pressed her foot firmly against his spine, rendering him immobile on the ground. Speak. Tell me your purpose and who sent you. Oh, and also, tell me about your informants in the military. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Siali didn't need to think too hard to know there must be informants for these people around her. Otherwise, how would anyone know her whereabouts, lying in wait here to follow her, when she rarely left the base except for occasional trips to buy food? The man pinned under Siali struggled desperately, but couldn't budge her in the slightest. He grimaced and said, "What mastermind? What does this have to do with the military? We just saw you, a woman alone here, dressed quite nicely, and thought we could borrow some money from you. We know we were wrong now, and you've already beaten us up. Please, just let us go." Siali didn't believe a word of it. With a forceful twist of his arm, the man's face contorted in pain, and an even more piercing scream erupted from him. Zhao Chang and Qin Jinjin, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Both were startled by the scene. Zhao Chang, faster than Qin Jinjin, dashed over and took over restraining the man from Siali, pinning him down firmly. He looked at Siali with visible tension, his voice filled with undisguised urgency. "Platoon leader, are you hurt?" Siali carefully observed Zhao Chang's expression. The concern seemed genuine. Could it be that these people really weren't working with Zhao Chang? Then what was the deal with his odd behavior these past few days? Thoughts raced through Siali's mind, but her response was swift. "I'm fine. They were just following me. Tie them up, and let's take them back together." Zhao Chang didn't question it. He rummaged through a pile of trash, found a hemp rope, and tied the man up. Initially, the man had struggled with the determination to escape, but upon realizing they were actually taking him away, his struggles intensified. He roared hysterically, "Let me go. You can't just—" Siali gave a cold, mocking smile. "Just now you said you only wanted money from me, and now you claim to be with the committee. You sure change professions quickly." Then, leaning down slightly to meet the eyes of the frantically struggling man, she curled her lips into a malicious smirk. "You can't possibly be with the committee. Orders have been given for committee personnel to withdraw from South Island. You must be an imposter. Impersonating a public official, that's another charge right there." The man finally understood. This woman wasn't disbelieving his claim. She simply didn't want him to have an easy time. He struggled even more fiercely, threatening Siali viciously. "Fine, I'm not with the committee, but I do have some influence here on South Island. If you let me go, I might let this slide. But if you don't, my brothers won't just come after you, they'll pay special attention to your families too." Siali pointed at Zhao Chang beside her. "This guy's rank isn't high enough, his family isn't on South Island." Then she pointed at herself. "My family is in the Northeast. If you want to take care of them, remember to bring plenty of gifts. If it's too little, I won't acknowledge the debt." She added with a cheeky grin, "Do you have some misunderstanding about your organization's capabilities? If you're so bold, just name your organization and its members. Today, we'll have them join you in the military interrogation building. How many people do you have that you dare act so recklessly? Do you really think the tens of thousands of troops on South Island are just for show?" Without further ado, she picked up a thermos stopper from nearby and stuffed it directly into the man's mouth. Not just making him bite it, but shoving it entirely into his mouth. With his hands bound behind his back, the man couldn't pull the stopper out. It was as if he had a light bulb in his mouth. He couldn't spit it out no matter how hard he tried, only managing angry, muffled grunts. MMPH. 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 If looks could pierce a person's body, Siali would have been riddled with holes by now. But the one who had provoked such hatred remained utterly oblivious, hands in her pockets, casually remarking, "Let's go. These two are too bulky, there's no space for them. Just toss them in the trunk." Zhao Chang. They had arrived as 3 people but were leaving as 5, with 2 of them tied up. The old gatekeeper looked at Siali and the others with an even more peculiar expression. He pondered for a moment, opened his mouth as if to say something, hesitated, but ultimately said nothing except, "Next time, could you keep the noise down a bit?" Siali. Zhao Chong. Chin. So, old man, your concern isn't about us fighting or causing fatalities inside, but about us making less noise while fighting? What kind of talent is this? Siali gave a wry smile. Although she still felt something was off about Zhao Cheng, she didn't want to drag this out any longer. She said to the old man, we won't be coming back here unless necessary. With that, Siali and the others left under the old gatekeeper's relieved gaze. The three of them took the two men back and directly delivered them to the interrogation room. The interrogators were arranged by Regimental Commander Bai, and they worked with remarkable efficiency, soon delivering the results to him. At that moment, Siali was also in Regimental Commander Bai's office discussing some matters and happened to hear the soldier's report. After the soldier left, Regimental Commander Bai looked at Siali and asked with a frown, "What do you make of this?" Siali's lips twitched. "What can I make of it? Should I pick whichever story sounds good and believe it?" Regimental Commander Bai's question was practically a joke. The man had first claimed he wanted to extort money from her, then said he was with the committee. Now, under military interrogation, these two claimed they saw her squatting to pick something up and thought she had found something valuable like gold, so they wanted a share. With lies coming so easily, there wasn't a shred of truth in any of it. Regimental Commander Bai nodded. "I don't believe that story either, but they're indeed native South Islanders who have been small-time hoodlums for over a decade and have strong connections in the black market. However, we currently lack concrete evidence to prove they were specifically targeting you. For now, we can only continue investigating. But I suspect these disturbances are still related to the things Lei Kong has developed. You should avoid going out recently." Siali nodded, then after a moment's thought, brought up another point. "I think Zhao Cheng has been acting strange these past few days. Do you know why?" Regimental Commander Bai's eyes flickered almost imperceptibly, and he gave Siali a look of exasperation. "I'll look into his situation. Don't worry about him. Just focus on keeping yourself safe. Stay on base for a while and don't go out." Siali felt the old man was repeating himself to the point of making her ears callous. If Zhao Cheng hadn't asked her out recently, she truly wouldn't have left the base. She agreed readily, "All right." Siali left the regimental commander's office under Regimental Commander Bai's uneasy, deeply furrowed gaze. That night, she tossed and turned in bed, thinking for a long time. She still felt this wouldn't do. Deep down, she Siali avoided people in the evening and made her way to the men's single dormitory. Having climbed through Lu Dingyuan's window before, this trip felt familiar, and she quickly reached the dormitory building with someone on her back. Seeing the row of patrolling soldiers who had just passed by, Siali knew it would be another 15 minutes before the next shift change. She found a spot to crouch, concealing herself, and waited patiently for the patrol shift change. She thought to herself how inconvenient it was not having a mobile phone now. If she had a phone, she would be calling Zhao Cheng instead of climbing through his window. Unfortunately, given China's current economic level, laying nationwide communication cables was still impossible. As the time approached, Siali was about to take advantage of the shift change to find Zhao Cheng and have a serious talk with him. He was too young to become a spy, otherwise, all his years of hard work would be wasted. Even if he served in the military, the state wouldn't be able to support him in his old age. But just as Siali was about to move, she saw someone quickly emerge from the dormitory building. The person was fully equipped, with a hat pulled low, and jogged toward the training ground. Even though it was dark and visibility was low, Siali still recognized the person's face. It was Xiao Chong. Siali. Siali immediately grew serious, her brow furrowed. What was he doing running out in the middle of the night instead of sleeping at home? Could he really be involved in something he shouldn't be? Without hesitation, she silently followed Zhao Cheng, also heading toward the training ground. Having been accustomed to avoiding zombies in the apocalypse, Siali's footsteps were extremely light as she ran, minimizing her presence and controlling her breathing. Despite being a full-grown person running behind Zhao Cheng, he, with his strong sense of vigilance, didn't notice he was being followed. As Siali followed Zhao Cheng, she began to sense that something was off. A commotion came from ahead, the sound of dense footsteps, likely from dozens of people. She ducked behind a nearby tree and peeked out to see what was happening. What she saw made her raise an eyebrow. Good grief. 3 military trucks. Many armed soldiers were quickly and orderly jumping onto the trucks. Battalion Commander Bai stood in front of the trucks, giving serious commands. It was clear these people were about to carry out a mission. Soon, Zhao Cheng, who had run ahead, returned with his gear and jumped onto one of the trucks. At this point, Siali was certain something was suspicious, and it likely had to do with his recent trips to the scrapyard. Battalion Commander Bai's repeated warning earlier that day, "It's dangerous outside, don't go out," was probably related to this. Siali watched as Battalion Commander Bai got into a truck and the 3 military vehicles drove away from the training ground. After a moment's thought, she decided to follow. As for the warning not to leave, she completely ignored it. Battalion Commander Bai had said that out of concern for her safety, but if she really left the Nan Island Corps, it was hard to say who would be in more danger. Military trucks moved faster than an ordinary person could run. But Siali had lightning-based abilities. After being in this world for so long, her abilities had recovered to the 4th level, making it no problem to keep up with a truck. Under the cover of night, she kept her distance, following the tire tracks from afar. She followed them until they stopped in front of a gated fence. Siali looked at the familiar, dilapidated wooden sign and thought, so it really is the scrapyard. She watched as all the soldiers jumped out of the military trucks. Battalion Commander Bai gave the gatekeeper a reassuring gesture, and everyone quickly entered the scrapyard. Once everyone was inside, the 3 trucks didn't wait in front of the scrapyard, but drove away immediately. The scrapyard's gatekeeper, likely having experienced similar situations during the war-torn years, remained incredibly calm. After everyone left, he simply sat back in his room, reading a newspaper under a small green desk. Siali, tisk, looks like they're playing a big game this time. Since she had nothing better to do, she settled into the shadows and decided to stay. She quietly waited on site to get the first scoop on what these people were up to. Siali leaned against the alley wall, swatting mosquitoes for 20 minutes before she heard faint, rustling sounds from ahead. Not from the front of the scrapyard, but from the side. She crouched low and quietly moved to the mouth of the alley beside the scrapyard. There, she saw over a dozen people wearing wide-brimmed hats and black cloth masks over their faces, sneaking toward the side wall of the scrapyard and signaling to each other. Soon, they set up a ladder against the wall and climbed over one by one. Seeing their method, Siali couldn't help but twitch her lips. Even in later spy movies, villains had to climb walls themselves instead of using ladders. These troublemakers were using such a plain and unremarkable method, it was a bit underwhelming. Were they really not picky about who they recruited for their dirty work? The bar was set so low. After everyone had climbed over, 2 people remained outside the wall. The ladder was still propped against the side wall, likely for their escape later. Siali leaned against the corner of the alley where the 2 were standing, looking at the ladder beside them. A strong, itching desire suddenly rose in her heart. For example, taking the ladder away. Siali pondered whether to knock the 2 out first, and then take the ladder, or simply grab it and run. Just then, a burst of gunfire erupted from inside the yard. Bang! 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 The gunfire was as dense as rain, creating a tense atmosphere. The 2 men at the base of the wall were startled by the commotion inside, their bodies tensing up as they instinctively pulled their masks tighter. One of them nervously said, "Why is there gunfire all of a sudden? It sounds intense, could there be an ambush?" The other was also terrified, trembling uncontrollably. They had been undercover on South Island for years and had settled down here. Not everyone could abandon all emotions and remain cold-blooded toward their families while undercover. If they were caught, not only would they suffer, but their families would also be implicated. The other man whispered urgently, "Wasn't it said that this might be South Island's latest research base? Thunder Sky is so important now, and with other researchers here, they must have guards stationed. Let's wait and see." The first man could only nod, quietly climbing the ladder to check the situation inside. If things went wrong, they needed to react immediately. Their conversation was barely audible even in the quiet night, and even someone nearby might not have heard them clearly. But Siali had sharp ears. From around the corner, she heard every word clearly. Siali frowned. Were these people here to cause trouble because they thought this was South Island's secret research base and Thunder Sky was here? Their recent attempts to lure her to the scrapyard were likely for the same reason. But she hadn't exposed her identity. Why would they track her movements to find the research base and Thunder Sky? If they really knew her identity and wanted to harm her, they wouldn't have attacked the research base in the middle of the night while she was at the South Island Core. Wouldn't the right approach be to capture her while she was here? The man on the ladder had no idea a wolf was lurking nearby, ready to pounce at any moment. He watched as the seemingly empty scrapyard suddenly swarmed with armed soldiers the moment their people entered to search. And their numbers kept growing. Then, the armed soldiers began relentlessly surrounding and capturing their people, as if determined to arrest everyone who had entered. Those inside might not have seen it clearly, but from his vantage point, he could tell the soldiers weren't just guarding the place, they had been. He quickly climbed down the ladder, wiping the sweat from his face. He said to the other man, "There are too many people inside." They were prepared. "We need to leave now." Hearing this, the other man's face turned pale. A flicker of conscience pricked at him, making him hesitate. But what about the people inside? The man who had climbed the ladder looked grim. "What can we do?" There are at least 100 people lying in ambush. We can't save them. Someone needs to report back about what happened today. Let's go first. Without waiting for the other man's response, he turned and hurried away. Leaving the ladder for the others was the last bit of kindness he could offer. Otherwise, to avoid leaving any traces, they should have taken the ladder with them. The other man, who had initially planned to help anyone escaping from inside, lost his already limited courage as the night wind blew away his resolve. Gritting his teeth, he turned and followed. Siali watched the two run off and thought, TSK. She quickly ran to the ladder, hoisted it onto her shoulder, and chased after them. A gunfight had already broken out inside. If those people resisted to the death, it was uncertain whether any would survive. Even if some were captured, they might not talk under interrogation. But the two who ran away were different. They were so cowardly that a little intimidation would likely make them spill everything. The two fleeing men ran with all their might, moving quickly. Siali, carrying the ladder, chased them for 2 streets before catching sight of their backs. Without making a sound, she appeared behind them like a ghost in the night and swung the ladder horizontally at shoulder height. Thud. Crack. The 2 men were sent crashing into the wall, piled on top of each other, while the wooden ladder shattered. Woof. 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 The noise startled a dog nearby, setting off a chorus of barking. The 2 men looked at Siali in terror, trembling from the pain. The one with a sliver of conscience, but not much courage, gritted his teeth and said in a frightened yet defiant tone, "What are you doing? We have no quarrel with you. Why attack us in the middle of the night?" The moment they saw Siali, they recognized her. But admitting it now would be a death sentence. Their only hope was that Siali wasn't sure what they had done and had caught them merely for acting suspiciously near the scene. But Siali wasn't fooled by their act. Seeing them play dumb, she gave a cold smile and shook the broken ladder in her hand. "After watching for so long, don't you think this ladder looks familiar?" Their faces instantly lost all color, and the last shred of hope in their hearts vanished. This woman had seen everything. Siali didn't want to waste time. She tossed the ladder aside and moved to apprehend them. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! A loud explosion erupted from the direction of the scrapyard. In that instant, lights turned on in many houses, and some brave residents came out to see what had happened. Siali's gaze shifted toward the scrapyard, her brow furrowing with worry. Bai Tuanzheng and the others were over there. Had those people become desperate and decided to take everyone down with them? The 2 men on the ground exchanged a glance and quietly got up. While Siali was distracted, they turned and ran. Siali. Did they really think her vigilance died just because she looked away? She silently picked up the ladder she had thrown aside and Siali turned to the frightened residents and said, "I'm a soldier from the Southern Island Corps. These 2 are accomplices of the people who caused the explosion. Does anyone have rope? Lend me some and I'll return it later." If there had been no one around, she would have taken rope from her space. But with so many people outside, it wasn't convenient. Hearing that Siali was a soldier from the Southern Island Corps, and that the 2 men, wearing hats and masks in the middle of summer, clearly up to no good, were accomplices of the bombers, the crowd grew indignant. A young man nearby shouted angrily, "Comrade, wait a moment. I'll get it for you right away." He quickly ran back to his yard, untied a clothesline from a bamboo pole, and rushed back. He helped Siali tie the 2 men's hands behind their backs and secure them to the ladder, then said seriously, "No need to return the rope. Just make sure all those troublemakers who caused the explosion are caught." Others chimed in, "These people are terrible. Setting off bombs in the county, how many people could have died if they were hurt?" "That's right, comrade. These scoundrels should all be shot. Don't worry about returning the rope. If you need more, we have some at home too." As soon as he said this, several families offered to give Siali rope. People in those days were simple and honest. They believed Siali without question, with no one suspecting she might be lying. Siali nodded at them. "1 rope is enough. I'll take the person back first." With her exceptionally sharp ears, she hadn't heard any gunfire. As Siali's frown deepened, she also knew this battle should be over. She said to the others, "Things should be wrapped up over there. Everyone, go back and get some sleep. We still have work tomorrow. I'm heading off first." After saying that, she didn't bother with further pleasantries with those people. Leading the person on the ladder, she quickly left. The scrap collection station wasn't far from where they were. As Siali led the person over, she could still see thick black smoke billowing from the station in the distance, and the smell wasn't pleasant either. Immediately after, she heard a wave of chaotic noise mixed with the sound of battalion commander Bai cursing and grumbling. Only then did Siali feel her heart settle back into place. At least they weren't completely wiped out. Judging by battalion commander Bai's tone, it didn't sound like the losses were severe either. She thought about it. Going over there now probably wouldn't be of much use. She might even successfully clock in for a good scolding under battalion commander Bai's irritable mood. So, Siali simply found a road that was a necessary route for vehicles heading to the southern island core. Leading the two people, she stood by the roadside, waiting for battalion commander Bai and the others to come by and give her and these two a lift back to the core. After all, using her ability to get here was easy, but going back, she couldn't very well use her ability to carry these two back, could she? If they really had to rely on their own 2 feet to walk back, it would probably take a whole day. Battalion commander Bai never expected those people to be so stubborn, willing to blow up the scrap collection station even at the cost of their own lives. This place was full of old scrap, many things already rotten. After their explosion, the scene was simply a disaster, the stench so bad it made the entire street unbearable to breathe on. Gritting his teeth tightly, he ordered, "Treat the wounded first. If it's not urgent, handle it in the vehicles later. Don't end up getting infected by this garbage when they were fine before." The soldiers were also thoroughly sickened by this aged, fermented foul stench. Anyone who could still move insisted on getting bandaged up only after getting in the vehicle. Leaving a portion of people to clean up the battlefield, the rest all got into the vehicles. Sitting in the vehicle, battalion commander Bai felt utterly frustrated. But when he saw that familiar figure standing by the roadside, that frustration turned into something even more difficult to dispel. This damn girl, didn't I tell her to stay put in the barracks and not go out these few days? How could she appear here in the middle of the night? Stop the vehicle. Pick those people up and bring them on board. The driver immediately stopped, jumped down from the cab and called a few soldiers, quickly rushing to Siali. "Driver, platoon leader Xia, the battalion commander wants you to get in the vehicle." Saying this, he and the others took the 2 people Siali had tied to the ladder, looking like conjoined twins, and just hoisted them up and tossed them into the back of the truck. Seeing Siali get in the vehicle, battalion commander Bai's face was extremely sour. He coldly demanded, "Didn't I tell you to stay put in the barracks? Why are you here?" By now, Siali had already figured out that Zhao Cheng wasn't actually problematic. The reason he had been so awkward and stiff was simply because his acting skills were poor, making him appear unnatural in front of her. This person had probably been acting under orders from the higher-ups from the very beginning, deliberately bringing her to the scrap collection station to lure the snake out of its hole. She naturally couldn't say she had followed Zhao Cheng out. Otherwise, just explaining how her 2 legs could manage a speed of 120 kilometers per hour would be impossible for her to clarify to battalion commander Bai. She could only say, "I felt something was off about the scrap collection station, and Zhao Cheng's reaction was also strange, so I thought I'd come investigate. Who knew I'd run into your operation? But it's fine." She pointed towards the back of the vehicle. "Caught 2 who slipped through the net. They were on lookout outside earlier." Battalion commander Bai. Now, when speaking, battalion commander Bai had lost some of his confidence. "But you still can't come out by yourself in the middle of the night. Do you remember what your status is?" Siali blinked her big eyes at battalion commander Bai, answering quite bluntly, "A serving soldier of the People's Republic of China?" Battalion commander Bai. "Aren't you just so red?" Suddenly, he could understand the feeling of Siali's father wanting to hit her every day. With such a glib-tongued and infuriating damn girl, who wouldn't get angry? Probably only that silly kid Lu Dingyuan, who's missing a screw, would fall for this little girl. Waving his hand dismissively as if refusing to engage further, he said, "I'm not going to argue this pointless stuff with you. I'm your leader's leader, not your direct superior. Wait until your direct superior returns and let him hash it out with you." Siali didn't fall for his diversion tactic at all, completely ignoring the change of topic. "So, can you tell me now what this is all about? I can't just be used as bait for nothing and not know any of the inside story, right? Why did they want to kill Lei Kong but not come for me, instead coming to blow up the garbage mountain?" Battalion commander Bai. "Some people are so ruthless they even think about harming themselves." His peripheral vision caught the driver walking back towards the cab. Immediately straightening his expression, he said, "Now isn't a good time to talk. We'll discuss it when we get back." Siali also saw the returning driver and agreed quite readily, "Okay." She was determined to find out just which treacherous subject was trying to harm her this time. Seeing someone getting into the vehicle, battalion commander Bai didn't continue reprimanding Siali. The group rode in the vehicles and soon returned to the Nan Island core. Upon arrival, battalion commander Bai waved at Siali. "We need to interrogate the prisoners first here. If you're tired, go back and sleep. I'll find you tomorrow to explain the specifics." Even though battalion commander Bai wasn't Siali's direct superior, he was well aware of this subordinate's dislike for work. Since it was already this late, he figured this young girl would probably want to go back to sleep and wouldn't stick around for the interrogation grind. Siali indeed had no desire to endure the interrogation with them. After all, if they ran into someone tight-lipped, interrogating for 7 or 8 days without results was normal. Who knew how much those 2 spineless people they caught actually knew? "Then I'll head back first, battalion commander. You go ahead with your work." Having said that, she showed no further attachment to these people, turned around, and went straight home to sleep. Battalion Commander Bai. Aren't you even going to be polite? Early, the next morning. When Siali came to work, she heard people discussing the incident at the scrap collection station. An explosion with ignited explosives near the military district was no different from a provocation against the military district, naturally sparking widespread discussion. Listening to their discussions, Siali's mouth twitched involuntarily. The stench could be smelled 3 streets away from the scrap collection station. Not only had the smell not dissipated overnight, but it had become even more robust after the night. People living on those nearby streets wished they could go to work immediately and not return home at night. The old man managing the scrap collection station even got leave that very night, excused from returning until the station was rebuilt, thus sparing him the agony of being overwhelmed by the stench. Another young soldier, sitting not far from them drinking water, put down his green military canteen and sighed. It's true we could prepare earlier. But those of us running on the ground and those flying in the sky from our unit are still at a bit of a disadvantage. Right next to us is a small Vietnamese town. If those air raids drop missiles any closer to our side, I'm afraid the Vietnamese civilians will think we're even more of a jinx. The soldier changing the bandage finished dressing the wound and curled his lip, saying, "We should have known better than to come. Let the Americans bomb them flat. It would save us risking our lives to help them drive out the invaders, only for them to bite the hand that feeds them, not recognizing a good heart. And now they even blame us. All right, stop talking. It's not good if someone hears. Battalion Commander Liu is coming over." The soldier drinking water quickly stopped him from continuing with words that could stir conflict between the two countries. After all, they were on the battlefield. Morale couldn't be shaken. Upon hearing Battalion Commander Liu is coming over, it was understandable that the civilians had emotions, but what chilled these soldiers was that the officials simply didn't step in to manage things. Every time they saw the looks in the eyes of those Vietnamese civilians who felt implicated, not to mention the others, even Lu Dingyuan felt uncomfortable. At this point, he wouldn't forcefully suppress his men, forbidding them from having any emotions at all. He just swept a cool glance over everyone and said, "Although we are on Vietnam's battlefield, we follow the orders of the Chinese organization. Some things don't need me to say more. You all understand in your hearts." Higher-ups said that a batch of anti-missile weapons will be delivered soon. Everyone, hold on a little longer. If they don't arrive before the next air raid, we'll move south first. They had initially stationed here for supplies and to guard against the Americans doing something insane to the Vietnamese civilians. But now the relationship between the two countries had clearly become very delicate. At least that village didn't welcome them. Lu Dingyuan felt there was no need to stay here any longer. The small Vietnamese village was to their north. Moving south would at least avoid implicating that village. No one had any objections to Lu Dingyuan's order. On the contrary, having a decisive leader with high military competence was more advantageous for command on the battlefield. Battalion Commander, someone has delivered equipment to us. Just as everyone was discussing how to continue advancing the team south if the secret weapons didn't arrive, a young scout from the guard detail shouted excitedly. Everyone's attention was drawn over, all looking in the direction of the voice. For military trucks were parked at the entrance of their camp. Several soldiers jumped down from the trucks. And on the truck beds sat a properly mounted gun turret. Seeing the turret on the truck bed, Lu Dingyuan immediately frowned, realizing it was the close-in weapon system used on the modified Taodai that Siali had worked on. Weren't they supposed to be anti-missile? Why was this thing here? Could it be intended to shoot down missiles in the air? This thought flashed through Lu Dingyuan's mind for only a moment before he dismissed it as unrealistic. Leaving aside whether this method was feasible, the cost of one armor-piercing round for the CIWS was over 50 yuan, with a minimum expenditure of tens of thousands per minute. Given the precarious diplomatic relations between China and Vietnam, how could they willingly incur such huge expenses for them? While thinking, Lu Dingyuan had already reached the trucks. The soldier who drove and escorted the CIWS saluted Lu Dingyuan. He said seriously, "Battalion Commander Liu, these are the CIWS from the Taodai and 3,000 rounds each of decoy flares, incendiary rounds, and infrared decoy rounds, as ordered by higher-ups. Plus 5,000 armor-piercing rounds specifically for the CIWS, for emergencies. The usage instructions are written in the manual. Please check and accept them." Hearing these unfamiliar names, everyone immediately crowded around, curious to see what this new thing was. Missiles were so powerful. Could small bullets really interfere with them? Lu Dingyuan solemnly took the manual handed to him with both hands by the young soldier and nodded to him. He turned and instructed the others, "First, store these things. We'll look at the manual later." The deputy battalion commander, who was instructed, immediately took people to unload the goods. The young soldier was from the transport team, shuttling between various camps and more or less familiar with people in the camps, especially the standout characters in each. After reporting to Lu Dingyuan, his gaze accurately found Li Qing'an in the crowd, who looked curious, craning his neck eagerly, wanting to unpack. He strode over. Lu Dingyuan and his men quickly unloaded the ammunition boxes from the truck, but not the CIWS. This thing simply took up too much space. Without a vehicle, it couldn't be moved. Once the transport team left, the truck would also stay. When only the tank regiment members remained in the camp, Li Qing'an excitedly said to Lu Dingyuan, "Quick, open it and take a look." Lu Dingyuan nodded to the deputy battalion commander. The deputy battalion commander immediately waved his hand, calling out, "Let's open these things and see what's new. It'll save us from having to unpack in a hurry when we need to use them." That made sense, but everyone knew that the lofty reasons for opening now probably accounted for only 10%. The remaining 90% was pure, burgeoning curiosity. The CIWS Siali created fired too fast, so naturally, the ammunition couldn't be packed in neat, square boxes like ordinary pistol rounds. Opening the wooden crates, they saw roll after roll of densely packed bullet chains, similar to machine gun belts, the only difference being the size of the rounds. These were larger. Looking at the utterly ordinary-looking bullets, everyone involuntarily frowned. How to put it? Soldiers all liked bullets and weapons, especially powerful ones like the CIWS. But missiles were generally several meters or even tens of meters long, weighing tons. Their bullets were at most over 10 centimeters long, weighing less than half a kilogram. They thought new weapons to counter missiles should at least be big killers like the Xieji. Everyone knew the bigger the bullet, the more explosive it contained, the greater the power. These crates of bullets looked too ordinary, completely unable to match the destructive power and size of missiles. Someone asked softly, "Will this really work?" The voice was clearly hesitant, deeply uncertain. Li Qing'an looked up at Lu Dingyuan and suggested quietly, "How about we fire a few rounds to test?" He had only heard of the Taotia's reputation and hadn't yet seen the power of its famous CIWS. 3,600 rounds per minute. If he could feast his eyes on that, regardless of the bullet's power, just seeing it would be great, right? Lu Dingyuan. The others present. Bai Tang unceremoniously pushed Li Qing'an aside and said irritably, "These things are scarce. Didn't you see they only gave us 3,000 of each type, even fewer than the armor-piercing rounds that cost dozens of yuan each and are ridiculously expensive? If you waste them like that, what will we do if we don't have enough when we need them?" This was also what everyone worried about. No one had used this thing before and had no idea of its power, but they knew the state wouldn't cheat them regarding matters involving them and the Xieji heavy tanks. Either these bullets were as outrageously expensive as the new armor-piercing rounds, or the state's production couldn't keep up and could only give them this much for now. Or both. In any case, they couldn't waste this stuff now. Li Qing'an was somewhat disappointed but didn't say more, obediently letting the others decide. Most of this regiment were from Nandao. He, a soldier from the Northeast Corps, was trembling among them, not daring to voice many opinions. Small, pitiful, and helpless. After looking at the bullets, everyone felt hopeful but not entirely convinced. The size difference between missiles and these bullets was just too great, making belief difficult. Among them, Lu Dingyuan probably had the most confidence in the new weapons delivered. He was the only one in the know. Even without thinking, he knew these things sent to the front line must have been hastily created by Siali to counter missiles. Although the things that little girl made might look a bit shabby, their effectiveness was never lacking. As long as they operated normally according to the manual, interfering with missiles should be feasible. But Lu Dingyuan didn't argue with the others now. Practice was the sole criterion for testing truth. Only by seeing the actual effect of these bullets would they be convinced. He just said, "Since the organization has delivered these to us, we should trust the organization. As for the actual effect, we'll see when the missiles come." The ammunition was stored in the designated weapons area, and everyone dispersed. Li Qing'an, carrying a large package, walked to an overturned tree trunk away from the crowd, sat down, and happily began unpacking. These were things others had sent him, some clothes his worried mother had sent, and various letters from childhood friends and relatives. Li Qing'an, happy. The few soldiers talking nearby also looked over at Li Qing'an's beaming face as he unpacked. One nudged the person next to him with his elbow and whispered, "See, it's good to be from a privileged family. Even with supply difficulties on the battlefield, someone can still send him packages. So enviable." The person next to him chuckled, joking, "I think you're just jealous. If you could switch with him, would you?" The previously disdainful soldier suddenly laughed and answered quite frankly, "Why wouldn't I switch? I'm almost green with envy. If I could switch, my wife could write to me too." Ha 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 ha. Bursts of laughter erupted around. Although the words were somewhat sour, there wasn't much real malice. Lu Dingyuan, hearing their conversation. His family probably also had privileges, right? At least no less than Li Qing'an's. Although his family wouldn't use connections to send him things, that little girl was never one to stick rigidly to principles. If she wanted to send a letter, she'd definitely ask Division Commander Lu for help. The decoy rounds made in Nandao had already arrived, so Siali's reply to him should be arriving soon too, right? He wondered what that little girl would write in her letter to him. Li Qing'an, looking at the full package, completely ignored the envious, jealous looks from others, thinking to himself, this must be the benefit of growing up in a military district, knowing families with connections to the upper military echelons. He would also earn more military merits in the future, so when his son went to the battlefield, he and his wife could also write to their son. Reading the letters from his grandfather and father, Li Qing'an added in his heart. When he wrote to his son, he'd definitely write things his son wanted to hear, not like his grandfather and father, who specifically said things he didn't like. When he flipped to Siali's letter, Li Qing'an's eyes widened involuntarily, his face filled with disbelief. He swallowed hard, barely suppressing the craving stirred by the letter's contents. Good heavens, Nandao was really a great place. After a lunch, Li Qing'an stealthily crept up to Lu Dingyuan. He somewhat embarrassedly rubbed his nose and asked in a low voice, do you really have that much seafood in Nandao? Are shrimp really over half a meter long? It wasn't because Li Qing'an was introverted that he felt awkward talking to Lu Dingyuan. It was just that Lu Dingyuan's aura of the good child from someone else's family was too strong. For a troublemaker like him who had grown up causing trouble, the good kids from other families weren't easy to approach. Normally, he wouldn't even talk to them. Lu Dingyuan was puzzled why Li Qing'an suddenly shifted the topic to seafood, but answered truthfully, lobsters can indeed be over half a meter. But even though shrimp live in shallow waters, lobsters that big are found in deeper areas. Lu Dingyuan had a bad, somewhat unwilling to believe guess, and couldn't help asking, why suddenly ask about this? Li Qing'an grinned, showing his white teeth, radiating happiness, and said very cheerfully, Li Zi said I should pay attention to my safety on the battlefield. When I return safely and take leave to go to Nandao, she'll treat me to half-meter-long shrimp. Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan took a deep breath, clenched his back teeth, the tendons in his cheeks bulging from the force. He knew it. Without someone prompting, even if Li Qing'an thought of the silly roe deer in the northeast, he wouldn't think of half-meter-long shrimp in faraway Nandao. So it wasn't that the heartless little girl hadn't written, she just hadn't written to him. He refused to believe that if the transport team had given Li Qing'an his package, they would have his letter and not give it to him. Lu Dingyuan tried hard to calm his emotions, looking composedly at Li Qing'an. What did she say in her letter? What he really wanted to ask was, did she mention him? Although Lu Dingyuan tried hard to suppress his anger, his eyes looked like they wanted to eat someone, scaring Li Qing'an into shrinking his neck. He stammered, Jay just said she'd treat me to seafood. In his nervousness, Li Qing'an forgot the most important content about staying alive and returning, his mind only filled with seafood. Lu Dingyuan closed his eyes. He seriously doubted how someone as shrewd as Siali when serious could be friends with such a simpleton. Did she say anything else? Did she ask you to pass on any message? Li Qing'an, carefully taking out the 2 pieces of paper from his pocket, he presented them to Lu Dingyuan with both hands, his voice dry as he said, there's nothing in the letter that can't be said openly. Why don't you read it yourself? Lu Dingyuan. Seeing his expression, Lu Dingyuan knew that Xia Li's letter to Li Qing'an definitely hadn't mentioned him. His thin lips pressed into a tight line. The month-long anticipation stored in his heart was completely shattered at this moment. She hadn't even sent him a single word of, I'm safe. It was impossible not to be disappointed. But there was nothing he could do about it. In matters of the heart, it's often the one who falls first who ends up caring more, worrying more. He accepted his fate. Lu Dingyuan radiated the terrifying aura he had when fighting to the death on the battlefield and strode towards his tent. Taking out a pen, he continued writing a letter to Siali, still fuming with silent anger. The weapons had arrived. Feedback would surely be sent to Nandao in a while, and he could send the letter back with it. Outside the tent, Li Qing'an sat obediently on the same small folding stool, watching Lu Dingyuan's retreating back, radiating displeasure, until Lu Dingyuan completely disappeared into the tent. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. Although he felt like he had come back to life, the expression on his face was uglier than crying. There really wasn't anything. Giving him such a terrifying look wouldn't make a letter appear. He couldn't just write one for him, could he? Besides, he hadn't even given him that much time. But come to think of it, why did this guy think that Li Zi would definitely mention him in a letter, and get angry if she didn't? Last time, when both he and Li Zi fell into the water, Lu Dingyuan had nervously fished Li Zi out and draped his own coat over her. That was in stark contrast to how Kuei Laolu had just dragged him out of the water and hauled him onto the truck. He had thought this leader of Li Zi's was pretty good to her. But now it seemed this guy flew into inexplicable rages at the drop of a hat. With such a strict superior, Li Zi was even worse off than he was with Kuei Laolu. After resting for a while, everyone began packing up and preparing the troops. Some packed supplies, others dismantled tents, and others took inventory of materials. They had come to Vietnam to fight a war, not to set up a permanent camp and guard one place. Due to heavy casualties, the American forces hadn't engaged them head-on recently. They were just waiting for missiles to drop and wipe them all out, ending the war without losing a single soldier. What they needed to do now was find the American forces' hidden positions nearby. That way, even if the ammunition delivered wasn't effective, if they reached the American positions, the Americans wouldn't drop missiles on their own troops' heads. Woo 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 woo. Just as everyone was almost done packing and about to leave, the large radio dish mounted on a vehicle roof suddenly began blaring loudly. Everyone immediately went on high alert. Lu Dingyuan raised his voice and ordered, "Mount the cannons. If drones come, counterattack according to the manual instructions. Scouts, move out first and take position 300 meters ahead. Have all civilians take cover." The soldiers in green uniforms began moving out the weapons and the newly arrived ammunition, preparing for a live application of the new weapons. A soldier who spoke Vietnamese shouted towards the village entrance air raid. "Take cover." The Vietnamese civilians didn't really need the Chinese soldiers to tell them. They had long heard that when the big dish the Chinese mounted on their vehicles made that woo-woo-woo sound, it meant there were planes or missiles in the sky. Hearing the dish sound now, they ran faster than anyone. But ordinary civilians were still far less organized and disciplined compared to the military. Moreover, the fighting had spread here for several months. This village had only recently been retaken from the Americans by the Chinese tank regiment. The only places to hide in the whole village were the crumbling adobe houses. For a moment, the cries of adults and children mixed with panic screams, making the atmosphere of the air raid even more tense. Lu Dingyuan and his men naturally thought first about how to protect the tanks. If a missile hit them directly, the tanks would surely be destroyed. China was too poor. These tanks were more important than their lives. Even if it cost them their lives, they had to protect these tanks safely and without a word. The missiles' targets were these tanks. They couldn't use the shelters in the village, as that would be harming the civilians. But leaving so many tanks out in the open like this would definitely make them the Americans' primary target. The deputy battalion commander, his heart filled with anxiety, looked at Lu Dingyuan with concern. "Battalion commander, what should we do? Should we move the tanks?" Lu Dingyuan's gaze was fixed intently on the close-in weapon system Siali had created. His face was tense, his heart anxious. A single wrong decision could mean the complete loss of these tanks. The loss for China wouldn't just be a few tanks, it could mean losing the still fragile backbone China had just raised in the world. The potential losses were simply incalculable. Lu Dingyuan clenched his fists tightly at his sides. Finally, he gave the order, "Gather the tanks together. When the planes come, we'll face them head-on." "Yes, sir." The deputy battalion commander saluted him and immediately relayed the order to his subordinates. Speed was crucial in warfare. With enemy missiles about to rain down on their heads, the tank regiment dared not delay. Everyone quickly and orderly performed their duties, preparing everything they possibly could. After about 2 minutes, everyone could see several small black dots in the distant blue sky flying towards them. What else could they be but fighter jets carrying missiles? The 4 close-in weapon systems, loaded with 4 different types of ammunition, all pointed towards the sky, precisely in the direction from which the American drones with missiles, just these few missiles, once they hit the ground, could cause destruction spanning hundreds of kilometers. As the commanding officer, the pressure on Lu Dingyuan was immense. His gaze was sharp as he calculated the distance between the drones and their position. Seeing the drones release their missiles, he calmly picked up the walkie-talkie and said to the scouts who had gone ahead, "Release the balloons. When missiles are dropped, they don't fall straight down. They use inertia to glide forward for a considerable distance, increasing their impact force and destructive power." In other words, while the American missiles were targeted at the tanks behind Lu Dingyuan, the release point would be somewhat ahead of the airspace directly above Lu Dingyuan's position. It was precisely by using this distance differential that when the signal soldiers 300 meters ahead of Lu Dingyuan's position released their large balloons, the balloons happened to meet the descending missiles in the sky, forming the first line of defense. Bang, 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 bang. In the sky, numerous white balloons rose and collided with 5 of the falling bombs, exploding in midair. But once balloons are released, their direction depends entirely on the wind. How many missiles they could detonate was a matter of luck. Clearly, their luck wasn't great today. Out of over 100 balloons released, only 5 made contact with missiles. In the American monitoring room, the American colonel looked at the images fed back on the monitor screen, his eyes blazing as he threw his head back and laughed heartily. His voice carried the arrogance of a great power and a disdainful scorn for these Chinese bumpkins trying to keep up appearances. Aren't the Chinese supposed to be impressive? Then why are they using balloons invented by the French to counter the missiles we dropped? All that earlier bravado was just a front. In front of developed nations like us, they're a joke. His tone was full of mockery, immediately eliciting waves of laughter from those around him. The major beside him sneered, his expression reaching the peak of disdain. That was just invented by a pair of paper-making brothers. How powerful could it be? Once we flatten all the positions held by the Chinese tanks and destroy all those tanks, they'll finally understand who truly rules this world. They need to recognize their place and stop with these pointless acts of resistance. Everyone in the monitoring room nodded in agreement. As long as we destroy those Chinese tanks and the high-frequency firing warship, we can easily end this battle. Finish it sooner, go home sooner. My mother said she'll make my favorite shrimp ball soup when I get back. Later, they could force China to hand over the person who designed that warship and tank. Use them if possible, eliminate them if not. As long as China couldn't rise, its vast resources would still be theirs, wouldn't they? Just as everyone was chattering away, heaping endless scorn on China, a lieutenant who had been sitting quietly in his chair without speaking up said softly, "I heard China has developed a weapon that can counter missiles." Today, scouts also reported they've delivered weapons to each tank regiment and warship. Could there really be no unexpected developments? His words immediately drew a round of laughter from those around him. What unexpected developments could there be? If they had such a powerful weapon, wouldn't they have used it already? Just like our Hawk surface-to-air anti-missile system. The moment it detects missiles in the sky, it immediately launches anti-missile missiles for fire control. It wouldn't allow those missiles to reach low altitude. Lieutenant, you're overthinking it. As the Chinese say, you're fearing troubles that haven't come. Everyone in the room except that lieutenant felt his words made perfect sense. The Hawk surface-to-air missile system was a low-tier missile defense system, mainly used for medium-range, medium to low-altitude defense, capable of dealing with various types of aerial targets, including jet aircraft, rotary-wing aircraft, drones, and cruise missiles. Its characteristics were high mobility, all-weather, day and night combat capability, intense firepower, high reliability, and strong resistance to electronic interference. One could say this level of technology was world-leading. It had countered numerous indiscriminate attacks from Germans worldwide, something they had always been proud of. When their elders used Thompson submachine guns and B-17 bombers to force open China's doors, those Chinese were still using poorly forged cold weapons to resist, not even having crude guns. Technology requires time to accumulate power. Only a few decades have passed. How could China's development be that fast? The lieutenant listened to their self-satisfied talk and didn't argue further to avoid displeasing everyone. But in his heart, he silently added, but not long ago, the Taodai warship that made them wary and the Xieji heavy tank that terrified their ground forces were also created by native Chinese. He hoped their America would have enough good luck this time not to encounter that Lei Kong's ingenuity again, creating an anti-missile system that could suppress their firepower. Back on the Chinese side, the missiles that had slipped past the balloons continued their earth-shattering descent. Seeing the missiles still flying towards them, Lu Dingyuan, standing at the command post with a stern face, waited no longer. He forcefully brought his hand down. All ammunition except armor-piercing rounds, open fire at maximum rate on the missiles in the sky. Bang, 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 bang. 3 close-in weapon systems opened fire simultaneously at maximum rate. In less than a second, all the decoy rounds used by the 3 systems were expended. Everyone's nerves were taut, their hearts in their throats. They stared fixedly at the sky, not daring to look away for a moment, awaiting the final judgment of fate. 3 types of ammunition streaked across the sky, flying near the missiles, and then suddenly exploded in rapid succession. Following inertia, they tore through the blue sky, soaring upwards for miles. Yellow-white sparks flashed in the sky, trailing long streams of gray-white smoke, dazzling and brilliant like blooming fireworks. The continuous bang-bang explosions made everyone on the battlefield hold their breath. Not only did the Americans view this new weapon with skepticism, but even these Chinese soldiers had little confidence in this seemingly unremarkable new weapon. However, the moment these sparks touched the missiles exploded instantly above their position. Boom, 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 boom. Countless missiles, whether radar-controlled or far-infrared system-controlled, all detonated instantly upon mistakenly contacting the decoy. But soon, those in Lu Dingyuan's position didn't have much time for shock. The Americans, probably determined to regain face in the world and completely suppress China's rising momentum, had gone all out this time. The missiles they dropped were extremely powerful. These missiles exploded in the sky, and the blast radius was immense. Neither the American nor the Chinese forces had anticipated that the drones, which hadn't flown far, would be caught in the blast. Two of them plummeted from the sky. From this angle, the crash site of one of the planes was likely right in the center of the village behind the tank regiment. The dilapidated walls and ruins in that village could barely shield against missile fragments, let alone defend against a crashing plane. It was simply impossible. The more able-bodied villagers had already started running, panic screams rising everywhere. But the elderly, children, and those too terrified to move couldn't run away. These people could only stare blankly at the sky, weeping, paralyzed with extreme fear, their mouths open but unable to make a sound. Lu Dingyuan looked at the direction of the crashing plane, gritted his teeth, and ordered in a low voice, "All tanks and armor-piercing rounds, concentrate fire on the right wing of the crashing drone. Tanks 1 and 2, aim your cannons at the large missile debris." On the battlefield, success hinges on mutual trust among soldiers and the absolute authority of the commander. Lu Dingyuan had always been somewhat strict in leading his troops. Although his men had only been under his command for just over a month, they had long learned to obey orders promptly and absolutely. Even though many in the tank regiment were dissatisfied with the attitude of the Vietnamese civilians towards them, at Lu Dingyuan's command, they instantly aimed the tank's cannons and the close-in weapon systems at the crashing drone in the sky and opened fire simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. The interwoven roar of cannons rose and fell, deafeningly loud. It was impossible to distinguish which blasts came from the tanks and which from the close-in weapon systems. Countless large pieces of missile debris were shattered into smaller, less threatening fragments. All the shells simultaneously struck the right wing of the descending drone. The aircraft's right wing was severely damaged. The powerful force caused it to deviate from its original trajectory by 15 degrees westward, even as the wing snapped. It was just this slight 15-degree shift that altered the drone's crash site away from the small, populated village. With a bang, it landed less than 10 meters outside a yellow mud brick house at the village's outermost edge. An old man hiding inside that house, shielding two children in his arms, watched as the plane crashed not far from his home. The fuselage split in two, and a massive shockwave sent them tumbling. This should have filled him with immense anger. After all, the plane's intended crash site wasn't near his house. But at this moment, the old man clutched the two children tightly. Even as they were thrown, a smile remained on his lips, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. It's wonderful. The village is safe. So many children in the village are safe. U.S. Military Operations Command. The colonel overseeing the operation saw the data on the monitor and immediately knew the missiles had detonated too early. They must have exploded midair before hitting the ground. He shot to his feet, hands gripping the monitor's edges so tightly his knuckles turned white, veins bulging. His face contorted into a fierce snarl, his fierce eyes fixed on the screen. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible, he roared, voice filled with shock and fury. How could China's air defense system possibly withstand 76 U.S. missiles, causing them all to detonate simultaneously in the air? There must be a problem. Their missile deployment plan was flawless. There couldn't possibly be any error. Unless there was a traitor among them who had tampered with the missiles. Eyes bloodshot, he whirled around, his fierce gaze locking onto his adjutant. Through gritted teeth, he forced out each word, investigate. I want to know the full story behind this. His furious glare swept over everyone present, grinding his teeth in anger. If I find out someone tampered with this, I'll personally shoot them. The U.S. military was in chaos internally. After a massive search, naturally, no traitor was found. But simultaneously, they learned of the existence of China's newly developed missile jamming rounds, causing another uproar within their ranks. On Lu Dingyuan's side, after the missile air raid, the ground was littered with shattered shell fragments. Lu Dingyuan led his men, maintaining complete silence and no interaction with the ordinary Vietnamese civilians throughout. They wordlessly helped rescue survivors trapped under the wreckage. Lu Dingyuan and his team moved a collapsed wall section, freed the people inside, and as he was about to head to another collapsed area, he felt a slight tug on his uniform. The pole was very light, someone less attentive might not have noticed. He turned and looked down. A little girl, only reaching his waist, stood there holding up a simple earthenware cup filled with clear water, looking at him expectantly. She said one word in the local Vietnamese language, drink. Even though Lu Dingyuan hadn't been in Vietnam long and wasn't familiar with the language, he understood the meaning of her gesture. He waved his hand. No need. The language barrier existed, but gestures were universal. The little girl immediately realized this Chinese officer uncle was refusing her. She grew anxious, tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing this, the girl's mother quickly walked up behind her, placing her hands on the girl's shoulders. She looked apologetically at Lu Dingyuan, gesturing and speaking rapidly in a stream of words. Not just her, other Vietnamese people watching also nodded in agreement with the woman, their eyes on Lu Dingyuan. The languages were unintelligible, and Lu Dingyuan couldn't understand after listening for a while. He turned and called out to the soldier proficient in Vietnamese, Xiao Wang, come over and listen to what they're saying. Xiao Wang, who had been organizing the battlefield, immediately ran over. After conversing and gesturing with the woman and other locals for a while, his expression shifted from calm to surprise, and finally to relief. He turned to Lu Dingyuan to translate. They say the very center of the village is their school, where all the children are. It's the place they most wanted to protect. Because your orders saved their children, they want to thank you and apologize for their previous attitude towards us. They say they now all feel deeply ashamed of their past actions and hope we can forgive them. As soon as Xiao Wang finished speaking, the surrounding Vietnamese civilians all pressed their palms together in front of their chests, raised them to their foreheads, and gave a slight bow towards Lu Dingyuan and his men, their local highest gesture of respect. To be honest, it wasn't some deep-seated hatred. The previous awkward feelings dissipated like smoke with this apology. Having one's kindness met with gratitude is always more heartening than having it met with disgust. Lu Dingyuan glanced at the local people and said to Xiao Wang, tell them there's no need to thank us. Just treat Chinese soldiers normally if they encounter them in the future. The war itself wasn't started by the Chinese. We are here at the invitation of the Vietnamese government to help resist the aggressors. Once the aggressors retreat, or if the Vietnamese authorities state they no longer need our assistance, we will return to China. Xiao Wang nodded and faithfully relayed Lu Dingyuan's words to the others. Hearing this, the expressions on the Vietnamese people's faces grew even more ashamed. Meanwhile, Lu Dingyuan and his team had already resumed searching for survivors. After all survivors were found, Lu Dingyuan and his men prepared to leave. A young boy ran a few quick steps towards Lu Dingyuan, looking expectantly at his retreating back, and said loudly, I want to be as strong as you when I grow up, so I can protect my country. I will make my motherland as powerful as your China. Xiao Wang's expression was complicated as he translated the boy's words for Lu Dingyuan. This was the first time Lu Dingyuan had heard a child from another country named China as a goal, saying, I will make my motherland as powerful as your China. Thinking of New China's nearly 100-year history of being suppressed by various nations and its backward status in the world, and the recent changes, he felt both proud and sad, his emotions mixed and hard to express. Despite his usual reluctance to engage with the Vietnamese, he rarely turned back to look at the child. If you truly want to make your country stronger, don't learn from us. There can be many people like us. Learn from those who can create these powerful weapons. That is the foundation of a nation's development. Backwardness invites beating. Only through technological progress and national strength lies the foundation of governance. This was the importance of talent. Xiao Wang faithfully conveyed Lu Dingyuan's words. Afterwards, the group refused the vegetables and fruits the Vietnamese civilians tried to share from their already scarce food supplies and resolutely departed. The little boy stood in place, pondering for a long time. When he looked up again, his eyes held firm determination. He saluted in the Chinese military style towards the direction Lu Dingyuan had left. Other rescued children all imitated the boy, saluting the retreating backs of Lu Dingyuan's team. The civilians, who had once viewed Chinese soldiers with disgust and later had their lives saved, said nothing. They simply held the rejected fruits and vegetables, silently following behind the tanks for a long way, only stopping when the soldiers' figures disappeared from sight. The war of resisting the U.S. and aiding Vietnam continued, but the world was in an uproar. The U.S. military was even more incredulous that China could actually defend against dozens of their missiles, and under circumstances where not a single one hit the ground, all misfired due to premature detonation caused by interference. During World War II, it wasn't unheard of to scatter metal in the sky to cause missile misfires. But that was just mixed metal meant to disrupt missile radar detection. This time, they had strict orders from above to teach China a lesson they couldn't possibly half-heartedly perform. The missiles used to attack Vietnam this time included not only radar-guided ones, but also infrared-seeking missiles. Yet all these missiles were neutralized mid-air by China, without a single one landing and exploding. How could this not make them panic? China clearly already possessed a certain complete system in the field of missile defense, possibly even more advanced and cost-effective than their own technology. This wasn't just a matter of psychological acceptance anymore. It had escalated to the level of worrying that if the opponent became powerful, they might retaliate. The U.S. top brass thought it over and decided they couldn't allow China to rise like this, as it would absolutely cause tremendous harm to their national interests. Thus, they convened a roundtable meeting, led by the U.S., with participants from other developed nations and coordination from some countries dependent on them. to jointly condemn China's involvement in another country's military politics and suspected immoral behavior of manufacturing biological weapons. They demanded China provide a strong explanation and, if necessary, disclose the substance that caused the infrared-seeking missiles to misfire in the air. China's jaw-dropping performance in this battle likewise shocked the rest of the world. Many major powers wanted to freeload. Besides condemnation, there was moral blackmail, and even some countries wanted to resort to military threats. Smaller countries weren't much better. Some small nations parroted the rumors and slander spread by other major powers about China's creations. Others eagerly called China, expressing their consistently friendly attitude towards China, hoping the big brother could help them out, either by making some for them or simply selling them finished products. In short, what all parties were essentially after boiled down to two words: we want it. The world landscape was turbulent, and the impact on China internally was significant. Inside the factory compound, Yuni sat at his desk, his expression a mix of anger and helplessness. His hand reached towards the telephone on the desk, grasping and releasing several times. Finally, he picked up the phone and called his father. The person on the other end answered immediately, not waiting, and asked in a stern voice, "Do you have any progress there? With the recent chaotic world situation, everyone wants to know about Lei Kong. We can't wait any longer." Hearing these words, Yuni, who had been maintaining his composure, immediately flared up. Unable to suppress the anger in his chest any longer, he shot to his feet and roared into the phone, "Father, regarding the people you sent to blow up the scrapyard the day before yesterday, don't you have anything to say to me?" The person on the other end clearly fell silent. After a long pause, he sighed, his voice carrying a tinge of regret. "I didn't expect them to do such a thing. My orders to them were only to find Lei Kong and remove him from Nandao. It was their own willfulness that led to their deaths and completely disrupted our arrangements on Nandao. I am also extremely annoyed about this." Listening to the weak and pale explanation on the other end, Yuni found it almost laughable, yet inexplicably bitter. Dozens of subordinates had died, and all he got in return was, it was their own will. Hadn't he long known about his father's cold-blooded ruthlessness? Why did he still try to awaken his conscience? But sometimes, no matter how calm a person is, emotions aren't always completely controllable. This time, to make the other party understand his bottom line, Yuni also didn't plan to let it slide by lightly. Yuni felt extremely calm inside, yet he displayed a posture of extreme anger. He slammed the desk hard and shouted angrily into the phone, "You told me the reason we defected to the Soviet Union was to have them support China, with the ultimate goal of making China prosperous and strong. But those people directly tried to blow up the research institute. They intended to kill China's most top-tier scientific researchers. Is this your so-called way to make China prosperous and strong? Killing these top-tier scientific researchers even foreigners want to obtain. How do you plan to make China prosperous and strong? By not making any effort ourselves, relying entirely on begging for mercy and Soviet charity." The person on the other end, hearing this, was clearly also very angry. He immediately roared, "Yuni, is that how you speak to your father? Have you no respect for seniority and hierarchy?" Yuni replied without politeness, "Your so-called seniority and hierarchy is just a flippant sentence. I didn't know what those people did. I didn't order them to do it. If the university researchers had really been harmed, do you think this is something that can be brushed off with a flippant sentence?" The person on the other end was clearly also very angry and immediately replied, "Then what do you want me to do? Those people are already dead. Do you want me to somehow retrieve their bodies and flog them? I said I didn't know about this matter. Can you guarantee your own subordinates never act in outward compliance, but inward opposition? We have so few people on Nandao. Who else could I use besides them? Should I go myself?" Then he immediately shifted the topic. "You've confirmed those researchers weren't injured? Do you know who the researchers are? What areas do they research? Is Lei Kong among them?" Yuni. Sometimes he truly felt it was impossible to communicate with his father, this ultimate utilitarian. No matter how you tried to provoke his emotions, no matter how angry or mentally unstable you appeared, he would always steer the conversation and attention back to the questions he wanted answered. Cold-blooded to the extreme, completely unlike a human being. "I'm not sure if the researchers were injured, but when I went there the next day, I found signs of digging on the ground. Probably the researchers have already been relocated." The person on the other end was clearly very displeased, his breathing even growing a bit quicker. "Is there a way to find their new location?" Yuni answered quite frankly, "That depends on luck. Last time, if I hadn't followed Siali, I wouldn't have found the address of the Nandao Secret Research Institute either." The person on the other end sounded extremely displeased. "You've also learned those intelligence methods. Why can't you accomplish something so simple?" This time, Yuni didn't indulge the person on the other end. The person on the other end of the phone spoke in a very calm tone. "I found it, but because your people were tailing Siali, you alerted the enemy and caused the soldiers to set up an ambush. Now they have no choice but to relocate entirely. The person on the phone fell silent for a long while, essentially acknowledging the other's point. When he spoke again, his voice had softened a bit. This time, it was indeed my lack of foresight. I didn't expect foreign agents to have infiltrated those people. Let's just drop the matter of the South Island side, eliminating all those people this time. For now, I won't trouble South Island in that way again. However, the world situation has become extremely chaotic because of Lekong. The Soviets are no longer willing to wait and are demanding we give them an answer. The organization will take some action during this period. If necessary, you should cooperate. Yuni had anticipated that the other side might grow impatient, but he hadn't expected their impatience to surface so soon. The jamming shells had just made a big splash internationally, and the Soviets immediately issued instructions. But I promised Siali that as long as I'm on South Island for a day, our people wouldn't harass her family. If we really do this, the fragile trust we've just built between us might completely collapse. The person on the phone was quite dissatisfied with his slow progress. Based on his estimate when he sent his son to South Island, Yuni should have succeeded within the first 2 months of arriving. But his son had been dragging his feet. It had been half a year now, with no progress at all. So many people get married after just one blind date these days. His dawdling was truly disappointing. Not just us, other factions and even other countries will also make moves. The higher-ups have already made this decision. Your disagreement won't change anything. The two of you have been interacting for half a year. You must have built up some trust. It won't be that fragile. After a moment's thought, he added, even if the trust between you and him completely collapses, it's fine. The organization will send someone new anyway. It might be better if you come back. Yuni knew there was no room for reversal. His heart was exceptionally calm, his voice utterly cold. When I came here, you gave me a year and full authority. Now, only half a year has passed. I've just made some progress, and you're already changing the plan. If you never took my mission seriously from the start, if a few words can reduce my efforts to ashes, then why waste my time in the first place? The person on the phone, while believing that adjusting tactics based on reality wasn't wrong, also remembered how his son had opposed targeting the South Island core where his sister was stationed, fearing it would pit him against his sister, and had initially refused the task. He had forced him to go. A long sigh came from the other end of the line. Forget about helping. Just hide your identity well. Don't let anyone discover it. When necessary, prevent other forces from getting. He wondered if she would blame him. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, bent over the desk, and began writing. 20 minutes later, he slipped out silently, constantly alert to his surroundings. After confirming no one was around, he tucked 2 small notes, placed inside a bamboo tube, into the walls of different streets and a mailbox, then quietly left. About half an hour later, Jiao walked down a street in the county town with a vegetable basket, looking as if she was going shopping. When she reached a particular street, she looked around carefully to ensure no one was nearby, then crouched beside a wall in a corner. Slowly, she used a small knife to pry open a brick. Behind the brick, which from the outside looked aligned with the others, was a hole about 2 centimeters wide. Inside it was a small bamboo tube. She quickly placed it in her basket, glanced around nervously to check for any movement, and then walked away briskly, pretending nothing had happened. After reading the contents of the bamboo tube, Jiao pulled her scarf up high to cover most of her face. Carrying her basket, she soon arrived at the gate of a small courtyard in the 5th Brigade. She knocked on the door quickly in a pattern, 2 long, 1 short, 1 short, 2 long. The door opened immediately. A man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s, dressed in very shabby clothes, came out. Seeing Jiao, his brow furrowed tightly. He stuck his head out, looked left and right quickly to confirm it was safe, then let her in. Once she was inside the house, his first words were a rebuke. Why have you come? Didn't I tell you that once you're on South Island, you should avoid contact unless absolutely necessary? Unless it's critical, you shouldn't meet with anyone from our side. Not many of our people have truly infiltrated the power center of the South Island core. You need to understand the weight of the responsibility on your shoulders. We went to great lengths to create a flawless background for you. What if you're exposed? Jiao's mouth tightened into a straight line. Being scolded so harshly clearly upset her, but she remained composed. She handed a small note to the man. Father, the Godfather sent a message. He says the Soviets are likely about to take action. We must prepare in advance. The man's face turned grim upon hearing this. He took the note and examined it carefully. The small piece of paper couldn't hold much text, but its contents made his heart sink considerably. After a moment's thought, he turned to Jiao and said, go back for now. If necessary, build a good relationship with the target. Although we're not sure of Lekong's location, it's widely known that Siali is Lekong's apprentice. If the situation calls for it, you can put yourself in harm's way for her, to earn her gratitude and goodwill. He reached out and patted Xinjiao's shoulder, his eyes filled with boundless expectation. None of our people expected that such an ordinary little girl would be connected to Lei Kong. Since your husband is relatively close to her, you should make good use of that connection. Don't betray the organization's trust in you, understand? Xinjiao looked at the man with eyes full of reverence and filial respect, nodding firmly. Don't worry, I will definitely handle this matter well, and I will absolutely not expose my identity. The man nodded with satisfaction and instructed Xinjiao again. Go back now. In the future, don't contact people on this side unless it's necessary. This is the first time and I don't want a second. I am a terrible father who abused your family and sold you off for money. You shouldn't be thinking about coming back to visit after your marriage. Do you understand? Xinjiao's red-rimmed eyes never left the man's face. Her throat felt tight. She answered in a somewhat hoarse voice, I understand, father. The man nodded and said with a sigh, go on. Xinjiao took one last, reluctant look at the man, made up her mind, and turned to leave. The man watched Xinjiao's retreating figure for a long time before finally letting out a long sigh. He was an excellent spy trainer. He shouldn't have developed feelings for someone he trained. But how could he not have any affection for a child he had raised from a young age? He had originally wanted her to simply await orders within the South Island Corps, but now it seemed that was no longer possible. He tilted his head back slightly and looked up at the sky. The times were changing, and the situation in China was changing too. South Island Corps, drill ground. The sunlight was as blazing as ever, as if it could melt a person. Summer was gradually setting in, and there wasn't even a hint of wind. Today, Siali showed a bit more conscience than usual and had her soldiers stand at attention in the shade. However, the shaded area wasn't very large and couldn't accommodate all 4 squads. Therefore, the person in the first position on the left front, the deputy platoon leader's spot, bore the brunt of it. Everyone else was in the shade. Only he had half his face in the sun and half in the shadow. It perfectly illustrated the saying, never offend your superiors. A higher official from afar is not as powerful as the immediate manager. If a leader wants to make trouble for you, they can find 1,800 ways within each of the 360 professions. Siali stood under a large tree, lazily taking a bite of her popsicle, showing no awareness that her exposed identity as Lei Kong's disciple meant trouble could come knocking at any moment. She glanced at the sky and said to the group, are your legs so stiff they won't bend anymore? Everyone in the 4th platoon knew exactly how tricky their platoon leader could be. No one responded to her question. Go run 2 laps to loosen them up. Come back and stand for another half hour, and then I'll let you rest for today. 4th platoon members. The military drill ground wasn't like a school's 800-meter, 1,000-meter, or 1,600-meter track. 1 lap here was a full 4,500 meters. 2 laps would be nearly 10,000 meters. Who used such a distance to loosen their legs? But Siali was the platoon leader of the 4th platoon. No matter how unreasonable the demands from this client were, the members of the 4th platoon dared not disobey. Immediately, led by Zhao Chang, they began running around the drill ground. The chant of 11121 echoed across the field. Brigade Commander Qian came from the direction of the office building toward the drill ground. From a distance, he saw Siali ordering her soldiers to run while she leaned against a tree eating a popsicle. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Now he understood why Division Commander Liu and the others were so indulgent towards Siali. It turned out these people weren't looking at Siali, the rather undisciplined soldier, but at the face of her mentor, Lei Kong, behind her. With such a powerful asset, not only could this troublesome young woman come to South Island as a small platoon leader, but even a slightly higher position wouldn't be out of the question in other military regions. Putting away his look of sentiment, Brigade Commander Qian walked up to Siali, wearing a kindly, elder-to-junior smile. Taking a break in the shade, Xia? Seeing it was Brigade Commander Qian speaking, Siali's first thought was that this old codger was here to pick a fight. Her grudge over that 4,500-character self-criticism was still fresh. Only a ghost would believe this old guy bore her any goodwill. Could he be here to report her for eating a popsicle on duty? Did he think putting on a professional smile would let him deceive her with a sugar-coated bullet? In her heart, Siali cursed this wretched old man to a purplish eggplant color, but her face remained placid. She curved her lips into a cheerful smile. Brigade Commander Qian, do you want one too? Should I send someone to buy one for you? Just being polite. She wasn't paying for it. Brigade Commander Qian. In this young woman's eyes, was he such a country bumpkin that he'd walk halfway across the drill ground upon seeing her eating a popsicle just to ask for one? Compared to that absurd guess, Brigade Commander Qian was more inclined to believe this young woman held a grudge against him and was deliberately saying this to humiliate him. Brigade Commander Qian's smile didn't waver, and his tone remained very gentle. I just saw you over here and came to take a look. Siali grinned, revealing an expression that was all teeth and no smile. Anyone who wasn't blind could see her perfunctory attitude. I don't recall having any other connection with Brigade Commander Qian besides that 4,500 character self-criticism. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Beating around the bush is unpleasant for both of us. Under normal circumstances, to avoid trouble for herself, Siali wouldn't speak so disrespectfully to a leader so much higher in rank than her, at least not openly. But now, almost everyone in the Corps knew this old fellow was about to leave South Island, just waiting for the transfer order. Since he couldn't control her anymore, why bother humoring him? Brigade Commander Qian could guess what Siali was thinking and felt a twinge of regret for having made an issue of things with this little girl before. He sighed inwardly. It seemed this 4,500 character self-criticism was a hurdle he wouldn't get over. It's just that I didn't understand you well before, Xiaoxia, so there were misunderstandings. Now I know those things were all misunderstandings. I shouldn't have been so harsh on you. Let me apologize to you here. To make amends, how about coming to our house for dinner tonight? Your aunt is an excellent cook. I guarantee you'll enjoy the meal. Siali. Although Siali didn't have much proper work experience, she knew that a leader asking you to dinner for no reason was definitely not a good sign. As the saying goes, unwarranted kindness is either deception or theft. This old guy definitely had some ulterior motive brewing. Siali finished her popsicle, casually stuffed the stick into the wrapper, crumpled it up, and put it in her pocket. If you, sir, have something to say, say it. Otherwise, I'm leaving. With that, without another word, she turned to walk toward another shaded area. She had originally thought about giving Zhao Cheng some extra training, toil his muscles and bones, starve his body, empty his mind, and disrupt his actions, so he could become one upon whom great responsibility is bestowed. But now, it seemed avoiding pointless chatter with this old guy was preferable. That larger patch of shade under the trees ahead looked good too. Brigade Commander Qian. Brigade Commander Qian hadn't expected Siali to actually walk away. She truly was, as always, showing no respect. Why was this child so impatient? He did have something to say and quickly called out to stop her. Don't go yet. I really do have something to discuss with you. From the direction of the equipment department, Division Commander Liu had just finished an inspection of military supplies. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Siali talking to an old man in military uniform. The figure from behind was all too familiar. He recognized it immediately as Brigade Commander Qian, who had just received transfer orders to the capital military region. Division Commander Liu frowned, somewhat puzzled about what Brigade Commander Qian could be discussing with Siali now. Suddenly, a possibility occurred to him, and his expression twisted slightly. He immediately made a decision and strode purposefully toward the two. Despite being an elderly man, he walked with the vigor of a young adult. On the other side, Brigade Commander Qian stated the main reason for his visit. The main reason I came here is to ask if you have any interest in going to the capital military region. The environment there is much better than South Island, and the benefits are superior too. If you're willing to go to the capital military is prepared to promote your rank from first lieutenant to captain. Coming from a military family, you should understand that a transfer to the capital, even at the same rank, is equivalent to a half-step promotion. Recruiting her to the capital is almost equal to recruiting her mentor, Lei Kong, to the capital. The abacus beads were practically flying into her face, leaving bruises. Absolutely ridiculous. I can only say, the capital military region truly lives up to its name. Their boldness is something else. Even a buy one, get one free deal can get you 3 consecutive promotions. Although Siali understood the situation perfectly well, she couldn't resist asking cheekily. If I go alone, I get 3 promotions? Brigadier Qian's look at Siali upon hearing this could be generously described as that of an adult regarding a child throwing a tantrum. Less generously, it was more like, don't you have any self-awareness? But even as he mentally sighed, his tone remained as gentle and accommodating as a spring breeze. Recommending top-tier scientific research talent to the military is a significant contribution, worthy of a special promotion. Siali. Just as I thought. You political types are all cunning. Even within the military, you dig under your own walls to poach people? Just as Siali was about to refuse, she caught sight of Division Commander Liu storming over in her peripheral vision. A slight smirk touched her lips. She raised her voice a little, deliberately adopting an innocent expression. So, you're willing to improve my treatment just to poach Lei Kong? Seeing Siali's apparent interest, Brigadier Qian's heart leaped with joy. He had always known that compared to those shrewd, steadfast elders, young people like Siali were easier to persuade. He immediately nodded in acknowledgement. As long as you're willing to go, you can bring up any requests. We can discuss everything. Discuss my foot. No sooner had Brigadier Qian's words fallen than Division Commander Liu's furious roar erupted behind him, drawing the attention of everyone on the training ground. The highest-ranking officer in the military region losing his temper in public, now that was a rare sight. Seeing Division Commander Lu's accusatory expression and the fiery interrogation directed at him, Brigadier Qian felt a twinge of guilt. But having lived this long, his skin had grown thick enough. He chuckled amiably at Division Commander Lu. Old Lu, now you're being unreasonable. If we can provide Lei Kong and Little Xia with a better working environment, why insist on them suffering in this remote backwater of Nandao? The capital. It's the economic and political heart of China. Surely it's better than our Nandao in every way. Division Commander Lu would be a fool to listen to this shameless nonsense. His face turned cold as he retorted angrily, "Don't you, our Nandao me. Your transfer orders to the capital are already issued. You're not one of us from Nandao anymore." Narrowing his eyes at Brigadier Qian, he pointed his index finger at him repeatedly in the air. He said fiercely, "Old Qian, we must have some principles. You're heading to the capital. Did I delay your transfer paperwork? Did I put up any obstacles? Have I ever wronged you all these years? And yet you have the audacity to poach people right under my nose. Tell me, after working in Nandao Corps for over 20 years, did you ever truly take it seriously in your heart?" Brigadier Qian felt somewhat ashamed. Since the founding of the nation, he had indeed poured most of his life's efforts into this land of Nandao. But the problem was, the new leadership had explicitly asked, and successfully poaching someone would be a major achievement. How could he not make the offer? "Old Lu, calm down. Calm down, my foot. You come to poach my people and then tell me to calm down? How can I possibly calm down?" Division Commander Lu was seething with rage. They had all worked so hard, from top to bottom, to protect the Xia family. Siali had modified military vehicles before, upgrading the top speed of China's military vehicles from 70 miles per hour to the now standard 120 miles per hour. Back then, these people hadn't thought much of it, considering Siali, with her problematic background, not worth recruiting. But now that results were showing, they all swarmed in, trying to pluck the ripe fruit. How could that not infuriate him? The more Division Commander Lu thought about it, the more agitated he became. His temper, honed from years on the battlefield, flared up. He didn't care if anyone was around anymore and launched into a tirade directed at Brigadier Qian. Siali stood not far from the two, listening to their exchange with great relish. One hand in her pocket clutched the rolled-up wrapper and stick of the popsicle she'd just finished, idly wondering how long these two old men would keep arguing so she could go throw the trash away. Better not take too long, or the stick might soak through the wrapper and make her hand all sticky. Division Commander Lu held forth forcefully on the training ground for over 20 minutes. Brigadier Qian spent over 20 minutes desperately explaining, invoking old ties and reminiscing about the past, barely managing to escape the furious old man's verbal onslaught. After the man left, Division Commander Lu reined in his anger. His gaze fell on Siali's face and he sighed. "Don't be swayed by their sugar-coated bullets. Stay peacefully here in our Nandao. With the premier around, once peace is restored, you won't be treated unfairly." Siali wasn't biting this future promise. Hands in her pockets, she grinned at Division Commander Lu, her tone playful and roguish. Sugar-coated or not, they offered something real, said they'd directly give me a promotion and better treatment. Don't my comrade Old Lu have any thoughts on that? She had never seriously considered leaving Nandao. Right now, she was just trying to squeeze some benefits out of Division Commander Lu, hoping for a better deal. Her parents were settled here quite well. Nandao had no revolutionary committee causing trouble. So far, it was arguably the safest place during this revolution. If she really went to the capital, getting entangled in power struggles and constantly worrying about self-preservation, when would she have time to ride the tide of the times, earn more military merits, and sooner pull her whole family to safety? Siali wasn't an ungrateful person. In this chaotic situation, the fact that Division Commander Lu and the others had protected her Xia family, she remembered that debt. Abandoning them for personal gain at a critical moment wasn't something a person of character would do. Division Commander Lu knew full well this little girl had deliberately let him overhear their earlier conversation. With her sharpshooter eyesight, capable of spotting a mosquito's gender at 800 meters, how could she possibly have missed his approach? Feeling both annoyed and amused, he deliberately put on a stern face. "Haven't I treated you well?" Siali was completely immune to being manipulated. "When you say you're giving me the best treatment, do you mean you'll give me 2 boxes of mooncakes for the Mid-Autumn Festival in August?" Division Commander Lu. Seeing Division Commander Lu's speechless expression, Siali continued to argue stubbornly, "Others get 1 holiday for 1 job. I'm doing 2 jobs, shouldn't I get 2 holidays? Wait, no. I'm also Lei Kong's apprentice now, dealing with harassment from various factions every day. That's 3 jobs. Shouldn't I get even more time off? Even a workhorse on the production team isn't exploited like this." Division Commander Lu. He couldn't help but feel that what this kid said sounded reasonable at first, but upon closer thought, it was actually full of problems. With a mouth like hers, if it weren't for her unparalleled talent in scientific research, she really should be thrown into the foreign ministry to infuriate those foreigners with her sharp tongue. Division Commander Lu took a deep breath. Here on Nan Island, don't even think about getting a promotion right now. To downplay your presence, we're trying to demote you as fast as we can. How could we possibly elevate you to a high position and put you in the spotlight? As for benefits, I'll make it up to you privately. Siali curled her lip. Fine, do as you see fit. Just make sure it doesn't trouble your conscience. Division Commander Lu looked at her expressionlessly, somewhat annoyed. I have as little conscience as you do. Siali. Did he really have to be so petty just because she'd used that line on him once during a previous negotiation? Siali spent many peaceful days in the military, completely unaware that her tranquility was entirely due to Division Commander Lu acting as a switchboard operator in his office, fending off all sorts of inquiries and recruitment attempts, carrying the burden for her. Another holiday arrived. Siali got up early in the morning, washed up, and went to rummage through her drawer. It was filled with all sorts of random snacks, but now less than a tenth remained, definitely not enough to last until the next holiday. After some thought, Siali simply packed up and decided to go off the island to buy snacks. She could do without other things, but her food supply absolutely could not run out. Today wasn't Jinjin's day off, so Siali didn't look for a shopping companion and went out to sea alone. The local supply and marketing cooperative on Nan Island had very few goods. To buy snacks, the best option was to go to the market to see if any locals were selling snacks or to go ashore to the mainland. Guangdong province's economy was much more developed than Nan Island's. At the very least, snacks in the supply and marketing cooperatives there didn't sit until they expired, or walnut cakes didn't get so rancid they tasted indescribably bad before being sold out. Siali easily found the supply and marketing cooperative using a hand-drawn, simple map. Looking at the limited variety of goods on the counter, she bought a bag of every non-perishable snack available. By the end, the salesperson's look had shifted from respect for a soldier to soldiers really are well off. Maybe I should marry one, and finally to goodness, whose spendthrift woman is this? How could she waste so much money all at once? Is no one stopping her? So much so that when ringing up the purchase, the salesperson said to Siali, that'll be 121 yuan, 5 mao and 8 fen. 4 jin of grain coupons, 3 jin of sugar coupons, 3.5 jin of pastry coupons. Everything sold at our supply and marketing cooperative is non-refundable. Think carefully before you buy. Looking at the huge pile of stuff, Siali regretted not bringing a bag for cover. How was she supposed to explain it if all these things just disappeared into thin air after she took them out? Her gaze fell on a large bamboo basket backpack on the floor, and she pointed at it. I won't return the stuff. I want that bamboo basket too. Can you sell it to me? Salesperson. The salesperson gave Siali a look of utter disbelief, glancing at the bamboo basket her family had brought when delivering local specialties. This thing just took some effort to make. Ordinary people made them at home. No one bought or sold them. Besides, her mother needed it to carry things back home. How would she manage if she sold it? Thinking that Siali had money, she didn't refuse outright. Instead, she pondered for a moment, hoping to make Siali back down. 2 yuan each, no coupons needed. Siali, the nouveau riche, didn't hesitate for even a second and immediately started counting out money. Put the stuff in there for me. Here's the money and coupons. The salesperson's mouth twitched. She took the money and coupons from Siali and obediently emptied the basket, clearing it for her. It didn't matter if she couldn't take the stuff home. Objects were inanimate, but people were adaptable. She could just go home to get another basket and come back for the things later. It definitely wasn't because she'd sold a worn-out basket for the exorbitant price of 2 yuan, but because she was naturally helpful. Siali covered the basket with a cloth, took the heavy basket with one hand and slung it over her shoulder, though in reality, she'd already stuffed everything inside into her space. She turned and left the supply and marketing cooperative with light steps. The salesperson enthusiastically called after Siali's retreating back, "Comrade, come back next time you want to buy something." Siali didn't look back, just waved as she walked away. While at the supply and marketing cooperative, Siali had heard people say there was a market today. Thinking that since she was already here, she might as well take a look and see if there was anything novel to buy, she headed straight for the market. Using her temporary currency, salted fish, Siali exchanged for quite a few strange things and snacks at the market. By the time the market dispersed, the sun was already setting in the west. Warm, golden sunlight bathed the earth, enveloping every building and every person. The joyful laughter of children filled the air, painting a scene of a world treated with gentleness. Siali actually quite liked this mode of peaceful times and early retirement. It's just that she knew in her heart that this peace was only superficial. The years that were truly unfavorable to her family hadn't passed yet. After her family's reputation was restored, she'd find a secluded place, enjoy good food, mind other people's business, and live this leisurely life every day. Siali glanced down at her watch. There was less than an hour until the boat departed. After some thought, she decided that peaceful retirement was still a ways off. Better to take care of a physiological need first. Retirement could wait, but this urge couldn't. What if she needed to use the bathroom on the boat? As Siali approached the public restroom, she saw an old man holding a stack of newspapers, craning his neck and looking around anxiously toward the women's restroom, appearing extremely impatient. Siali. This grandpa looked to be in his 70s, right? At that age, still harboring hopes about the women's restroom? Could this be the legendary old but vigorous? Siali didn't intend to pay the old man any mind, but who knew that when the old man caught sight of her out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly turned to look at her, his eyes instantly lighting up. He trotted over to Siali, his voice somewhat urgent and embarrassed. "Comrade, could you please do me a favor?" The old man was very embarrassed, the newspapers in his hand already crumpled from his fidgeting. He stammered, "Little girl, my wife went in to use the restroom, but she didn't bring any paper. I brought the paper for her, but I can't go into the women's restroom. Could you help Grandpa by taking it in for her?" Siali fell silent. Siali was speechless. Sometimes, facing natives of the 1960s alone could make one feel quite helpless. Like right now. She didn't want to think about the methods of trafficking women from later eras, but the knowledge she'd gained from various sources forced its way into her mind in a despicable manner, making it impossible to forget. Seeing the old man asking her to deliver paper into the restroom, her first thought wasn't anything else but what those marketing accounts from later time said: never go if someone asks you to deliver paper or sanitary pads to a woman in a restroom. Because you never know if it's one person or a whole group waiting for you inside. Although Siali wasn't afraid of a group fight, the prospect of a 300-round battle in a stinky restroom, with the constant risk of falling into a pit with any vigorous movement, was definitely not a scene she wanted to witness. Siali thought for a moment, then turned toward the restroom and shouted at the top of her lungs. "Is anyone in there?" "Yes." An elderly woman's voice came from inside the restroom, sounding about the same age as the old man. Siali, with her large basket on her back, continued asking, "How many people are in there?" The old woman, squatting in the restroom, modulated her voice to the height she thought appropriate for someone in her position. Thinking Siali was afraid to enter because there might be many people, she unconsciously frowned. So she said, "No one, just me. Please, little girl, bring the paper in for me." "Thank you." The old man standing outside immediately tried to hand the newspapers to Siali upon hearing this. But Siali took a step back and didn't accept them. She very kindly said to the old man, "Grandpa, there's no one in there except your wife. You can take it in yourself. I'll stand guard outside for you. If anyone comes, I'll stop them from going in." Old man. Old woman in the restroom. This was a development the two of them had never anticipated, leaving them momentarily speechless. Siali watched as the old man in front of her looked at her in surprise, wanting to say something but hesitating. She deliberately glanced down at her watch and urged, "Grandpa, I have to catch a ride soon. If you don't go in now, I'm leaving." Old man. The old man's face showed just the right amount of reluctance. "I'm a grown man. Even if there's no one in the women's restroom, it's not really appropriate for me to go in. How about it, little girl? Could you help me out? It's broad daylight. There can't possibly be any danger in using the restroom. Didn't you come here to use it anyway?" "Siali, I don't want to anymore." Old man. Things had reached this point. If the old man refused again, it would seem suspicious. He had no choice but to give Siali a smile. "All right then, I'll go deliver the paper to my wife. Little comrade, please keep watch outside. If anyone comes, you must call out to me." Siali nodded. "Go ahead." The old man walked into the restroom with the newspapers. Siali's gaze seemed to casually sweep past a dense thicket of small bamboo nearby. Without any intention of waiting for the old man, she turned and left. She wasn't entirely sure if the old man was problematic, but the owners of the three breathing sounds hiding furtively in that small bamboo thicket definitely were. An old man delivering paper to his wife, with no one else inside. Even if someone bumped into him, they'd probably just scold him a bit and then shoo him out. Generally, nothing would happen. No need to guard this door. After Siali left, the old man and old woman finally emerged from the restroom. The two men and one woman hiding in the small bamboo thicket also revealed themselves. One of the young men looked at the old man, frowning. Did she notice something was off? "I thought I saw her glance in the direction we were hiding just now." The old man shook his head. Although his brow was slightly furrowed, his words didn't carry much worry. "She didn't discover our identities. Otherwise, given her personality, she definitely wouldn't have left so easily." The old woman frowned deeply, her displeased gaze fixed in the direction Siali had left, her tone sharp. I say we should have just used force from the start. If we caught her and beat her up, could a little girl like her really hold out on information about Lei Kong? The old man shook his head, turning his gaze to the old woman's face, his expression full of disapproval. Didn't you review Siali's background information before coming? Even the platoon she leads consists of top-notch fighters from the battlefield, completing first-level rescue missions without a single injury. Not to mention her own abilities. It's easy to imagine she has exceptional combat skills. With just the few of us, we might not actually be a match for her. Remembering the records of Siali's achievements they'd seen earlier, everyone present fell silent. Why would a perfectly good disciple of Lei Kong, instead of focusing on scientific research with him, go and learn martial arts from some old man in her family? Such good resources wasted. If they were Lei Kong's disciples, they'd have long been climbing the academic ladder. If the domestic environment wasn't good, they'd go abroad. Couldn't they live well anywhere? The young woman sighed, her gaze falling on the old man. What should we do then? Get more people. The old man pondered for a moment, then nodded. As for using the bathroom? There were less than 50 minutes until the boat departed now. There were plenty of public restrooms along the way. She could go when she saw the next one. Better than getting into trouble, missing tonight's boat, not being able to go home, and having everyone look for her, right? Siali could easily imagine the chaos that would ensue on Nan Island if she, Lei Kong's disciple, went missing. Division Commander Liu would panic, and the entire Nan Island Corps would be thrown into disarray, probably even sending out troops to search for her. Once trust was lost, it would probably be difficult for her to go out alone in the future. Just as she was thinking this, she sensed someone approaching her quickly. Siali suddenly turned around to see a young girl walking toward her with a smile on her face, though anxiety and fear were barely concealed in her eyes. Upon seeing Siali, the girl immediately broke into a delighted smile. So there you are. I've been looking for you for ages. Come on, let's go. They're all waiting for us up ahead. As she spoke, she reached out to link arms with Siali. Siali. Siali fell silent. Siali silently sidestepped, easily avoiding the girl's outstretched arm. Her face cold, she was just about to speak when she heard the girl plead in a low, pitiful voice, "Comrade, could you please help me? Someone's following me. I'm afraid he's a human trafficker. Could you pretend to be my friend and walk with me for a bit?" Siali. Sometimes, being out on the street alone could indeed make one feel quite helpless. The kind of helplessness that makes you want to travel decades, even a century into the future, just to download an anti-fraud app from the App Store. Why were these tactics getting more and more familiar? Was it her imagination, or were all the tactics she encountered today the same human trafficking methods she'd seen online in her past life? It created a sense of helplessness where she wanted to believe, but her brain and reason simply wouldn't let her. Siali glanced back and saw the old man who had asked her to deliver paper to the women's restroom quickly duck into a small alley, thinking no one could see him, peeking out furtively. So, that old man really is a trafficker. He was trying to abduct her just now, and now he's switched targets? If this were the apocalypse, Siali would definitely have believed the little girl before her. After all, in the apocalypse, no one played these convoluted games. There was plenty of bullying and oppression, and you just dealt with it. But she hadn't forgotten that pregnant woman from back then, who was about to give birth, yet still deliberately tried to screw her over 2 or 3 times. She wasn't entirely sure this wasn't a setup. However, if this wasn't a setup and this little girl was really abducted and sold to some remote, isolated mountain village, her future would be nothing but despair with no end in sight. If she had the ability, she didn't want to abandon the last shred of human conscience. Siali turned slightly and pointed at the old man who had immediately ducked back when he saw her turn. That person. The little girl nodded eagerly. Siali, just him alone? Afraid that Siali might pull another, "I'll keep an eye on him here, you go find the police," routine. The little girl quickly pointed in another direction and whispered, "And that old woman over there." Siali followed her finger and saw an old woman sitting on a large rock, mending an old piece of clothing in her hands. Siali nodded. "All right, I'll help you." The little girl's heart leapt with joy. She reached out to grab Siali's arm, intending to lead her in their predetermined direction. She thought gleefully, old Zhao said this girl was highly vigilant, but isn't she easily fooled and following along? Chinese soldiers are so easy to manipulate this way. They respond to softness, not force. When they see someone vulnerable asking for help, they'll definitely step up. Otherwise, she wouldn't have willingly stayed behind among the detained drug dealers during that retaliation incident at the dock to save that truckload of people. Just as the little girl was feeling smug, her outstretched hand, meant to grab Siali's arm, was dodged once again. Not only dodged, but Siali also reversed the grip, seizing the little girl's wrist. The grip was so strong there was no breaking free. Little girl? She looked up at Siali with a face full of confusion, her eyes wide with shock. Siali looked down at the little girl, who only came up to her chest, and spoke to her earnestly. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Come on, I'll take you to the nearby police station to report this. I'll definitely ensure your safety. The little girl's expression instantly froze solid. The old man, who had overheard their conversation via a listening device, also looked as if he'd eaten something disgusting. Siali paid no attention to the little girl's protests, simply dragging her straight towards the police station. Her goal was to prevent a potentially endangered little girl from being harmed. To achieve that goal, she didn't necessarily have to handle it personally herself. The process wasn't important, achieving the right outcome was. But if this little girl wasn't a good person, then she could only say, "Serves you right." People scattered in various corners looked towards the old man, waiting for his next order. The old man, a veteran of espionage with a formidable reputation since World War II, naturally wouldn't be so easily cornered. He instantly thought of another plan. He placed his hands behind his back and made a 6 gesture. His people immediately understood. A burly, shabbily dressed man ran up to Siali, looking furious, and reached out to grab her. He roared loudly, "You shameless woman. My brother's legs are crippled because of you. He can't even get out of bed now, and you sneak out here alone, abandoning him. Come back with me right nhhhhhh." Siali looked expressionlessly at the burly man who had suddenly appeared and the large hand reaching for her. She raised her own hand first, grabbed the man's arm, and with a deft downward pull, instantly dislocated his shoulder. Her gaze icy, she looked at the man, curled her lips into a smile that didn't reach her eyes, and asked, Where is that? Never heard of that place. I'm not going. Are you also with the traffickers? Then we can all go to the police station together. Passers-by who heard Siali mention traffickers immediately looked over. In these times, traffickers were the most hated people by ordinary families. Whose child wasn't a treasure? Stealing children deserved divine punishment. Seeing things going wrong, the old man frowned tightly, inwardly cursing Siali. This one is tough to handle. He immediately changed direction from the alley, staggering as he ran towards Siali, his face a mask of heartache, worry, and deep helplessness. To an uninformed observer, he really did look like an old man who had run slower than the burly man and was now hurrying to catch up. The old man reached Siali's side, looking grief-stricken. "Daughter-in-law, please let go of your brother-in-law. He's just worried about his older brother. Please come home with us. We agreed to the 200 yuan you want to give your parents. Please stop making a scene." The little girl whose wrist Siali held also immediately started sobbing tearfully, looking at Siali with misty eyes. "Sister, please go back with Uncle Pan and the others. Brother-in-law is waiting for you at home." Mom said, "Marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog. Brother-in-law's family paid 800 yuan in bride price to marry you, and you spent it all. You can't just leave like this, or our family won't be able to pay it back." Bystanders seeing this scene immediately started pointing and whispering. An accomplice of the old man, mixed in the crowd, whispered to the person next to him, "This wife is too much." What era is this? Not only did she demand an 800 yuan bride price, but she's also extorting another 200. 800 yuan could buy a good job at the textile mill, and she squandered it all. Now she wants to leave after spending the money. How shameless. If I were the husband's family, I'd also try to drag her back. The person he spoke to, though not knowing him, found it normal. People were simple in these times, and strangers striking up conversations wasn't unusual. He immediately nodded in agreement. "Isn't that right? Look at how shabby that old man is dressed. His family doesn't seem wealthy at all. 800 yuan probably cleaned out their life savings. And she wants another 200? What kind of fairy is she daring to ask for so much? Wouldn't it be better to marry a different wife?" Another person whispered, "But they already spent 800 yuan. Can they just throw that 800 yuan away?" Others in the crowd felt this made sense. Only a girl with 2 big braids looked at Siali with some worry and said softly, "That little girl just said this person is a trafficker. Could they be a gang?" The accomplice man in the crowd immediately wore a "how could that be" expression. "Impossible. I know this family. They're the Pan family from the 5th Brigade under our Tianjin township. We know their roots. It's just that this wife is a snob. She insisted on marrying Pan the eldest before, and now that Pan the eldest is injured because of her, she probably can't take it and ran away." Hearing that someone actually knew these people, the crowd's looks towards Siali instantly turned contemptuous. No one wanted to get involved anymore. Siali, who had heard all their conversation, almost laughed out loud in anger. Chatting among themselves, really good at being disgusting. In such a short time, they had even fabricated her family background among the masses. They must have calculated that with so many of them, capturing her should be easy. Even if they couldn't capture her, with so many of them, Escaping should be a breeze? Siali's gaze swept over the crowd and several nearby locations. She immediately realized this was likely an 8-person gang. Whether their goal was her identity as Lei Kong's disciple or they were simply traffickers was still unclear. However, had these people forgotten she wasn't just wearing a green military uniform for show, but was an actual soldier? Oh right. This uniform was freshly washed today, and it happened to be her day off. She had taken off her shoulder boards when washing the clothes, afraid they'd get misshapen, and put them in her space. The power of the masses was great. Sometimes, she didn't mind borrowing it. Siali smiled at the old man with his pitiful expression, quietly transferred the shoulder boards from her space to her pocket, then pulled them out and held them high for everyone to see. She announced loudly, "I am a soldier from the Southern Island Forces. They are all traffickers. I ask the citizens to help apprehend them." As she spoke, she pointed at several people hidden in the crowd. That one, and that one, they're all part of the gang. Please help and take them directly to the police station. As soon as Siali finished speaking, she moved like lightning, instantly taking down the 3 people near her. Before anyone could react, her hands were already in motion again, asterisk crack 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 asterisk, directly dislocating the limbs of all 3. The entire sequence was fluid, taking less than a second. The people close to Siali didn't even have time for the poison in their hands to take effect before they all collapsed to the ground, unable to move. And Siali was already charging towards another fleeing person. The old man's gang of 8. The crowd. The people in these times were still very enthusiastic. Seeing Siali produce the shoulder boards only soldiers had, and hearing they were traffickers headed for the police station, they immediately believed Siali. They all sprang into action, rushing to surround the people Siali had pointed out. The commotion Siali created also startled the old man's accomplices. They knew this woman was skilled, but they hadn't expected her to be this skilled. To take down their organization's highly trained senior agents in such a short time. Old Zhao was someone who had survived World War II with an outstanding record. His skills and reflexes couldn't possibly be poor. They were already exposed. Capturing Siali was definitely impossible now. The primary task was to leave quickly, report this incident, and rescue Old Zhao and the others as soon as possible. Seeing these common folk charging at them fearlessly with various farm tools, cleaning implements, even feather dusters, blocking their escape routes completely, the remaining few were furious. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? One middle-aged man couldn't hold back. He pulled out a gun hidden at his waist and roared, "Get out of the way, or I'll shoot." It wasn't that he didn't want to kill someone as a warning, but once a gunshot rang out, it would likely attract more people, including soldiers and police, which would only make things worse for them. The common folk were indeed frightened. They instantly retreated several steps, clearing an escape path. Bang! A gunshot rang out abruptly in the noisy street. The man who had threatened the crowd with the gun stared wide-eyed in disbelief towards the front. A bleeding black hole had appeared right in the center of his forehead. He fell heavily to the ground, silent. Someone fired a gun. The crowd was immediately terrified. Yuni, who happened to be passing by, said coldly with a calm face, "Please evacuate immediately, citizens. Leave the rest to us." Common folk usually respected soldiers greatly and were even more willing to listen at such times. With the war having ended not long ago, they were quite familiar with orderly evacuation under fire. The common folk on the entire street instantly scattered cleanly. The spies also wanted to run. But by this time, of the 5 fleeing spies, 3 had been knocked unconscious by Siali, 1 had been shot dead on the spot by Yuni, leaving only 1 still escaping. However, unlike the others, during the chaotic escape, he had managed to disguise himself. Though it was just simple makeup, he had changed his clothes and pants entirely. With the earlier chaos, an ordinary person definitely wouldn't be able to spot him. He didn't care about his captured comrades, frantically mingling with the evacuating common folk, quickly dispersing. Yuni hadn't seen the first half and didn't know what had happened or exactly how many people were involved. He only saw Siali running to apprehend someone and a man holding a gun intending to harm the crowd. He fired without a second thought. Now that he had shot the man, he quickly ran to Siali's side, looking her over with a frown, concerned. "Are you all right?" Siali, knowing one person had escaped, wasn't in a good mood and wasn't in the mood for pleasantries with Yuni. She waved a hand dismissively. "I'm fine. Thanks for earlier." Her sharp gaze scanned the fleeing crowd, trying to spot the escapee. If that person remained among the crowd, who knew what he might do? He had to be caught. Yuni, who had come out on his day off to buy supplies, ended up intervening in an incident and now being conscripted as extra help, felt utterly helpless. What could Yuni do? He could only follow Siali's arrangement, silently walking over to the several people who had been knocked out or disabled, dragging them all together. After a moment's thought, he asked someone living nearby to go to the post office to call and notify the military to come pick them up. He hadn't received any notification. These people probably weren't from the pro-Soviet faction. He thought somewhat self-mockingly, could my actions now be considered obstructing another organization's approach to the target? Next time my dad calls, I'll have something new to report. Siali stood on the rooftop, her gaze like a torch scanning the common folk running everywhere in rapid retreat. The family whose roof she was standing on, having witnessed her take down so many people with such terrifying efficiency, didn't dare say a word, hiding inside their house without even opening the door. Soldiers could indeed make people feel secure, but someone who could dismantle 3 people's arms and legs, that went beyond just security. To put it more poetically, asterisk best admired from afar, not played with up close. It could be fatal, asterisk. Siali didn't care what others were thinking. Her gaze fell on a middle-aged woman among the fleeing crowd. Although her expression was as panicked as the others, with a hint of hidden fear, her eyes were too clear and alert. Ordinary people, not knowing what was happening, would run with legs flying, their eyes more or less carrying some confusion or a brain freeze from fear. The common folk of this era weren't like those of later generations who, even staying home, had seen the world through the internet. Very few of them had even completed basic education like elementary or junior high school. They mostly focused on their own small plots, their workplaces, and their homes, a two-point, one-line existence with very limited information. They couldn't be this calm. This person was afraid, yes, but her eyes lacked the ignorance commonly seen in ordinary people's eyes. Either this person had experienced major events and was deliberately living incognito among common folk, or this was the man she had lost track of earlier, now disguised as a woman. Siali's gaze. Without a second thought, he leaped off the roof and charged straight toward the middle-aged woman. If he was wrong, then he was wrong. Even if she was some big shot living under an assumed name, as long as she didn't report him, she could keep on living her incognito life. But if this person really was a problem, letting her escape would bring endless trouble. As the middle-aged woman ran, she suddenly felt a gust of wind from behind. Instinctively, she tried to dodge, but Siali's hand had already formed a claw, tightly gripping her shoulder. The woman took a deep breath and instantly calmed down. When she turned to look at Siali, her eyes held a mix of surprise and lingering panic. "Comrade, is there something you need from me?" The voice that came out was unexpectedly a gentle female voice, with a slightly affected, cutesy tone. "Siali?" If a grown man had said that, it would have been utterly disgusting. "Siali, I wanted to ask if you saw the man who was shouting in the crowd earlier, the one who said he knew old Pan's family, running in this direction." The middle-aged woman frowned slightly, as if struggling to remember, then raised her hand to point toward a small alley. "I saw him run that way just now." Siali nodded, making as if to turn and chase. The next moment, she spun around abruptly, her hand shooting toward the other person's head. The middle-aged woman was startled, thinking Siali was trying to grab her face and immediately raised her arms to shield it. However, she didn't feel Siali yank her arms away to wipe off the makeup on her face. Instead, she felt a sudden chill on top of her head. The man disguised as a middle-aged woman. Siali held one end of the braided wig, swinging it slowly in her hand. The two braids themselves were only medium length, but holding one end, with the part covering the head and the other braid hanging down, when swung, it stretched over a meter long, looking utterly bizarre, like she had ripped off someone's scalp. Siali curled her lips into a smirk, her tone dripping with the mockery of a spoiled heir. Well, auntie, your hair loss is pretty severe, huh? This is the first time I've seen hair loss take the skull along with it." The man's face instantly twisted with fury. He reached behind his back to draw a gun. How could Siali give him that chance? With a single chop of her hand, he crashed to the ground. The onlookers ran while still glancing back, perfectly embodying the attitude of valuing gossip even over their own safety. Siali waved at them. "It's fine, it's safe now. We've caught all these people. You can all go home and live your lives in peace." After all, they had all helped her catch the thieves. Though not very useful, they were good people. Holding the man, who was now like a corpse, with one hand, Siali dragged him back to where the other 7 were. Yuni glanced at the man Siali had thrown over, then looked back at Siali's face. "Got them all." Siali nodded. "Got them all. Yuni, I've already notified the troops. They'll come to pick them up soon." Siali, "Okay." After speaking, she couldn't help but glance at Yuni a few more times. How to put it? The feeling of a gentle, spring-like gentleman was still there, but the current Yuni felt completely different from the one in the military unit who had always tried to get close to her. It was probably a bit more refreshing. Seeing Siali keep looking at him, Yuni, that familiar vibe was back. The two found a safe, shady spot, squatted on the ground, drinking soda and eating popsicles, with the 8 people piled up in front of them, chatting idly. Siali's gaze fell on the small pile of people. She took a bite of her popsicle and complained, "These people are utterly ridiculous, each one a huge pain. Why go to all this trouble to capture me? They could have grabbed 10 others in the same time." Yuni chuckled softly, holding a glass soda bottle, his tone somewhat helpless. "There's no helping it. After all, Kong is at the height of his fame right now, and you're the only one connected to him. These people want to question you to find out Kong's true identity and whereabouts. Since they can't catch Division Commander Lu, who knows Kong's information, naturally they can only come for you." He tilted his head, his gaze settling on Siali's face, his tone very serious as he advised, "Be more careful when you go out from now on. At least bring a few people with you." Siali's ears automatically filtered out the latter part of his advice. Given the things she did when she went out alone, none of which could afford to be known, and how inconvenient it would be to have people following her. She raised an eyebrow slightly, her eyes meeting Yuni's gentle gaze even when he wasn't smiling, her tone somewhat amused. "Aren't you even going to try to hide it a little? Others might know about this, but they'd definitely never say it to my face." Within the military, everyone had their own connections. Many came from families with revolutionary backgrounds spanning generations. Surely some knew about her connection to Kong. But aside from those who had known from the start that she was Kong, and Brigade Commander Qian who had tried to recruit her, it was as if people deliberately avoided the topic. No one ever mentioned Kong in front of her. Yuni took a sip from his soda bottle, paused for a moment, then looked at Siali with some amusement. "Who in the upper circles doesn't know your identity? Even if I tried to hide it, would you believe me? Between friends, sincerity is key." Siali met his tolerant and gentle gaze, then cleanly averted her eyes. She stood up, straightening the creases in her pant legs, and said helplessly, "Thank you for today. If it weren't for you, that person might have been driven to desperation, and someone could have really gotten hurt. Although she could have rushed over quickly, and that person might not have dared to shoot in public, who could guarantee he wouldn't have taken a hostage and maybe even killed them?" Yuni didn't mind Siali deliberately avoiding his gaze. He withdrew his gaze, looking straight ahead. "No need to thank me. You've taught me things too. Isn't reciprocity the most normal thing? Besides, I'm a soldier myself. Protecting the lives and property of the people is my duty." After a moment's thought, he reminded Siali, "Speaking of which, there's something else I need to apologize to you for. I originally promised you that as long as I was here, I would stop those targeting your family, that they wouldn't come to interrogate or harass you again. But now, with the Kong matter causing such a stir, you've basically been pushed into the spotlight as the person closest to Kong. Those people might not always give our family face. You need to be extra careful from now on." Siali looked at him, her reply quite frank. "That was always our family's matter. We're very grateful for your help up to now. It was never your responsibility." Yuni stood up, also smoothing the wrinkles on his clothes. His gaze was focused, looking at Siali with a somewhat bitter smile. "You know my feelings. Even if you don't like me, those feelings won't change. What I said back then still stands. I'll wait for you." Seeing Siali frown, about to refuse, he quickly added the rest of what he hadn't finished saying. "You don't need to feel burdened by my kindness toward you. I'm good to you because I like you. Being good to you makes me happy. Liking you, wanting to be good to you, that's my own business. It has nothing to do with you. You have no obligation to be responsible for my kindness." As he spoke, his hand at his side curled slightly, a small, inexplicable nervousness in his heart. He was also a bit afraid that if something really happened after a while, she would blame him. This wasn't an emotion he should be having. Siali looked at Yuni, who was earnestly confessing his feelings again, and felt utterly helpless inside. Why was this guy so stubborn? She didn't argue with him about, "You liking me is your own business, being good to me, telling me not to feel burdened. But when someone is good to me, I want to reciprocate, otherwise I feel guilty." Instead, she suddenly said, "I promised Lu Dingwan that when he returns from the battlefield, I'd try being with him. A person's passion is limited. Don't waste it on someone like me who has no future. Give it to someone who deserves it. Thank you for today. If you ever need help with anything in the future, you can tell me. But let's not talk about feelings. I don't want to be fickle, and I don't want my partner to misunderstand." Although when Lu Dingwan left, she had only agreed to try things out, no one else knew what they had said to each other. She could perfectly well use it as a shield. Deep down, her nature was rather cold, and her methods could be ruthless. The only thing she wasn't good at was dealing with people who were good to her. To knowingly be aware of someone's feelings yet give no response, unconditionally enjoying another person's kindness, she would feel despicable. Especially someone like Yuni, who had helped her family so much. Yuni looked at Siali, clearly stunned for a moment. The fingers curled at his side instinctively clenched, then slowly relaxed. Looking into Siali's eyes as she met his gaze directly, his chest felt inexplicably tight. He hastily averted his gaze, avoiding eye contact with her. He softly uttered an MHM, then squatted back down, hanging his head and saying nothing more. Seeing him like this, Siali sighed inwardly. I'm going to buy another popsicle. Do you want one? Yuni kept his head down, not looking up, his voice also somewhat muffled. No, thank you. After Siali left, he remained squatting on the ground with his head bowed, his arms resting straight on his knees, still holding the drink bottle. His whole person exuded a desolate aura. After a long while, he raised a hand to touch his still somewhat tight chest, his brows furrowing deeply. This wasn't right. It couldn't be like this. Given his identity, he absolutely must not fall for the target. Developing feelings for the target was a major taboo. This kind of thinking needed to be nipped in the bud. It seemed he really shouldn't have too much contact with Siali for a while. Because the matter involved Siali, the military, only after Battalion Commander Bai saw that Siali was safe and sound did he relax. Battalion Commander Bai looked at Siali with a complicated expression, his face a picture of hesitation. He sighed and said, "It's good you're unharmed. How about, from now on, if there's nothing important, you just don't go out." This young girl was like a golden target. While various forces might not necessarily want to kill her, they all wanted her. What's the difference between her wandering around on her own and a lump of gold growing legs and running around the streets? Siali knew these people would react this way. Even if I don't go out, there are still people in the military trying to poach me. Where exactly is safe? Battalion Commander Bai. Battalion Commander Bai naturally also knew about Brigade Commander Qian's attempt to poach her on the street. An old man, scolded by their division commander on the parade ground for over 20 minutes, the embarrassment nearly spread to other military regions. He let out a long sigh. All right then, do as you see fit. But next time you go out, you have to bring people. We're not comfortable with you going out alone. As he spoke, he pointed at the small pile of people on the ground. Look, we only give you 1 day off a week, and you run into trouble as soon as you go out. Siali didn't want to deal with this person, completely refusing normal conversation. She stated righteously, "This is the organization giving me a chance to earn merit. Don't I earn merit every time I go out?" Battalion Commander Bai completely didn't want to talk to her. He simply waved for people to take the small pile to the port, not wanting to spend another minute with this little girl. Another day of missing Xiaolu. The follow-up boats arrived quickly. The group, along with Battalion Commander Bai, escorted the several suspected kidnappers back to the military base. As soon as they arrived, the captives were taken by the young soldiers to the interrogation building. The middle-aged man caught last by Siali, even while being restrained, struggled to turn his head and look at Siali getting out of the vehicle. Gnashing his teeth, he shouted loudly, "Don't think this is over. This is only the beginning." Siali shrugged nonchalantly, ducked back into the vehicle, pulled out the braided wig, and swung it around like a hoodlum, her smile infuriatingly smug. "If they're all at your level, I wouldn't be afraid even if a whole company came. A perfectly good man not acting like one, always acting like some sissy. I just love seeing you so furious." With that, she hurled the wig hard at the man's head. The wig hit the man's half-turned face with a thwack before falling to the ground. For this throw, Siali had used a tiny bit of force to make it go farther. But wigs are truly soft and light. Even hitting his face, it didn't hurt much. The throw itself caused little damage, but the humiliation was extreme. The man went insane on the spot, struggling desperately with all 4 limbs. However, the 2 young soldiers restraining him used considerable strength, and the man couldn't break free. His eyes bloodshot, he glared at Siali and roared, "I'll kill you." Siali shrugged. Impotent rage. They were already at the military base. Did he really think he could leave? What was the point of all this bluster? She was standing right there, and he couldn't even reach her. He had tried to capture her, and he expected her to be nice when he made threats? Was he joking? Battalion Commander Bai. Everyone present. It had to be said, this girl knew how to provoke people. Battalion Commander Bai patted Siali's shoulder and sighed. "You go back first. I'll notify you if there are any results here." Siali nodded. Okay. After returning, Yuni had left on his own and hadn't come to find Siali again. Siali figured he had probably given up, which actually made her feel relieved. Happily carrying her bamboo basket home, she divided the contents, leaving half at home and secretly stashing the other half for herself to eat later. This batch of people was clearly more professional than the last. Siali waited like this for over half a month before Battalion Commander Bai came to her house to tell her the results. The two stood in an unpopulated area of the backyard vegetable plot, discussing the matter in low voices. "Siali, did they talk?" Battalion Commander Bai shook his head. "They didn't talk. But through investigating their backgrounds, we've found some clues. That old man's surname is Zhao, named Zhao Duan. It sounds like a proper Chinese name, but actually he's called Divenjiao. When he was very young, around the time of the War of Aggression against China, his whole family moved to Germany. Later, he was selected by Germany's security agency and became one of their agents. During those years of World War, he carried out missions for Germany. Many assassination missions have also stolen a lot of military intelligence. This time they should also be targeting Lei Kong. Probably they want to kidnap you privately to threaten Lei Kong, and by the way, recruit him away. Siali's face was numb, and she felt utterly speechless inside. She had previously thought that those who might harm her could be the United States, with whom she had a grudge, or possibly Japan, whose information she had intercepted, or even those not-so-peaceful people on the island. She had even anticipated Russia, which always wanted to mess with their Xia family and was behind the pro-Mao faction. But no matter how she thought about it, she never expected that the first to take action against her would be such a far-fetched country, and one that sent agents to kidnap her right off the bat. Confirmed it's Germany? Battalion Commander Bai nodded, his expression very serious. The probability is over 90%. Actually, he felt a bit sorry for those Germans in his heart. Clearly, they were targeting the main person, but they used the setup for capturing a side target. They had already anticipated Siali's formidable combat skills, and the 8 people they sent were quite skilled and even armed with guns. Yet they still ended up defeated by Siali's inhuman fighting ability. If one day they find out that Siali, whom they failed to kidnap, is actually Lei Kong, they would probably regret it so much they'd cry in frustration. The research scientist that many countries in the world want to obtain was so close to them. After this, guards will definitely be assigned to Siali, and there won't be such easy opportunities to get close to her personally in the future. Siali let out a long sigh. I've never provoked them. Shouldn't the Ministry of Foreign Affairs stand up for me? Bai Tuanzhong was silent for 2 seconds, then said, we really can't stand up for you right now. If we publicly announce from our side that they tried to capture you but failed, and we can't give Germany any strong counterattack, it would be like telling the world that there are no consequences for coming to capture you. That would be giving them ideas to come and capture people. We can only handle it privately. Siali wasn't foolish enough to ask why they couldn't give Germany a strong counterattack. Nonsense. Even the United States and Russia don't dare get close to Germany right now. Unless China has gone mad with ambition, who would go ask them for a substantive explanation? Making a big fuss and being completely ignored would just be embarrassing in the end. Bai Tuanzhong knew Siali was unhappy. How could he be happy encountering such an infuriating matter? He continued to persuade Siali, in the future, there will be many temptations for you, or ingenious backstabbings. Not just Germany, other countries will also send people to recruit you, wanting to figure out the Lei Kong behind you and either poach him or directly kill him. Right now, don't trust anyone, just trust the organization. Siali very much agreed with the statement that many people would approach her recently and that she shouldn't trust anyone. The correctness of the other things Bai Tuanzhong said remained to be seen. She assured him, I'll be careful for a while. Even if Bai Tuanzhong hadn't advised her, hearing that even Germany, a country she had never had contact with, would send agents to mess with her, she had decided not to go out wandering around recently. Although she wasn't afraid of those people, running into them was truly troublesome. Who knows, she might end up like that day again, capturing someone and having to stay out until after dinner to return. The year 1968 passed in the blink of an eye, more than half gone. As July 1st, a major holiday, approached, the entire military district was very joyful. Nandao was like an isolated island, completely separated from the chaos outside. The mental pressure wasn't as great, and even ordinary children were much more lively than those outside. However, in this joyful environment, a phone call disrupted the mood of several families. The summer evening was slightly stuffy and hot, the sky gray and overcast, probably about to rain soon. Several wives sat under the big tree at the entrance of the courtyard, chattering excitedly about the upcoming July 1st variety show, each in high spirits. There weren't many holidays celebrated these days. Holidays like July 1st, August 1st, and October 1st were definitely among the grandest in the military, comparable to the New Year. Since Siali had dragged people to confront sister-in-law Wang last time, she hadn't been going to gossip under the big tree much. It wasn't that she no longer loved listening to gossip, but because her direct confrontation last time made some wives feel she went too far. They were afraid that if they said something in front of her and got dragged into another confrontation, what would be the point of gossiping? These people wouldn't chase Siali away when she came, but they would deliberately clam up when she arrived, acting like sealed jars. Over time, Siali also found it boring. She didn't think she had done anything wrong, so naturally, she wouldn't apologize. Gossip and spreading rumors were two completely different things. Better not to dampen their enthusiasm for gossip. Anyway, if one path doesn't work, another will. If they didn't tell her gossip, sister-in-law Wang and sister-in-law Bai would tell her. Just after returning home from a walk outside to aid digestion, she ran into Qin, who had just arrived at their doorstep. Seeing Siali, Qin immediately showed a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Siali. Sister Lily, I heard the department store got a batch of new clothes, lots of fashionable styles from Shanghai. Do you want to go take a look together? Siali really wanted to say that for someone like her who wears military uniforms even after work and during rest, and for whom wearing a skirt risks exposure with slightly bigger movements, buying skirts really isn't very useful. Moreover, recently, various forces had been clinging to her like leeches. She was truly afraid of winning the lottery again and incidentally implicating Qin. After a brief moment of contemplation, she declined, have you heard the rumors about me recently? Qin eyes flickered slightly. Although no one had publicly announced Siali's identity, children from families with some influence like hers were among the first to know. She had indeed heard some rumors, but she didn't want the amazing, beautiful sister to think she was only friends with her because she was Lei Kong's disciple. That would make her friendship seem very insincere. Qin wasn't a scheming child. What she thought was clearly written on her face. Seeing her expression, Siali immediately understood her little thoughts. She said, too many people are watching me right now. It's not convenient for me to leave the military base. But regardless of each other's identities, interpersonal relationships are about the person, unrelated to other matters. Hearing this, Qin immediately felt delighted. Her eyes shone even brighter as she looked at Siali, nodding vigorously in agreement. Exactly. I just like Sister Lily because you're both beautiful and amazing. It has absolutely nothing to do with whose disciple you are. If the amazing, beautiful sister weren't so beautiful, she might not like her as much. Her face is so pretty. Let me look a bit more. Siali was all too familiar with this look. It was exactly the way a looks-obsessed person gazes at a beauty, identical to the lively, looks-obsessed sheer from Division Commander Lu's family. Feeling somewhat amused, she said in a teasing tone, thanks for the compliment. Qin smiled especially sweetly. It's not a compliment, it's a fact. I have a solo performance at the July variety show. Does Sister Lily want to come watch? The anticipation in her eyes was almost overflowing. Thinking she had nothing else to do anyway, Siali agreed directly. Okay. A young soldier ran over from the distance and said to Qin, Comrade Qin, there's a phone call for you at the communications office. The voice on the other end sounds quite urgent. Please go answer it quickly. Qin frowned slightly and immediately agreed. All right. After speaking, she turned to look at Siali. Before she could say goodbye, Siali waved at her. Go answer the phone quickly. It's probably going to rain soon. Go back early. Qin nodded and followed the young soldier, jogging towards the communications office to answer the phone. She was also a bit puzzled in her heart. Her good friends usually wrote letters to communicate with her, only her dad called her. But, arriving at the mailroom, Qin immediately picked up the phone. I'm Qin. Who is this? Qin, it's me, Jun Yafong. A young woman's voice came from the other end of the line, sounding somewhat urgent yet also deliberately hushed, giving off a furtive vibe. Qin felt her friend's state seemed a bit odd. Frowning, she also lowered her voice, whispering urgently, has something happened? Don't worry, tell me slowly. But the voice on the other end didn't slow down, still whispering urgently, can't slow down. Something's happened. Your family has been reported for treason. Your dad might be executed by firing squad. My family won't let me contact you. I'm calling you secretly. Be mentally prepared. My family is watching me closely, so I probably won't be able to call you again. You need to be careful. A middle-aged woman's voice came from the other end. Xiaofeng, who are you calling? Jun Yafeng's voice, tinged with guilt, sounded from the receiver, noticeably louder than when she was speaking on the phone earlier. Mom, I'm calling Lu Yingying. After saying that, the voice in the receiver came close again. Okay, Yingying, it's settled then. We'll go out together on Sunday, see you then. Click. Beep, beep, beep. A busy tone echoed from the phone, but Qin, holding the receiver, remained motionless. Boom, rumble. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Outside the window, a torrential downpour began. The thunderstorm arrived swiftly and fiercely, with dark clouds looming as if to crush the city, mirroring Qin's current state of mind. She felt as if all the blood in her body had turned ice cold, drenched by the pouring rain, chilling her to the bone. Her limbs felt stiff, and tears welled up in her eyes without her realizing. How could it be? How could her father possibly commit treason? It must be a lie. Qin put down the phone and immediately dialed her father's office number. Beep, beep. The phone rang twice before being answered. Without waiting for the other person to speak, Qin urgently asked, Dad, is that you? There was a brief silence on the other end. No, I'm Deputy Brigade Commander Chen's new guard. He's currently on a secret mission and can't take your call right now. I'll inform him when he returns. Hearing this voice, Jinjinjin's heart sank completely. At her father's age, he usually wouldn't participate in ordinary missions personally. Moreover, she had just spoken to him on the phone the day before yesterday. If he had changed guards, he would have told her. Now, there were only two possibilities. 1. Her father was injured and hospitalized, seriously enough that he couldn't answer the phone. The other possibility was that he was secretly arrested, and everyone around him was taken away for investigation, with someone else arranged to answer the phone. At this moment, Jinjinjin leaned more toward the latter. What on earth had happened? Why was this happening? Jinjinjin was panicking, but she still used her last shred of rationality to deal with the person on the phone. All right, when he returns, make sure he calls me immediately. The person on the other end agreed readily, okay. After hanging up, Jinjinjin immediately squatted on the floor, wailing loudly. The young soldier on duty in the mailroom glanced at the woman crying so miserably, thought for a moment, and walked to the side to give her some space. After venting her emotions, Jinjinjin's heart was trembling, and her hands were shaking along with it. She wiped her tears fiercely. Now was not the time to cry. She had to figure out what was going on first. She took out her phone book from her crossbody bag, picked up the phone, and started making calls. Hello? Is Lu Huayu home? Who is this? I'm Jinjinjin. Oh, Jinjin. Xiaoyu went out to play. She's not home. Auntie has something to do, so I'll hang up now. Beep, beep, beep. Jinjinjin dialed another number. Hello? Uncle Jean? I wanted to ask you about. I can't get involved in your family's matters. Don't call again. Beep, beep, beep. Jinjinjin refused to give up and dialed another number. Hello, who is this? Xiao Tao, it's Jinjinjin. A strange, nasal voice immediately came from the other end. Jinjinjin? Who's that? Are you looking for my sister? She's not home. Call back when she returns. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? May I ask? You're Jinjinjin. Your whole family is a bunch of troublemakers. How do you call me? I regret ever knowing you. Why aren't you dead yet? You should go join your father. Beep, beep, beep. Tears welled up in Jinjinjin's eyes. She had been pampered by her father since childhood, always receiving warmth from others. It seemed like everyone around her was good, treating her well. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Unwilling, Hello. Jinjinjin persistently made call after call. The girl who had been spoiled since childhood discovered that sometimes, in this world, all the good people could turn bad overnight. By the end of her calls, she even felt that anyone willing to talk to her and spend a few moments humoring her was a good person. Jinjinjin called everyone in her phone book who might tell her the truth. She took several steps back, leaned against the wall, and slid down to sit on the floor. Hugging her knees, she buried her head in her arms, trying to make herself as small as possible, and began to sob quietly. Heartbroken and helpless. Only now did she realize how fragile her so-called social circle truly was. Whether relatives, friends, or self-proclaimed best friends, aside from Jun Yafeng, who had informed her of the news and then stopped answering her calls, no one gave her any positive response. She was such a failure. She knew she couldn't stay in the mailroom any longer. The young soldier who should have been on duty there was still outside in the rain. Jinjinjin got up, left the mailroom, and wandered out in a daze, not even knowing what was going through her mind. Only when she saw the familiar gate in front of her did she abruptly stop. Seeing that she had unconsciously walked to the Xia family's doorstep, Jinjinjin bit her lower lip and instinctively turned to leave. She couldn't cause more trouble for Sister Lily. Besides, even people she had known since childhood were unwilling to help. How long had Sister Lily known her? How could she be willing to get involved in this mess? Jinjin. Hearing the gentle voice behind her, Jinjinjin's back stiffened. The rain was too heavy to see clearly. Seeing the person stop, Li Xioli realized it really was Jinjinjin and immediately grew anxious. Walking over quickly in her raincoat, she pulled Jinjinjin under it and guided her toward the house. Her voice even carried a hint of reproach. Child, why don't you take care of yourself? You're young now, but you'll suffer from illnesses when you're older. Besides, girls shouldn't catch a chill. Come inside quickly. The raincoat had a hood, a tightly fastened collar, and a cape-like design. Li Xioli pulled Jinjinjin inside, completely enveloping her. Unable to see the outside world, her neck held by Li Xioli's arm, her head pressed close to Li Xioli's chest, listening to the gentle, rhythmic heartbeat, Jinjinjin could no longer hold back her tears, which flowed silently. Siali, carrying a pile of corn from the backyard, walked out and saw her mother's raincoat with 4 legs underneath. Even through the dense curtain of rain, Siali couldn't resist a quip. Mom, who are you performing acrobatics with? Li Xioli felt a surge of anger seeing Siali now. Even with her usually gentle temper, thinking about what her daughter had done today made her lose her cool. Though her voice remained gentle, it was sterner than usual. Stop being so glib. Finish your chores. When your dad gets back, he'll deal with you. Siali pouted, placed the corn in a dry spot, and went back to the backyard to continue gathering corn. So what if she forgot her parents' instruction this morning? They were going to Division Commander Lu's house and told her to bring the corn drying in the backyard inside if it looked like rain. She forgot. Anyway, her parents didn't like this corn. It was all grown for her. And she liked her corn juicy. Muttering to herself, she obediently went back to being a porter for the waterlogged corn. By the time they entered the house, Chinjinjin had composed herself. She asked Li Xioli, why is Sister Lily bringing in so much corn? Having never been to the countryside, Chinjinjin had no idea that Siali wasn't bringing corn inside, but had simply forgotten her mother's instructions, thoroughly drenching the corn that was supposed to be drying. Li Xioli wasn't too surprised. After all, when she was a young lady, her common sense was worse than Chinjinjin's. She said gently, don't worry about it. She just forgot to bring in the corn she was sun-drying outside and is now retrieving it. Wait a moment. I'll get you one of Lily's clothes to change into so you don't catch a cold. With that, she went to find clothes for Chinjinjin. Chinjinjin stood there awkwardly. A large puddle quickly formed on the floor from her wet clothes, but she didn't dare take a step. When Siali entered the room, this was the scene she saw. She glanced curiously at the girl who usually brimmed with pride, but now looked like a wilted eggplant. Are you acting as a door guardian in here? Hurry up and change. I'll find you a set. She headed toward her room. Chinjinjin quickly waved her hands. No need, Sister Lily. Auntie is already getting clothes for me. Siali nodded. Then I'll get you a new towel to dry your hair. She still went to her room. She needed to change too. Even with the raincoat, her shoes, socks, and pant legs were soaked. It was really uncomfortable. Chinjinjin opened her mouth to say something as she watched Siali's retreating back, but silently accepted the kindness. Perhaps this was the last kindness she would receive. She could already imagine how others would treat and scorn her once they learned her father was accused of treason. Li Xioli soon returned with clothes for Chinjinjin to change into. After changing, Chinjinjin came out of Li Xioli's room, unsure what to do next. Her mind had been in a haze earlier, thinking of nothing, which was why she came to the Xia house. Now, calmer, she realized those who refused to speak to her on the phone were afraid of being implicated. She shouldn't have any contact with the Xia family now. Li Xioli was a mother who had raised 3 healthy children. How could she not be observant? From the moment she saw Chinjinjin, she sensed something was wrong with the girl's mood. She led Chinjinjin to the sofa, sat her down, held her hands, and said softly, if something's troubling you, you can tell Auntie. I may not know everything, but I've lived a few more years and have some experience. Siali, having changed, came out to join them. She casually pulled a chair to the table, sat on it backwards, rested her arms on the back, and asked seriously, who called you earlier? What did they say? Or did something happen on the way? Her eyes were swollen like walnuts. Surely it wasn't just because she got caught in the rain and felt sorry for herself? Feeling their genuine concern, Siali and Li Xioli frowned as they listened. Siali asked, were you close with that June girl before? Chinjinjin nodded. We were quite close. Then her voice trailed off and her whole demeanor slumped. I used to think we were very close. Just as Siali nodded slightly, Chinjinjin continued, I used to think I was on good terms with everyone, except for Cheng Shui and her mother. Siali. Siali's nodding stopped abruptly. Asterisk thinking to herself, you like everyone and follow everyone around? Are you a husky? This is really asterisk. Recently, having been tricked often, Siali had developed a sense for these things and instinctively felt something was off. She initially wondered if this June girl was setting a trap, deliberately leaking the news to Chinjinjin. But then she thought it unnecessary. Chinjinjin knowing this news only made her more anxious and mentally prepared, without any practical effect. Yet the informant risked leaking secrets and being implicated. After a moment's thought, Siali said, let's first figure out what's going on. Don't cry. Since it's already happened, think of a solution. Crying won't solve anything. While speaking, Siali was slapped on the arm by her mother. It didn't hurt, but Siali was shocked. Previously, only her dad would hit her. Her mom never laid a hand on her. Now, even her mom was learning bad habits from her dad. Li Xioli glared at Siali reproachfully. You talk less. The girl was heartbroken. Not comforting her was one thing, but how could she say such harsh things? Even Xia Jiangwo, with his stubborn temper, wouldn't kick someone when they were down like their daughter. Chinjinjin quickly waved her hands. Auntie, don't scold Sister Lily. She's saying this for my own good. The girl's words were sincere, without a trace of resentment, leaving Li Xioli even more speechless. Fine. One was willing to beat, the other willing to be beaten. Why should she interfere? You two chat. I'll make some ginger tea so you don't catch a cold later. After Li Xioli left, Siali and Chinjinjin discussed the matter, analyzing the pros and cons. Finally, Siali made a decision. When the rain stops, I'll go ask Division Commander Liu and have him help investigate. He's reached this position, so his network of connections should be extensive. Jinjin bit her lower lip tightly, unable to utter a word for a long time. It was simply because she had hit too many walls before. Suddenly, someone was sincerely offering help without expecting anything in return. Even she herself found it unbelievable. Jinjin thought about her current, undisclosed status. She absolutely could not stay at the Xia family and cause trouble for them. After some thought, she proposed to leave. Well, Sister Lily, I'll be going now. Upon hearing that Jinjin was leaving, Li Xioli immediately came out from the kitchen, her face full of anxiety as she urged, "How can you go back in such heavy rain? Stay here for the night, and we can talk about everything tomorrow after the rain stops." Jinjin was now acutely aware of her own status. One misstep could implicate others, so she quickly waved her hands in refusal. "No, I still have some things to sort out. I must go back." With her current status, if the Xia family got involved with her, it certainly wouldn't lead to any good outcome. Even if she wanted to stay, she couldn't. It was better to leave sooner rather than later. Siali glanced at the sky outside. The rain had started heavy and urgent, but now it had turned into a light, drizzling mist. Siali nodded. "Go ahead. I'll find you when I have new information." Standing at the entrance of the Xia family home, Jinjin felt the wind blow, instantly clearing her mind. She couldn't continue living in such a muddled state. Even Siali, whom she hadn't known for long, was helping to find a way. How could she possibly sit back and do nothing, waiting for results with a clear conscience? It seemed those long uncontacted people could now be approached for favors. Even if repeatedly rejected, it didn't matter. Nothing was more important than her father. After parting with Jinjin, Siali climbed over the wall of Division Commander Lu's house and jumped directly inside. When Siali scaled the wall, Division Commander Lu was cooking at home. With a sizzle, a pot of clams went into the wok, releasing a spicy and savory aroma. The clanging sound of a spatula hitting the iron wok echoed from the kitchen. Siali could be considered somewhat considerate. She didn't enter the house without permission. So, following the scent, she made her way to the kitchen window. Division Commander Lu was stir-frying the bright red clams in the wok, thinking about having some wine with the meal later that evening. But when he looked up, he saw a head poking through the window. "Who's there?" As he spoke, he swung the spatula in his hand outward. Seeing the spatula dripping with red oil coming toward her, Siali stood still, swiftly leaning her upper body backward to dodge the oily attack. Deliberately grimacing, she said, "Uncle Lu, you didn't skimp on the oil, did you? You almost dripped it on me." Division Commander Lu. Division Commander Lu glared sternly, his expression blank as he looked at this little troublemaker, Siali. Siali didn't care about his expression and said cheerfully, "Food that's too oily and spicy can cause high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and high blood sugar. How about I help you taste if it's good?" It certainly smelled delicious. Division Commander Lu was both angered and amused by her shamelessness. He said irritably, "You're a perfectly fine young lady, yet all you do is climb walls every day. There's a front door, can't you see it? Come in and wait. It's not that I have something unspeakable to tell you. I'm just afraid that if I come to see you so openly, others might think we're discussing Lei Kong. Or, if someone gets a wild idea and thinks Lei Kong might be hiding at your place after leaving the scrap collection station, your peaceful days would be over." Division Commander Lu. Again with this kind of talk that sounds reasonable but, upon closer thought, is full of twisted logic. Division Commander Lu lifted the large iron wok with one hand and, using the plate Siali was holding, served out a plate of bright red spicy stir-fried clams. "Speak. What's the matter?" Siali didn't stand on ceremony and got straight to the point. Jinjin received a call today. Someone told her that her father was accused of treason and has likely been detained. "I want to inquire about what's going on with their family." Upon hearing this, Division Commander Lu immediately frowned, even pausing as he was dishing out the food. He looked up at Siali disapprovingly. "Why do you get involved in everything? Such a sensitive matter, how can you handle it? Your own family is in a difficult situation. Don't get yourself entangled in other people's affairs." Division Commander Lu was genuinely worried about Siali. This young woman seemed like a little ruffian with no proper demeanor, but in reality, she had a strong sense of justice and was willing to help the weak and fight against injustice. In peaceful times, such a person in a high position could undoubtedly benefit many. But in the current circumstances, she was likely to land herself in trouble. Everyone in the world knew the importance of Lei Kong, only this girl herself didn't take it seriously. Siali frowned, not seeing anything wrong with her actions. "We have a good relationship, so I should lend a hand if I can. Should we just wipe the slate clean and cut all ties once relatives or friends face hardship? Having experienced suffering ourselves, how can we just stand by and watch?" As He Hongshan once said, if today I am merely a bystander and do not participate, then when disaster befalls me one day, no one will speak up for me either. If everyone acted this way, the world would ultimately become indifferent. It wasn't just because Qin Jinjin came to her today. If it were anyone else she had a good relationship with and could help, she would. Division Commander Lu was left speechless by her retort. To be fair, if he were in her position today, he would also help. It was only because of Siali's special status that he didn't want her involved in this matter. He quickly finished dishing out the food and sighed deeply. Let's go, we'll talk inside. I only made enough for one person. Let me heat up a couple of steamed buns for you first. Siali carried the plate into the room. No need, I already ate at home. I'll just have a couple of bites to satisfy my craving. Division Commander Lu. You already ate, yet you come to my house to mooch food. Are you a child? Is other people's food always better than your own? The two of them, somewhat like grandfather and granddaughter, peacefully finished the meal. During the meal, upon seeing Siali drink alcohol as if it were water, Division Commander Lu paused midway, his expression numb as he silently put away his precious Maodai. After Siali finished eating, Division Commander Lu finally agreed. Go back first. I'll make some inquiries for you and let you know when I have information. Siali naturally noticed Division Commander Lu's stinginess in taking away the alcohol midway and silently planned to bring him 2 bottles later. Seeing how fond the old man was of Maodai, she knew he probably didn't have much at home. For someone who had risen to the rank of division commander, his stockpile was surprisingly less than that of Li Xingli, who had only been a director for a few years. TSK. Division Commander Lu's efficiency was always commendable. The very next afternoon after Siali asked him to inquire about Qin Jinjin's family, he had gathered all the information and told Siali. After receiving the news, Siali also felt the matter was difficult to handle. She decided to go directly to the song and dance troupe to inform Qin Jinjin, so she could be mentally prepared. Just as she reached the entrance of the song and dance troupe's training room, Siali witnessed a dispute. A strikingly beautiful and bold-looking girl gave Qin Jinjin, who was stretching her legs, a hard shove, causing Qin Jinjin to stumble and nearly fall. The girl raised her chin slightly, looking at Qin Jinjin with disdain and arrogance. Given your family's current situation, your background is problematic. What are you so proud of? How can someone like you be the lead dancer? I advise you to go to the leadership right now and voluntarily step down from this position. That way, you won't be embarrassed when they remove you later. Qin Jinjin pursed her lips. Unlike before, when she would have argued like a feisty little rooster, she was noticeably more restrained now. If the leadership removes me, that's their decision. As long as they trust me, I won't go to them and ask to step down. And even if I'm removed from the solo dance program, that position might not necessarily go to you. The girl who wanted Qin Jinjin to step down from the solo dance immediately flared up upon hearing this. Qin Jinjin, don't think you're still something special. Your father committed treason. He's a traitor. Do you really think you can continue staying in the military? What a huge joke. Whoa. Her words instantly caused an uproar among the surrounding crowd. Qin Jinjin's family sold out the country? Does that mean Qin Jinjin is a little traitor too? Is it true? If her family really betrayed the country, how could she still be here? Why hasn't she been arrested? Maybe the investigation isn't finished yet, or the orders haven't reached us. We'll probably know in a couple of days. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Who would have thought? The deputy brigade commander's daughter acts so high and mighty every day, but it turns out her status was bought by betraying the country. How disgusting. Sometimes, being insulted to one's face is bearable, but gossip and rumors are more likely to break a person's defenses. When Qin Jinjin heard Chu Tianjiao insult her family, she didn't feel as hurt. But when she heard colleagues who had once called her sister now speaking ill of her in not-so-quiet voices, she truly felt ashamed and wished she could disappear on the spot. Seeing Qin Jinjin's eyes redden, Chu Tianjiao felt triumphant. She took another step forward and reached out to shove Qin Jinjin again. However, halfway through her motion, her hand was grabbed. Startled, she turned her head and saw a young girl even more beautiful than the song and dance troupe members. Instantly, her impression of this girl soured. With a cold face, she asked, "Who are you? Why are you grabbing me? Let go." She tried to shake off the hand gripping her wrist, but the fact that Qin Jinjin can still stand here proves that the higher-ups haven't found any evidence of her involvement in treason. The organization hasn't made a decision yet, but you're already convicting Qin Jinjin? Wielding the moral high ground to bully someone else, all for your own selfish desires. You're truly impressive. Other leaders they might not know, but everyone in the entire military knew of Siali, the platoon leader of the 1st Battalion, 4th Platoon of the Marine Corps, who trained her subordinates by beating them up daily. Chu Tianjiao, having her intentions exposed, immediately became furious, her face flushing red with anger. She retorted angrily, "What does this have to do with you? What authority do you have to speak to me like this? Just a lowly platoon leader." If we really compare, it's uncertain which of us holds a higher rank. The song and dance troupe also had military ranks. Platoon leader was the lowest commissioned officer rank. If compared, many of the girls in the song and dance troupe might indeed outrank Siali. Siali's skin was as thick as the corner of a city wall by now. Such insignificant provocations didn't faze her. She curled her lips into a deliberately provoking smile. So high-ranking, huh? How about I take you to the battlefield with me next time? Chu Tianjiao. Other song and dance troupe members. Is she here to pick a fight? She must be here to pick a fight. What sane person would take a song and dance troupe member to the battlefield? Looking at Chu Tianjiao, who seemed on the verge of tears from anger, Siali inwardly clicked her tongue. Use your brain a little. When the military has sufficient manpower, why would they send song and dance troupe members to the battlefield? With this level of combatability, she still dares to pick fights with others? Unlike her, if someone really said that to her, she would definitely stick to them and go to the battlefield together. Then, when the military disagreed, wouldn't the embarrassment shift to the other person? If still upset, she could even mock them extensively. Perfect. Siali didn't want to waste more words on Chu Tianjiao, this little amateur. She gave her a disdainful look. Join the military and be an upright person. Don't engage in underhanded tricks, or next time I'll take you to the battlefield. After saying that, she signaled for Qinzhenjin to follow her out and left without any hesitation. By the time she reached the entrance, she could even hear Chu Tianjiao's loud wailing. Siali, TSK, the delicate flowers of the motherland are too fragile. Even in her low spirits, Qinzhenjin found Siali's bizarre actions somewhat amusing. She turned to Siali with her big eyes, asking expectantly, "Do you have news?" Siali nodded. "Yes, I came to find you as soon as I got the news. It was Cheng Shui who reported your family. Not only your father, but also your stepmother, and even many people connected to your family are now under investigation. But from what I've heard, the evidence is solid, and the chance of overturning the case is slim." In her report letter, she mentioned places your father visited and people he contacted, all accurate. They even found some evidence your father left behind as insurance against the Americans turning on him, in his study and office. Impossible. Qinzhenjin's face turned pale. Without hesitation, she immediately denied this. My father fought in the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. Many of his comrades died, and even my mother died because he was on the battlefield and no one was there to take care of her, leading to a delayed medical response during childbirth. He told me that he hated the Americans most in his life. How could he possibly collude with them? Cheng Shui must be framing my father. Siali, we both know that now, but the objective fact is that all the evidence is complete, and the informant is Cheng Shui. With such solid evidence, it likely wasn't Cheng Shui acting alone. There must be others behind her, otherwise, she couldn't have obtained evidence of dealings with the Americans that even investigators couldn't find fault with. She even reported her own mother for covering up for your father, under the guise of placing righteousness above family loyalty. If we can't find concrete evidence and someone is backing her, it will be difficult to overturn the case. Frowning slightly in thought, Siali continued, moreover, I think the reason Cheng Shui didn't even spare her mother is likely to implicate you as well. If even the stepwife knew, how could you, the biological daughter, not know? You'd better think about how you'll respond when someone comes to interrogate you, so you won't be caught off guard and say something in your statement that could be used to fabricate evidence against you. Siali looked at Qinzhenjin's pale face and her utterly bewildered and helpless demeanor, sighed, reached out and patted her arm. Protect yourself first, then think about other things. Commander Lu said that too many people are implicated this time, many from influential families. They'll likely suffer some hardship, but they won't die. Only when you're safe yourself can you figure out how to help your dad. Qinzhenjin raised her arm and roughly wiped away the tears that had fallen at some point. Her other hand pinched her thigh hard, preventing herself from breaking down in front of this formidable and beautiful sister. With a hoarse voice, she nodded firmly. I know. I will protect myself well. Seeing her like this, Siali sighed inwardly. Qinzhenjin was clearly the kind of child who had been well protected since childhood, never having experienced hardship. Such children indeed have happy childhoods, but their ability to cope with adversity is truly poor. After some thought, Siali still leaned in and whispered, voice low enough for only the two of them to hear, if they really want to arrest you and take you back, even Nan Island won't be able to protect you. If you truly feel utterly hopeless about the outside world, you can choose to fake your death, keeping it a secret from everyone. I can help you arrange the subsequent matters, but afterwards, you won't be able to contact the outside world, and your movements will be restricted. In her family's case, it was her father who voluntarily stepped forward to be the target. He even feared others would suffer after he fell, which was why faking death wasn't an option. But Qinzhenjin's situation was completely different. She was just a small fry swept up by her father's charges. They might not even be watching her closely. If she died, she died. They could hide her away in the sugar factory, have her run small errands or assist others. She would definitely avoid much suffering. Qin Jinjin knew Siali's identity as Lei Kong's disciple and that Lei Kong was currently in a secret base, completely cut off from outside communication. Hearing Siali's words, her first thought was that this formidable, beautiful sister wanted to send her to Lei Kong's isolated place. Qin Jinjin bit her lip tightly. This was undoubtedly the best way to escape the impending suffering. But after thinking it over, Qin Jinjin still shook her head and refused decisively. Pursing her lips, she slightly raised her head to look at Siali. Sister Lily, thank you, but it's not necessary. Siali fell silent, reaching out to pat Qin Jinjin's head. So even a pampered flower could have its own backbone. I understand. Come find me if anything happens. I'll help if I can. Tears still wet on her face, Qin Jinjin showed a sweet smile. Okay. Siali had to work in the afternoon, so she didn't stay long with Qin Jinjin. With the outside world in such chaos, Siali had to rack her brains just to protect the Xia family and herself. As for Qin Jinjin's matter, they could only wait until it actually landed on her. There was truly nothing else she could do. As the saying goes, dawn will eventually come. Preserving one's life is the most important thing. After Siali left, Qin Jinjin grew angrier the more she thought about it. It had reached the point where holding in anger causes breast hyperplasia, and backing down leads to ovarian cysts. Reason told her she shouldn't be too impulsive now. But emotion told her this impulse absolutely had to be acted upon. Qin Jinjin went back, asked her supervisor for leave, took her little purse and headed straight for the post office. She arrived in a rage, startling the clerk who had experienced Cheng Shue's phone call where she seemed mentally unstable and emotionally volatile, and Xia Li's phone call where she cursed for over an hour, spent over 100 yuan, with an aura like she wanted to have everyone drawn and quartered. The clerk instinctively pulled out that huge iron pot lid from under the desk again, holding it in front of herself. Voice trembling slightly, she asked, Comrade, are you here to make a call too? Let's be clear up front, for cursing calls, you need to pay and leave a deposit with me first. Otherwise, you can't make the call. If you run off, I wouldn't dare chase you. Qin Jinjin. She had a feeling this operator sister was a woman with a past. Pulling out 10 yuan and 50 cents from her small pocket and slapping it on the table, Qin Jinjin widened her eyes at the operator. Sister, here's 10 yuan 50 cents as a deposit. I want to curse someone out. Would it be convenient for you to leave for a little while? Operator. She knew it. Working at the post office was a dangerous job, but her uncle just wouldn't believe it. How many times was this now? If she encountered a few more of these lunatics and got hacked to death at the post office, her uncle probably still wouldn't believe it. 5 minutes. Take it easy. When time's up, I'm hanging up. Qin Jinjin. Okay, thank you, comrade. After the operator left, Qin Jinjin dialed Cheng Shue's office number. It was picked up quickly. Hello, this is Cheng Shue. Who is this? The voice sounded somewhat weary, completely unlike her usual arrogant, forced gentle beauty persona. Qin Jinjin pursed her lips, not particularly concerned about Cheng Shue's physical or mental state. It's me, Qin Jinjin. There was a long silence on the other end, followed by a very disdainful humph, all weariness gone. Cheng Shue's tone was filled with malicious sarcasm. Miss Chen actually deigns to call me? I'm truly honored. What, haven't you been arrested yet? On her end, Qin Jinjin's hands were shaking with anger, her eyes beginning to redden slightly. I'm calling to apologize this time. My attitude towards you in the past might not have been very good. I hope you can forgive me. A derisive snort came from the other end. You don't actually think that by calling to apologize, I'll let you and your dad off, do you? Qin Jinjin gritted her teeth. He's also your stepfather. All your expenses growing up were paid by him. Even the cost of your studying abroad was mostly covered by him, with the country paying a small part. If it's just conflict between us two, I'm willing to apologize to you. You can do whatever you want to me. Just let Dad go. A burst of wild, almost hysterical laughter came from the other end, the sound both deranged and seemingly finding it hilarious, her words dripping with sarcasm. Qin Jinjin, you don't actually think your dad was good to me, do you? Since childhood, hasn't he always given you the best of everything? Didn't I always get what you didn't want? Don't talk to me about him spending money on me. My mom did all the housework in your house. Wasn't it only natural for him to provide for us mother and daughter? He's just a biased and selfish jerk who pretends to be generous, trying to buy a lifetime of hard work and willingness to bear any burden from me and my mom with that little bit of money, letting you all oppress us. You all deserve to die. Qin Jinjin just stood by the phone, listening to Cheng Shue's insults and her warped, sarcastic remarks that were completely off-kilter. She had explained nicely and apologized sincerely. She had tried to persuade her to stop pursuing her father's case and tell the truth. But all she got in return were sarcastic remarks and a firm refusal. Qin Jinjin deeply understood that begging her was useless. So, she successfully activated her gamer trash talk mode. She sincerely inquired after the well-being of all 18 generations of Cheng Shui's ancestors. Qin Jinjin could even hear Cheng Shui on the other end, so angry she was smashing things, yet unwilling to hang up, still trying to win the argument and have the last word. It was only when the operator sister cut the call that she reluctantly gave up further output. With this kind of trouble at home, her dad might not be able to give her pocket money anymore in the future. She herself might not even be able to keep her good job in the military. She might even have to suffer alongside her dad. It was better to save money. It wasn't worth wasting money just to curse out Cheng Shui. That person was only worth 10 yuan and 50 cents. Siali didn't end up going to work that afternoon after all. On her way back, she was stopped by a young soldier. The soldier saluted Siali, holding his rifle, and said very seriously, "Comrade Siali, there's a phone call for you at the reception office." Siali. This opening felt strangely familiar, but her dad was right beside her. She didn't have some outside dad who could be falsely accused of treason. Siali followed the young soldier to the reception office and picked up the phone. "Hello? This is Siali. Who is this?" "Lizzie, it's me." A somewhat cool, yet clear and bright female voice came from the other end. Hearing this voice, Siali immediately broke into a smile. "Jingwei, why are you calling?" Fong Jingwei's voice, while maintaining its usual cool girl style, had a slightly uplifted tone compared to normal. "Hua Xuankuan is going on a business trip to Nan Island. I've already arranged to go with him. Will you have time then? We can chat." Fong Jingwei said it lightly, but Siali could clearly hear her good mood and immediately laughed. The gloom that had settled over her due to Qin Jinjin's family matters lifted somewhat, replaced by a bit of brightness. "Of course I have time. Available at a moment's notice. If I don't have time, I can ask for leave. You've probably heard about my status, right? Even if I don't work at all now, they won't say anything, but I don't have the face for that." Pfft. Fong Jingwei on the other end burst out laughing. Despite her cool, "You're being modest." Siali knew she had thick skin, but she didn't want that fact pointed out so directly. Changing the subject, she said, "What kind of business trip is it for Hua Xuankuan? Do you need me to arrange a place for you? I have a small courtyard in Nan Island's 1st Brigade. The environment is definitely better than a guest house." Fong Jingwei on the other end declined. "I'm not too clear about his work. When I heard him say he was coming to Nan Island, I thought of coming to see you. Anyway, Hua Xuankuan can get his own letter of introduction, so I just decided to come along. As for accommodation, it's not necessary. His unit should have already arranged a guest house for him. We'll stay at the guest house together." Seeing Fong Jingwei's refusal, Siali didn't press further. "How many days?" Fong Jingwei, "Not sure. Whenever his work is done, we'll go back. I'll come find you directly when I arrive." Siali happily agreed. "Just come find me directly when you arrive. I'll tell the guards so they don't need to register you and can just call me directly." Hearing Siali's eager, almost ready to run out and play demeanor over the phone, another light laugh traveled through the line to Siali's end. "You haven't been going stir-crazy, have you?" Siali shrugged and admitted, "Haven't I just? Being stuck in the military compound every day, who wouldn't go stir-crazy? I haven't left the compound in half a month. Every day it's home, training ground, home, training ground, home, training ground." Another low chuckle came from Fong Jingwei's end. "All right then, I'll come find you directly when I arrive." After the two agreed, Siali went straight to the guards and the soldier at the reception office, instructing them separately that if a girl named Fong Jingwei came, to come find her immediately. Both groups readily agreed and made notes. Siali finished her call and headed home. Just as she stepped through the front door, her foot suddenly paused. Wait a minute. Wasn't Hua Xuankuan part of that organization? All members of that organization had withdrawn from Nan Island. What was this head of the Liaoqing branch of that organization coming here for? Siali instinctively thought of Qin Jinjin, but that seemed even more impossible. Qin Jinjin's family was from the capital. Even if her case fell under the jurisdiction of that organization, which it likely fell under military court, it should be members from the capital branch coming, not from Liaoqing. Even if Hua Xuankuan was the head of the Liaoqing branch, it wouldn't make sense. Thinking this, Siali felt she was overthinking it. But since that organization had already been forced to withdraw from Nan Island, sending someone again seemed a bit like overstepping boundaries. Better to give Commander Lu a little heads up first, so he's prepared. Commander Lu upon receiving the news. Did she really not see him as a division commander, but as the island lord of Nan Island? He could handle matters related to the military. But someone just coming to another place on business, not for long-term stationing, what could he possibly do about that? Siali took away half a plate of spicy stir-fried river snails, happily holding a bamboo skewer, and headed home. Commander Lu, whose drinking snack had been snatched away again. He was starting to regret sending little Lu to the battlefield. With him gone, this lively girl was like a mischievous child being passed between him and Regimental Commander Bai. Neither of them really wanted to deal with her. Maybe when little Lu comes back, he should set them up, let them get married early and be tied together so they stop bothering others. In the psychological therapy office of Capital Union Hospital, Cheng Shui, looking utterly haggard, saw Hu Xuanquan enter and her eyes immediately lit up. She instantly rushed towards him. Her voice, carrying a hint of excitement, rose. You finally came. Her demeanor was quite manic. Hua Xuanquan frowned slightly, looking at Cheng Shui with complete disdain, sidestepping slightly to successfully avoid her pounce. Cheng Shui, having been dodged, didn't seem embarrassed. She looked at Hua Xuanquan as if he were a lifeline. After a thought, she quickly rushed to the door and reached to close it. But she had only closed it halfway when Hua Xuanquan blocked it. Hua Xuanquan said expressionlessly, I'm a married man. This isn't appropriate. It could easily lead to misunderstandings. What others thought didn't matter, but making his wife unhappy was not okay. Cheng Shui held the door with one hand, her lips pressed into a tight line. She lowered her voice. But what we need to discuss isn't suitable for others to hear. Hua Xuanquan didn't entertain that line at all, speaking very coldly. You sent me so many messages saying you wanted to see me. I thought you had long stopped caring about such things. If you're not going to speak, I'm leaving. No. I'll speak. Don't go. Cheng Shui immediately panicked. Her eyes were bloodshot. She lowered her head slightly, chewing on her thumbnail, appearing very agitated yet deep in thought. Finally, she made up her mind to speak clearly with the door open. She stuck her neck out, looking left and right outside the door to ensure no one was around. Then, leaning against the doorframe, keeping an eye on the hallway for passersby, she lowered her voice. Those people, the ones connected to the Chen family, they're too crazy. They want to get that surname Chen out, so they keep harassing me, trying to get me to change my testimony, saying it was all my false accusation. When I refuse, they have people pester me. Wherever I go, someone follows me, stops me to talk, threatens me, intimidates me, even uses coercion and bribery. Someone splashed red paint outside my house. When I came home, the lock was broken and the inside of the house was splattered with. Cheng Shui seemed to find it difficult to speak, choking back sobs for a long time before finally forcing out the words with great difficulty, excrement from who knows what. It was everywhere, everything was ruined, the room was completely uninhabitable. I moved to the dormitory, but everyone else there were country bumpkins, poor wretches. They ganged up to suppress me, isolate me, bully me. I even found snakes, insects, rats, and ants in my lunchbox with every meal. As for the quilts, mattresses, under the pillows, there were all sorts of disgusting things. She frantically grabbed Hu Xuanquan's arm, her eyes bloodshot, and said, I really can't take it anymore. Please save me. I can't go on like this. Once the Chen family is convicted, they will surely kill me. Hu Xuanquan never expected that those people's methods of retaliation would be so utterly insane. Cheng Shui had originally been his pawn to implicate several major military families connected to the Chen family, including the Bai, Liu, and Ming families. But now, for other purposes, Cheng Shui had acted too early. She only managed to bring down the Bai family. The Ming family severed a limb to escape, and the Liu family wasn't even touched yet. It seems it was still a bit too early. The resources in those people's hands weren't sufficiently weakened, which is why they could pull off so many disgusting stunts. To drive someone who is already not quite mentally stable to a complete mental breakdown is really... Hua Xuanquan forcefully brushed off Cheng Shui's hand, gripping his arm, his face expressionless, his tone perfectly natural. Isn't this the path you chose yourself? We discussed it long ago. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shui's hand, which had been forcibly pulled away, trembled. I did say that, but I only thought that if the whole family fell, I would be implicated by the family. I never imagined I'd be targeted by people from other families. You have to help me. You must help me. I can't live like this anymore. Seeing Cheng Shui's frenzied state, Hu Xuanquan became even more convinced he should never see this person again in the future. Otherwise, this madwoman might do something utterly brainless and drag him down. An agreement is an agreement. Since you have nothing else to say, I'll take my leave. With that, he turned and left without a shred of hesitation. Seeing he was really leaving, Cheng Shui immediately panicked. She tried to grab him, but he dodged. Hu Xuanquan, aren't you afraid I'll report you? I have evidence. Seeing he had no intention of stopping, she wanted to shout, but Hu Xuanquan's glare silenced her. If you want everyone in the hospital to know about your affairs, to never be able to work here again, then go ahead and shout. You might even end up inside yourself. The so-called evidence you claim to have is just your word. You can't prove it has anything to do with us. Take care of yourself. After saying this, Hu Xuanquan quickened his pace and swiftly departed. Cheng Shui watched his retreating back, then collapsed to the floor as if mad, her expression a mix of crying and laughing. Ha 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 ha. You knew. You knew all along. You clearly calculated everything, just waiting for me to jump in. You planned it from the start. Hua Xuankuan. You set me up. Hua Xuankuan, you set me up. May you die a horrible death. I will absolutely make sure you die without a place to be buried. Dr. Cheng, what's wrong? A young nurse, hearing Cheng Shui's roars, quickly ran over from the nurse's station to check. Cheng Shui's voice abruptly cut off upon seeing someone. She was seething with hatred inside, but she knew she couldn't expose her own actions, or she would be left with nothing. Those people probably anticipated this outcome long ago, which is why they dared to be so brazen with her and then abandoned her like a discarded pawn. It's all their fault. They must pay, especially that bastard Hua. Cheng Shui would absolutely not let him off. Nandao residential compound. The wives chatting under the tree, seeing Siali returning from the direction of the home drill ground, immediately became extremely enthusiastic. One wife waved at Siali, her voice warm. Xiao Xia, why haven't you come over to chat with us these past few days? We haven't seen you in a long time. Yeah, we missed you after not seeing you for a few days. Come over after dinner tonight to chat. Exactly. We all live in the same compound. Why are you being so distant with us? It makes us sisters feel a bit hurt. Seeing their eager demeanor, Siali smiled and nodded in agreement on the surface, while inwardly rolling her eyes. Originally, her identity as Lei Kong's disciple was only known among a small circle of high-ranking military officials and their families. But at some point, this identity had been leaked, and now many people in the military knew about it. This was also why these wives had suddenly become so friendly towards her. One wife, unable to contain her curiosity, simply grabbed Siali, who was heading home, and pulled her towards the big tree. Leaning close to Siali, she lowered her voice and whispered, "We heard you're Lei Kong's disciple. Is that true?" Siali couldn't help but feel that if she had claimed to be Lei Kong himself instead of his disciple, these people might not have believed it so readily. She didn't mind others knowing she was Lei Kong's disciple and readily confirmed, "Yes, sister-in-law." "How did you know?" The wife slapped her thigh, giving a "see, I told you so" look, her smile a bit sly. "Every mouth in our compound is an intelligence agent. Back before liberation, we sent plenty of messages to our troops. How could we not find out about something like this?" Siali. "Rather than you finding out yourselves, I'm more inclined to believe someone deliberately leaked it to you. After all, before all the men in the military were fully informed, the women already knew everything. It was only a matter of one night before all the men in the military knew too. It's fun to gossip about others, but gossip about oneself is just awkward." Siali randomly made things up, humoring their questions. Whenever they brought up Lei Kong's true identity, Siali would say, "Division Commander Lu won't let me talk about it," effectively shutting down all related inquiries. After a whirlwind of fruitless conversation, Siali was finally able to go home. As soon as she entered, she saw Shen Jiao sitting on their sofa, chatting with her mother. Seeing Siali return, Shen Jiao immediately broke into a very happy smile and pushed a basin she had brought towards Siali. "Xiao Xia, you're back? I heard you like snacks. This is coconut meat crisp I specially made for you. Yuni and I spent a long time drying it to get this small basin. I hope you like it." Siali found a seat and sat down, looking at Shen Jiao with some puzzlement. "Thank me for what? I don't think I've done anything recently." Li Xioli smiled beside them. "This isn't Xiaoshen giving it to you. It's Xiaoshen wanting to give it to your master through you. But the military protects him so well, you usually can't see him, so you get to benefit." Shen Jiao's eyes flickered slightly, and she also smiled in agreement. Exactly. Siali had never tried this snack before. It was a thin, small slice that looked crispy and fragrant, with the scent of coconut wafting from afar. She reached out and took a piece, sniffing it. It had that authentic coconut aroma, clearly made by drying the meat while it was still fresh. She tossed it into her mouth and chewed. It wasn't particularly sweet, but it was crispy and fragrant, exceptionally delicious. Siali smiled and said, "Then I'll accept this on behalf of my master for now. When the situation improves and I have a chance to see him, I'll definitely convey your kindness." "Thank you for your trouble." Shen Jiao didn't actually expect Siali to deliver these things to Lei Kong. Hearing her say this, she chuckled instead. Her tone was somewhat ambiguous as she said, "If you're thanking someone, you can't just thank me alone. Yuni and I dried these together. He knew they were for you to eat, and he was so meticulous during the drying process, he practically scrubbed the drying stone slab 10 times. If you like them, next time I'll have Yuni make some for you again. I guarantee they'll be hygienic." Li Xioli took a sip of water and remained silent. Whom her daughter liked was not something she wanted to interfere with. She believed her daughter's judgment would lead her to choose the one she liked most and who was most suitable. For now, she just didn't want to hold her daughter back. Even if Siali was usually a bit clueless, she could now sense Shin Jiao's matchmaking intentions. She immediately said, "Sister-in-law, you might have misunderstood. I've already made things clear with him. Haven't you noticed he hasn't come to see me all these days?" Shin Jiao. Could it be that her information was outdated? Her brother had never mentioned giving up on Siali. She had originally hoped that through Yuni, they could form a marital connection with Siali. Once they became sisters-in-law, Siali might let down her guard, and many things would fall into place naturally. But she never expected Yuni to back off. This wouldn't do. If that were truly the case, wouldn't all her original plans need to be revised? Her mind was a chaotic mess of thoughts, but in reality, only a second or two had passed. After her initial shock, Shin Jiao looked at Siali with a helpless expression and gently advised, "I know you're outstanding, comrade Siali, and your standards for a partner must be high. Our family's conditions are decent. Yuni is a third-generation revolutionary, quite driven, responsible, and handsome, truly a great marriage prospect." Siali raised her hand, cutting off Shin Jiao's words. She met Shin Jiao's gentle gaze, her tone serious. "Sister-in-law, I think you're mistaken. Marriage isn't just about weighing pros and cons based on character. To be honest, my master is a lone wolf and most of his subsidies go to me. My family isn't short on money, so I don't need to consider a partner's financial situation. I don't need a man to shield me from storms. I'm capable of handling them myself. Even if I were to look for a partner someday, I'd only care about whether I like them or not. Other conditions aren't hard requirements for me. And I'm very clear that I don't have those feelings for Yuni right now." Her voice softened slightly, taking on a more earnest tone. "Sister-in-law, if you truly care about him, you should advise him if he still has feelings for me. After all, the goal of dating is to find a compatible person to marry, not to become fixated on someone unattainable, unable to move on, and end up marrying just anyone, feeling lonely and unfulfilled for half a lifetime. That would only harm him." Shin Jiao was left speechless, unable to offer any more advice. She could only assure Siali that if she wanted more of the snack later, she just needed to say the word. Then, she left dejectedly. It seemed her plans really needed to change. Yuni, a grown man, couldn't even win over a girl after chasing her for so long. How useless. That day, the weather was mild and sunny, with golden sunlight so bright it felt blinding. Closing your eyes, all you could see were shimmering blue geometric patterns. It was yet another day hot enough to roast a person into salted fish. In the shade, Siali leaned against a tree trunk, verbally tormenting the people under her command. "How old are you all? Adults, right? You're all in your 20s. Look at your sit-up scores. At this speed, you can't even compare to the teenagers in my family. Don't tell people you're in the Marine Corps. I'm afraid other countries' Marine Corps will look down on you and think our Marine Corps is a disgrace." Siali's mouth seemed blessed, spewing a rapid-fire stream of criticism, each word a sharp dagger stabbing into Zhao Cheng and the others. Those who could join the Marine Corps were elite soldiers. Even though Zhao Cheng and the others usually had good tempers around Siali, they couldn't stand this kind of humiliation. They couldn't fight her, and they couldn't exactly challenge the platoon leader's kid to a contest, could they? So, they could only speed up their sit-ups. After 10 sets of sit-ups, the sand on the ground was soaked with sweat, and everyone was too exhausted to move. Siali looked at them sprawled on the ground and curled her lip in disdain. She pointed to a nearby grove. "Take a 15-minute break over there, then we'll continue. Don't lie in the sun, do you really think your salted fish drying out? Look at them." Wearing white tank tops, their biceps somewhat impressive, but they were practically glistening with sweat. Their biceps were already more prominent than average, and now, shiny like this, they looked downright greasy. The members of the 4th platoon really didn't want to move, but as their platoon leader said, lying here for too long would indeed turn them into salted fish. Heatstroke was almost guaranteed. Slowly, they struggled to their feet, supporting each other as they trudged to the shade, then slumped down again. Siali, it felt like she was leading not a platoon of soldiers, but a platoon of zombies. Look at these lifeless, sluggish figures. They definitely needed more training. "Comrade Siali, the person you were waiting for is here." Hearing a young soldier call out to her like this, Siali knew it must be Fong Jingwei. Her heart leaped with joy. She didn't bother scolding the people lying on the ground anymore, and said to Zhao Cheng, "I'm going out for a bit. You organize everyone to continue with combat training later. No slacking off, keep going until the end of the shift. Lan Xiaxing, go ask platoon leader Ping for leave on my behalf." Without waiting for their response, she turned and ran toward the gate. But when she reached the gate, what awaited her wasn't Fong Jingwei standing there, it was Fong Jingwei lying down. Siali. Siali had thought Fong Jingwei was here to hang out and would be standing perfectly fine at the gate. Instead, as soon as she arrived, a young soldier ran up to her, saluted, and said with concern, "Comrade Siali, the unit just registered Comrade Fong Jingwei's entry." She wasn't feeling well earlier and has already returned to the guest house. If you want to see her, go to the guest house. Siali. Guest house. Siali exclaimed in surprise. The unit's guest house was inside the compound, reserved for visiting family members with introduction letters. Since when could outsiders stay there? Could it be because Fang Jingwei had fainted, so they took her directly to the guest house? But that didn't make sense. If someone was sick, they should be sent to the hospital. Not bothering to ask further, Siali turned and ran toward the guest house. Siali had stayed at the guest house herself for a while and was already familiar with the front desk clerk. After a quick inquiry, she got Fang Jingwei's room number. As she approached room 307, she heard the sound of a woman retching and a man's low, comforting voice. Siali knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened, and Hua Xuanquan looked momentarily surprised to see Siali. He quickly frowned and said, Jingwei might be seasick and isn't feeling well. Could you look after her for me? I'll go buy some seasickness medicine and be right back. If it were anyone else, Hua Xuanquan might have worried it was a trap to harm Fang Jingwei. But with this person, there was no need to worry. Given her ability to crush someone's shoulder blade with a single step, if she wanted to harm someone, she wouldn't bother with subtlety. Siali nodded. Go ahead. I'll take care of her here. After a moment's thought, she added, there are mangoes on the back hill of the 1st Brigade. They're really sour, so no one eats them. If you have people with you, you can have them pick some. They work better than seasickness medicine. Hua Xuanquan nodded. I'll have someone go pick some. With that, he turned to comfort Fang Jingwei briefly before hurrying off. Fang Jingwei, who had been vomiting while hearing her friend's helpful suggestion. Siali rummaged in her pocket and pulled out 2 sour candies, the kind coated in white powder, so sour they made your mouth water and your teeth ache. She unwrapped them and handed them to Fang Jingwei. Eat these first. They might help. Fang Jingwei looked at the white powder-coated candies in Siali's hand, feeling they didn't seem like anything good. But she was so uncomfortable that, trusting her friend, she took one and put it in her mouth. Instantly, her face scrunched up from the sourness. Fang Jingwei. The sourness shot straight to her brain, bringing tears to her eyes, but at least she no longer felt like vomiting. She lay on the bed like a dead fish, her expression one of utter despair. Li Qing'an once told me that childhood friends exist to be messed with otherwise. What's the point? I always thought he was spouting nonsense. But today, I believe him. Siali couldn't help but laugh. She pulled over a stool, sat by the bed, and looked at Fang Jingwei lying there lifelessly. Teasingly, she said, you could just curse me out directly. No need to beat around the bush. Fang Jingwei replied expressionlessly, I'm a person with manners. Siali shot back, so you say things that are worse than curses? Fang Jingwei. Fang Jingwei didn't want to banter with Siali anymore. She turned her head to look at her and said, since you're here, stop annoying me. How have you been lately on South Island? Siali, pretty good, I guess. At least there aren't any troublemakers here, so life is quieter. She trailed off, realizing she might have said something inappropriate. Hua Xuanquan was from that circle and a leader at that. Bad-mouthing Fang Jingwei's husband probably wasn't a good idea. Fang Jingwei noticed Siali's abrupt stop and guessed what she was thinking. She waved it off dismissively. That's his job, not mine. Even though I benefit from it, I still don't really agree with their actions. You don't have to tiptoe around me, I won't take offense. Fang Jingwei had always been straightforward. Seeing she wasn't upset, Siali felt less restrained and continued, the leaders here treat me well. I can slack off a bit during training every day. Besides it being a bit hard to buy things here, everything else is fine. Fang Jingwei sucked on the candy, which had transitioned from sour to sweet, and sighed in relief. That's good. If you need anything, let me know. I'll mail it to you. She turned over, frowned, and asked in a hushed voice, what's the deal with you and Lei Kong? We grew up together, how come I don't remember you having any teacher? Siali. The original host and her childhood friends had practically spent every day together getting into trouble. To put it bluntly, even Xia Zhangwo and his wife might not have known the original host as well as those friends. Siali and the military had crafted her identity as Lei Kong's disciple, which might fool the general public, but it was harder to hide from her childhood friends. After a moment's thought, Siali leaned close to Fang Jingwei's ear and began fabricating a story in a whisper. Remember when we were preparing for high school entrance exams? My grades were terrible back then. My parents didn't think I'd get in, so they secretly found me a physics teacher. At the time, we just saw him as a physics tutor. Who knew he was such an extraordinary person? When he was teaching me, he never mentioned how remarkable he was. Otherwise, with my dad's personality, he would have handed him over to the state long ago. He wouldn't have let such talent go to waste teaching me middle school physics. Fang Jingwei. Now that Siali mentioned it, she remembered Siali had indeed had a physics tutor back then. She'd been locked up at home for tutoring, miserable and exhausted. Whenever she managed to see her friends, she'd try to drag them into her suffering, insisting that true friends should join her tutoring sessions. Except for Bai Fei, all of them were academic disasters. Studying felt like attending a funeral. Naturally, no one agreed to her unreasonable request. They all declared, "We'd go through fire and water for you, even take a knife for you, but joining your tutoring sessions? No way." As a result, none of them had ever seen what Lei Kong looked like. Fong Jingwei sighed. "It really is a pity we never got to meet Lei Kong in person." After a brief pause, she added, "But if there's a next time," Fong Jingwei, a hint of amusement in her eyes, replied without hesitation, "Yes." Siali. Although Siali was skilled in mechanics and electronics, those were skills she'd honed in the post-apocalyptic world to survive and thrive. It didn't mean she enjoyed tutoring sessions. If she had to go to school now, she'd probably want to skip class even more than those kids who played hooky. "Never mind, let's not talk about me. I don't want to go to class. How have you been lately?" Fong Jingwei. "Pretty good. Given my status, whatever I want to do, even before I say it, someone has already taken care of it for me." Her tone was flat, without much emotion. Siali knew she probably didn't approve of Hua Xuanquan's work. But from how urgently Hua Xuanquan had gone to buy medicine earlier, it was clear he genuinely cared about Fong Jingwei. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in such a hurry. This complex state of mind was not something that someone like Siali, who had never been married or in love, could decipher, so she simply didn't bring it up. Knowing that Fong Jingwei seemed to be doing reasonably well on the surface, she didn't press the matter further. The two then discussed for a while Li Qing and going to the battlefield and compiling dictionaries for each of them. They joked that this guy probably went to the battlefield to serve as an inkjet printer. Otherwise, how could he write so many letters to everyone? After chatting for a bit, during a break, Siali asked Fong Jingwei, "What are you guys here for this time? Why are you staying in the military compound?" Fong Jingwei lowered her eyelids, her eyes flickering briefly before the look vanished. She shrugged coolly. "Not sure. He's handling his business. I'm just here to hang out with you." As she spoke, she turned over and lay on the bed, propping her chin on her hands, looking intently at Siali. Her tone was very serious. "Don't agree to any of his requests because of me or anyone else. Just love yourself. No one in this world is more important than you." Siali sensed there was more to Fong Jingwei's words. Just as she was about to ask for clarification, she heard a series of hurried footsteps in the hallway. Hua Xuanquan knocked on the door and, after receiving permission, entered. Seeing his wife already sitting up properly as if nothing was wrong, he immediately felt relieved. He placed a bag of shockingly green mangoes on the table and asked Fong Jingwei, "Feeling better already? Want some more mango?" Fong Jingwei, who had already guessed just how sour mangoes that even Siali called sour must be. She decisively refused. "No need. Siali just gave me 2 pieces of candy. I'm fine after eating them." Hua Xuanquan nodded. "The conditions at the military guest house are quite poor. Once you've recovered a bit more, I'll take you to the place arranged earlier. The house there should be a bit bigger than here." Fong Jingwei gave a non-committal nod. Seeing the couple chatting back and forth, Siali felt like an outsider and mentally clicked her tongue. She stood up and turned to Fong Jingwei. "I originally planned to treat you to a meal since you're here, but given your condition, you'd better stay at the guest house for now. I'll have my mom make some porridge for you at noon. You can make do with that. The food at the Nandao military base, well, it's pretty average." Even she, an omnivore, found it average, so one could imagine it wasn't particularly tasty. Fong Jingwei waved a lazy hand at Siali. "All right, you can head back now." Siali felt her posture suggested not "all right, you can head back now," but rather that she, this little pair, was reporting to the Empress Dowager that she would come to pay tribute at noon, and the Empress Dowager had replied, "Granted." Rolling her eyes, she left directly. Hua Xuanquan watched the interaction between Siali and Fong Jingwei the entire time without joining in, but the corners of his mouth tightened imperceptibly when they weren't looking. Just as Siali was about to leave, he spoke up. "Jingwei isn't feeling well today. Let's have dinner together tomorrow evening. It's been a long time. Consider it a get-together." Siali naturally had no reason to refuse and agreed promptly. "All right." Siali hadn't paid much attention to Hua Xuanquan's work initially, as it didn't seem closely related to her. But that very afternoon, she realized she was mistaken. Hua Xuanquan, just as she had previously ruled out in her least likely prediction, pushed things in a direction that left Siali somewhat unprepared. That afternoon, Hua Xuanquan conducted an interrogation of Jinjinjin at the interrogation building. Despite having Siali as a precedent and division commander lose desire to help Siali protect Jinjinjin, and despite the presence of Nandao Corps personnel throughout the interrogation at the Nandao barracks, an interrogation was still an interrogation. How could a young girl who had never experienced major events possibly hold her own against seasoned veterans who had questioned countless people? In these times, no one cared about entrapment or leading questions. Obtaining useful confessions was all that mattered. And Chin, with her simple-minded nature, was clearly not very resistant to being misled. When Siali got the situation from Division Commander Liu, she knew it might not be easy to extricate herself from this. But they all knew in their hearts that Chin was just a naive, simple-minded girl. With her inability to keep anything to herself, she couldn't possibly have been living so happily and carefree if she had known her father was committing treason. She would have been on edge long ago. But such reasoning could never be used as concrete evidence. Siali had been preoccupied with this matter for the past 2 days, right up until the day Hua Xuanquan invited her to dinner. Hua Xuanquan took Siali to a farmhouse-style courtyard for the meal, the kind that clearly looked like a private residence, with only one table set up inside. Walking ahead, with Siali and Fong Jingwei walking arm-in-arm behind him, Hua Xuanquan introduced the place. This is a private kitchen. The head chef isn't a former imperial chef from the palace, but he was the head chef for a duke's household. Let's make do with this for now. When we return to the capital, I'll treat you to a meal prepared by an imperial chef. Siali glanced at the courtyard's layout. It had a distinctly hidden-in-plain-sight feel. If Hua Xuanquan hadn't mentioned it, she, having lived in Nandao for several years, would never have known such a place existed here. This showed the extent of Hua Xuanquan's intelligence network, possibly even surpassing that of the military. Had the people from that faction already infiltrated Nandao to this extent? Did Division Commander Liu even know? In that instant, a flood of thoughts rushed through Siali's mind, but it didn't stop her from replying, I'm not picky. Good food is good food anywhere. It's all thanks to Mr. Hua being so kind, specially arranging for people to help us gather all the ingredients, that we can prepare these dishes. Otherwise, we usually just cook whatever we have. There's no ordering from a menu. Mr. Hua went to great lengths for this meal. The head chef wanted to continue, but Hua Xuanquan didn't even look at him, merely waving a hand dismissively. I'm treating family. No need to say so much. Just focus on cooking well. The chef quickly assented. Yes, I understand, Mr. Hua. I'll head to the kitchen now. Just let me know if you have any requests. With that, he scurried away as if fleeing. Watching the old man, who looked to be in his 60s or 70s, run off like a young man, Siali clicked her tongue inwardly. Without a doubt, this man must have had some leverage held over him by Hua Xuanquan and his people, which explained his fearful state. But since he chose to run this clandestine operation, risking his neck in an era where private business was forbidden, he had to be prepared for the consequences. During the meal, Siali's mind was occupied with how to bring up the matter of Chin. After all, this fell under Hua Xuanquan's jurisdiction, which meant there was considerable room for maneuvering. At the very least, all the interrogators were currently his subordinates. The methods of people from their unit were truly hard to describe. If Hua Xuanquan were just an ordinary person, she could have straightforwardly proposed a deal, sounding out his intentions and what price he wanted for releasing the person. Or she could have thought of various other methods to make him leave Nandao or even disappear from Nandao altogether. But this man was Fong Jingwei's husband. Siali couldn't very well kill him, nor was it appropriate to make too many demands. She was afraid of implicating Fong Jingwei and causing discord between the couple. This made things rather tricky. Feeling somewhat irritated, she even sped up her eating. Hua Xuanquan watched as Siali and Fong Jingwei chatted while rapidly consuming food. He frowned slightly, feeling puzzled. Over the past 2 days, they had indeed used some less than honorable methods in interrogating Chin, with intentional actions aimed at implicating her. But their target was never Chin, it was the person before him. The reason for accelerating the Chin family matter, rather than waiting for it to ferment and implicate several military factions in the capital, was primarily for the sake of Lei Kong, who was currently in the spotlight. In other words, the main target was the only person known to have had contact with Lei Kong, Siali. Seeing that Siali genuinely didn't seem anxious, and knowing that if she truly didn't want to get involved, their future opportunities to meet would be limited, Hua Xuanquan decided to broach the topic himself after seeing Fong Jingwei finish eating. He took a sip of soup, his deep eyes fixed on Siali, his tone as steady as ever. Are you and Comrade Chin quite close? Siali looked up at him and nodded slightly. Fairly. We have a good relationship. Hua Xuanquan smiled and continued, then hasn't Comrade Siali considered helping Comrade Chin? After all, she's a good friend. Hearing this, Siali's hand holding the chopsticks tightened imperceptibly. Her internal alarm bells went off instantly, and she suddenly realized the crux of the matter. Hua Xuanquan's target might be her. She decisively put down her chopsticks and looked seriously at Hua Xuanquan. Since you brought it up, you want me to help? State your conditions. Seeing Siali's calm demeanor, Hua Xuanquan felt an indescribable sense of unease. According to their investigation, Siali was an extremely sentimental person. She shouldn't be so indifferent towards Chin. He asked as if casually. Comrade Siali seems to be treating people differently. You weren't this cold when it came to your childhood friend. He, who had been half beaten to death by Siali, was the best authority on that. Siali would be crazy to show urgency to a seller during price negotiations. When haggling, the less eager you seem to buy, the lower the price the seller might offer. She replied quite bluntly, I've known my childhood friend for over 10 years. We've been through beatings and fights together. I've known Shinjinjin for less than a year. How can they compare? Xiaoli's nonchalant attitude instead left Huishuanquan feeling somewhat uncertain. He had indeed found that Xiaoli valued relationships and that she was very close to Shinjinjin, practically like a close female friend. But seeing her current apparent lack of concern seemed too cold. After much deliberation, Huishuanquan concluded, Siali was most likely pretending. Should he take the gamble? Lowering his head, Huishuanquan twirled the celadone teacup in his hand. With an air as casual as discussing what to eat today, he said in a steady tone, letting her go isn't difficult, but there needs to be a justification. Currently, Liaoqing hasn't made any significant achievements in the military industry. I wonder if Siali would be interested in developing in Liaoqing? Even if we don't catch the small fry, bringing talent back to Liaoqing would give me something to report to my superiors. Siali frowned tightly, immediately realizing his goal, like Brigade Commander Ma's, was to bring Lei Kong back. She was about to speak when Fang Jingwei pressed her hand on Xiaoli's. Fang Jingwei's gaze turned cool towards Huishuanquan, her tone much colder than before. Lizi's parents are in Nandao. What would she do in Liaoqing? What would happen to her parents if she left? Then she looked at Huishuanquan, whose expression had darkened slightly, and said very seriously, discussing such matters during a meal is bad for digestion. Huishuanquan had anticipated his wife might interfere. Seeing Fang Jingwei interrupt their conversation, he wasn't too surprised. He smiled, graciously dropping the topic for now. Glancing at Siali, he said in a gentle tone, you can go back and think it over carefully. Given Siali's temperament, she definitely wouldn't let this go easily. Siali was much calmer than he expected, nodding slightly as if unconcerned. All right, let's eat first. For the rest of the meal, no one brought up the topic again. The dinner ended on an unpleasant note. Fang Jingwei had originally wanted to chat more with Siali, but now she didn't bring it up either. The two parties soon went their separate ways. Midnight. Fang Jingwei lay in bed, her expression blank, her gaze calmly fixed on the distant sky through the window. Huishuanquan, lying beside her, rolled over and moved closer, but she pushed him away. Huishuanquan's expression immediately turned somewhat ugly. Huishuanquan had always doted on Fang Jingwei, but being rejected so coldly this time genuinely angered him. Hadn't he always considered her in everything, never let her suffer any grievance, given her the best of everything? Was that not comparable to a woman she had grown up with? Now she actually pushed him away. What did she take his sincerity for? But even though he was furious and upset, he still suppressed his anger when speaking, not wanting to vent it on Fang Jingwei. For her sake, are you willing to give up our family? That's an order from above. It's not something I can change. Fang Jingwei could naturally see Huishuanquan was angry. Since their marriage, she had been testing his limits, and the facts proved he had no bottom line with her. It was unlimited indulgence. This was the first time Huishuanquan had shown her a cold face since their wedding. Fang Jingwei wasn't flustered at all now. She placed her hand on her abdomen and said in a calm tone, I'm afraid of hurting him. Huishuanquan frowned slightly. Despite usually being quick-witted, he stared at Fang Jingwei's belly for a long moment before suddenly realizing what she meant. His eyes widened in disbelief as he abruptly turned to look at Fang Jingwei, his voice trembling slightly. Haven't we always been using protection? Although having many children was still allowed, the state had begun subtly encouraging people to have fewer, and birth control items were available for free at hospitals. They had always used protection. How could a child suddenly appear? Fang Jingwei turned her head slightly, her gaze falling on Huishuanquan's face as he loomed over her. Her eyes reddened slightly. Her voice was very soft. But he still came. He's so tenacious. What could I do? As a mother, now that he has come to me, should I personally send him away? As she spoke, tears silently slid from the corners of her eyes. Seeing Siali separated from her parents makes me think this chaotic situation won't last forever. If you fail one day, or after this chaos passes, will he also lose his parents, forced to separate from them at such a young age? What will he do then? She reached out and tightly grasped Huishuanquan's arm, her voice already choked with sobs. Husband, just for the sake of accumulating some virtue for him, please stop doing harmful things, okay? Fang Jingwei's tears flowed uncontrollably like a gushing spring. Her hand rested on her belly, her heart aching with unbearable pain as she thought, I'm sorry, baby. I never wanted to bring you into this world, to make you suffer in this world full of hardship. Mom wanted to give you the best things in this world, at the very least a good father, a harmonious and happy family. But now, there's no other way. Mom never had much to begin with. I just want to use every means possible to protect the little I do have. Please forgive such a selfish mother. Hua Xuanquan simply propped himself up on his arm, silently watching the woman he loved most cry beneath him, her tears falling onto his chest, making it ache. Someone as sharp as him, how could he not see her purpose? She never wanted this child. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known she was pregnant and yet, after getting off the ship yesterday feeling so unwell, lied to him, blaming it on acclimatization and seasickness. And now she was using their child as a bargaining chip, wanting him to leave Siali alone, wanting him not to try and take Siali away from Nandao. In her heart, he had ultimately lost. If she wanted something, she could have just told him directly. When had he ever refused her? Yet she had to resort to such methods. How could he not be heartbroken? Hua Xuanquan squeezed his eyes shut tightly. When he opened them again, all the complex emotions within had vanished. Hua Xuanquan said hoarsely, I'll do my best to mediate for her. You take good care of yourself, don't overexert. I need some air. After speaking, he sat up, got out of bed, strode to the door, opened it with a hand trembling uncontrollably, and quickly left the room. Feng Jingwei's vision blurred with tears as she watched Hua Xuanquan's hazy figure leave, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Her trembling hand groped over her lower abdomen, her voice choked with sobs. I never wanted you to come into this world to suffer. I never imagined you could serve such a purpose. He cherishes you so much. He will surely treasure you like a pearl. But how will I face you in the future? Will you resent me for everything I've done? That night, Feng Jingwei lay with her eyes open, staring quietly at the ceiling all night long. Hua Xuanquan, who had gone out to clear his head, wasn't faring much better. Since leaving the room, he had been sitting on the steps outside the guest house, smoking one cigarette after another. The ground was littered with cigarette butts he had crushed. He smoked the entire night. Only when the first light of dawn appeared, he thought bitterly to himself, you only think I'm with the committee, that I can just let go if I say so. But I'm not. This matter became irreversible 17 years ago. My identity isn't something I can just shed if I want to. There's no going back now. Hua Xuanquan, covered in dew, went to the canteen, bought breakfast, and brought it back to the room. Seeing Feng Jingwei sit up as he entered, he said in a low, gentle voice, awake? Get up and have some breakfast. Feng Jingwei didn't mention she hadn't slept all night. She just got up as usual and replied, okay. The two of them sat together quietly eating breakfast, just like every day after their marriage, as if nothing had happened the previous night. Everything was as usual. Hua Xuanquan took Feng Jingwei, who was now fairly well rested, to the temporary small courtyard he had arranged. This place had been prepared long ago, just to make Feng Jingwei's life more comfortable. Now that she was pregnant, it was even more important not to cut corners. He peeled an apple and handed it to Feng Jingwei, whom he had insisted rest in bed. I still have to negotiate those matters with my superiors. I won't have time to stay home with you. I'll go to the barracks in a bit to fetch Siali. You rest well at home. Feng Jingwei frowned. Siali has to work. Hua Xuanquan said expressionlessly, she can ask for leave. Feng Jingwei. Feng Jingwei was somewhat speechless at his stubborn, dogged attitude when his temper flared. But knowing further argument was useless, she nodded slightly. All right. Hua Xuanquan wasn't one to procrastinate. Moreover, after last night's events, his mood was truly difficult to calm. He didn't linger long at the temporary lodging and went straight to the barracks to find Siali. The two stood near a small grove of trees not far from the barracks gate, the atmosphere slightly tense. Hua Xuanquan wasted no time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. She's pregnant. She might not be very happy these past couple of days. Go keep her company. Siali. Pregnant. Siali was infuriated by his commanding tone. Was he treating her like his subordinate? Why was he using such an imperative tone? Did I provoke you? Hua Xuanquan had never bothered arguing with kids Siali's age before. They were prone to impulsive actions they'd later regret, had no capacity for risk, and even quarreling with them felt like a waste of time. But remembering all that Feng Jingwei had done for Siali, his anger flared instantly, and he couldn't help but feel some resentment towards her. You are Lei Kong's disciple. That fact alone has attracted a lot of unwanted attention. Siali lifted her eyelids and glanced at him, her look akin to staring at an idiot. You come to give me trouble and you place the root cause on me? I won't leave Nandao, no matter how others try to force me. And even if I left Nandao, Lei Kong wouldn't follow me. He hides his identity for his own safety. Don't expect him to compromise if something happens to me. The higher-ups in Nandao wouldn't agree either. Or do you really think tens of thousands of soldiers can't handle a Lei Kong who only has 2 legs? Hua Xuanquan. Everyone understands the logic, but you are the only point of leverage. Otherwise, the Qinjinjin incident wouldn't have happened. Siali raised an eyebrow at him. Chen Jinjin was falsely accused because of me? I seem to recall the informant was Cheng Shui. If Cheng Shui wanted to deal with her, trying to pin the Lei Kong identity on her, or even frame her as Lei Kong so that those who don't wish China well would rather kill than let her go, that would be somewhat understandable. But directly reporting the Chen family? What kind of logic was that? Her relationship with Chen Jinjin wasn't so deep that she'd be heartbroken and unable to live if something happened to Jinjin. This sounded all wrong, like he was forcing blame onto her head. Hua Xuankuan didn't care what Siali thought now. He currently couldn't stand the sight of her. But he didn't lie to her either. The Chen family matter originally involved someone targeting the upper echelons of the military region. Left to ferment for another year or two, it would implicate many. But because of Lei Kong's appearance, those people abandoned the big fish in the military and directly set their sights on the giant whale that is Lei Kong. Hearing this, Siali knew that Hua Xuankuan and his ilk probably knew everything. They were just going with the flow for the sake of their own interests. In this era full of chaos, Siali no longer strictly demanded legal fairness. Instead, she was equally frank. I want to help with this matter, but I hope it's only within the scope of your capabilities, as a convenience. Let's treat it as a transaction with clear terms. I don't want you taking your anger out on Jingwei. Hua Xuankuan, already full of pent-up anger, and now having a big accusation thrown at him by Siali. So this person thought that because of her, he had scolded Jingwei, which led to the pregnant Jingwei being upset. Hua Xuankuan felt a surge of blood rush to his throat, almost choking him with anger right then and there. Remembering this woman's place in Jingwei's heart, he took a deep breath and swallowed his rage. He said with a bitter smile, "Do I have that much face? You two are really alike. Both only think for the other. Don't worry, I won't." How could he bear to? Hua Xuankuan didn't hide anything. He briefly recounted everything that happened between them yesterday to Siali. Siali's expression nearly cracked on the spot. She never expected that Fang Jingwei, usually such a cool, collected person, quiet, often sharp-tongued, getting straight to the point, could actually go to such lengths for her behind her back. For a mother to use her child to threaten someone, especially the child's own father, how much must Fang Jingwei, who always valued family ties, be suffering inside? Hua Xuankuan watched the changing expressions on Siali's face, her mood visibly worsening, and finally felt a bit better. He said in a steady tone, "I will negotiate with the higher-ups to let you stay in Nandao, and I'll do my best to prevent them from implicating Chen Jinjin. All of this is what Jingwei exchanged for you, at the cost of her own interests. I hope you remember Jingwei's kindness." Hua Xuankuan lit a cigarette and took a drag. He exhaled a long plume of smoke, his voice sounding as if something was stuck in his throat, his tone somewhat weary. "Unlike her, who gives her heart selflessly without expecting anything in return, I am despicable. I only hope that if I give, someone will remember." He turned his head, his eyes fixed on Siali's, even carrying a hint of pressure. "Siali, remember Fang Jingwei's kindness to you. In the future, if she and her child ever face difficulties, think of all she has silently done for you, and help them." Hearing Hua Xuankuan's tone, which sounded like he was giving last instructions, Siali's brows immediately furrowed. "I will naturally remember Jingwei's kindness to me. You don't need to remind me of that." Hua Xuankuan looked at her quietly for a moment, confirming she was sincere, then said, "Good. Remember your words today." Siali. Siali's frown deepened. She had a strong feeling this old man was acting a bit strange today. "Negotiating this matter with the higher-ups, it's not life-threatening, is it? My staying in Nandao doesn't require you to negotiate with others. Lei Kong is here. The Nandao Corps won't let me go. As for Chen Jinjin's matter, keeping her alive would already be very good. If you really can't manage it, I won't say anything. Do you need to sound like you're giving me your last words?" Hua Xuankuan. He absolutely did not want to know what messy things were going through this woman's head. He said expressionlessly, "You're overthinking it. You're not that important to me." After that, he instructed Siali to quickly ask for leave and go keep Fang Jingwei company, then turned and left. If he really wanted to mediate this matter, there was indeed a lot to do. The arrangements made earlier would probably have to be discreetly withdrawn as well. Siali watched Hua Xuankuan walk away, feeling his tone today was always odd, even faintly tinged with jealousy. He used to seem like a fatherly boyfriend, but today he was like a walking jar of aged vinegar. It was really something. Was this the legendary old house on fire? Siali didn't linger any longer and went straight back to ask her superior for leave. Battalion Commander Bai was now deeply numb to Siali's pattern of working sporadically. As long as she promised not to wander around recklessly and took 2 guards with her, it was fine if she wanted to stroll around Nandao. Siali didn't argue with him. Those 2 together couldn't even beat her. She very compliantly took 2 people, had them stop by her house on the way to pick up a large pile of packages and bundles, and then, with their combined efforts, headed straight for Fang Jingwei's place. The bodyguards instantly became porters. Zhao Cheng and Lan Xiaxing. The three soon arrived at Fang Jingwei's temporary lodging. Siali told the two men to relax in the courtyard, then knocked on the door and walked in. Fang Jingwei wasn't surprised by Siali's visit. She beckoned to her like she would a younger sister. Come sit. Siali walked over, casually pulled up a stool and sat down, her gaze fixed on Fang Jingwei's face, carefully observing her expression. Upset? What's going on? Just as Fang Jingwei was about to say something vague to brush it off, Siali added, Is it because of me? Hearing this, Fang Jingwei was momentarily stunned, then immediately realized what she was referring to. She guessed internally that Hua Xuanquan must have said something to this silly girl earlier, which was why she now wore such a grave expression. She said softly, No, it's just the long journey. It stirred up the pregnancy a bit, so I'm not in the best spirits. Don't worry. After what Hua Xuanquan had just said, how could Siali possibly believe Fang Jingwei now? She said bluntly, As a friend, I do hope I can help Jinjinjin, just as I was truly happy back then when you all extended a helping hand to me. I was really happy then, and grateful to you all. If it weren't for Fang Jingwei and the other childhood friends of the original owner who, before she left, tried their best to help despite her refusals, Siali definitely wouldn't be in contact with the people the original owner knew now, let alone consider these childhood friends as true friends. Siali continued sincerely, but I want this kind of help to be within my own controllable limits, not at the cost of sacrificing another good friend to do someone a favor. There's no reason for one person to sacrifice for another. Fang Jingwei looked at Siali's earnest face, looking like she was about to give her psychological counseling any second, and couldn't help but feel amused. She reached out and tucked a stray strand of hair behind Siali's ear, smiling gently. We didn't argue because of you. It's just that I don't like his work. As she spoke, her hand moved to her belly. She lowered her eyes and said softly, You know I'm pregnant. I hope he won't suffer any harm, that all his relatives love him. I also want him to grow up clean. This was everything she had wanted since childhood, for her child to live in an environment full of love. What she couldn't have, she had once been determined to give to her child. It's just a pity. She was destined not to be a good mother. Siali had only heard a general outline from Hua Xuanquan earlier, not the specific reasons. Seeing that Fang Jingwei seemed genuinely unwilling to talk about it, she didn't press further. However, looking at the relationship between these two, it might not be as good as it appeared to outsiders. Siali sighed and said, Same as before. Whenever he treats you badly, or you get tired of it, tell me. I'll help you become a widow. Pfft. Fang Jingwei was directly amused by Siali's demeanor. It's wonderful. Li is still exactly the same as before. All of us who grew up together. Inside, the only ones who can probably remain unchanged are you and Li Qingnan. Siali sensed something off in her words and frowned slightly. Could it be that Wang Xiaowei and Bai Feifei are in trouble? Fang Jingwei softly hummed in agreement, but found herself momentarily at a loss for how to explain. After a moment's thought, she said, It's nothing too serious, actually. The two of them are about to get married. But I doubt Wang Xiaowei will send you an invitation. Just act like you don't know. Siali was stunned, completely caught off guard. Realizing the two weren't in mortal danger, Siali felt a wave of relief. Then, hearing Fang Jingwei's words, her eyes immediately lit up. There was gossip to be had. With a look of intense, domineering curiosity, she fixed her shining eyes on Fang Jingwei's face and asked excitedly, My dear consort, how many more surprises do you have that this emperor is unaware of? Fang Jingwei was speechless. Fang Jingwei couldn't help but slap Siali's arm. She said with exasperation, What kind of nonsense titles are you spouting? If someone heard that, wouldn't they think you harbor intentions of restoring feudalism? Siali grumbled inwardly, The one with restorationist thoughts right now isn't me. Stop keeping me in suspense, hurry up and tell me. I want to hear it. Fang Jingwei chuckled. I'm not telling you. Suffer. Siali shrugged nonchalantly, leaned back in her chair, crossed her legs, and said with an air of indifference, like a total slacker, Easy to guess, it's definitely not something good. But with you not telling me anything, my mind has already serialized a multi-million-word family drama. Fang Jingwei was at a loss for words. How can this girl be so shameless, daring to say anything out loud? Fang Jingwei sighed. Bai Feifei got Wang Xiaowei drunk, and they slept together. Siali was absolutely stunned. Wow, this sister is ruthless even to her own people. They grew up together as childhood friends. How could she bring herself to do that? She's probably seen Wang Xiaowei running around the compound in split pants. How could she still do something like this? Isn't it awkward? At least for others she didn't know, but for herself, she would absolutely never go for a childhood sweetheart she knew inside out. They'd know too many embarrassing things about each other. Love would be impossible. Fang Jingwei also found Bai Feifei's actions somewhat incomprehensible. As a child of revolutionary cadres, her future prospects were definitely good. Even if she couldn't marry the grandson of a division commander, she could normally find someone who respected her. How did she end up making such a mess of things? The two of them were caught red-handed, with no way to deny it. At the time, Bai Feifei was crying her eyes out, insisting Wang Xiaoli take responsibility for her. But Wang Xiaoli was furious at her actions and absolutely refused to reconcile with the plaintiff. He even found a way to give that woman's father a beating. Later, things got even more complicated. The Bai family came demanding an explanation, making a huge scene. Wang Xiaoli stubbornly refused to marry Bai Feifei, saying he'd rather face a firing squad. He was never home, and his family couldn't even keep an eye on him. They beat him and scolded him, but the Wang family was helpless against him. In the end, it was Division Commander Wang who stepped in, personally dragging Wang Xiaoli to the neighborhood office to get the marriage certificate, finally suppressing the matter. But now the invitations have been sent out. Probably too late for either side to back out. Siali was at a loss for words. Why go through all this? If they're making such a fuss before marriage, can married life possibly be good? What on earth is going on in Bai Feifei's head? Fang Jingwei felt somewhat helpless. Haven't you know her stepmother has never treated her well. Only someone as oblivious as Lizzie wouldn't have noticed Bai Feifei's feelings for Wang Xiaoli. Even the wild and crazy Li Qing and had figured it out. Xia Li was speechless. If you like someone, must you possess them, even at the cost of harming the person you like? What kind of like is that? Besides, what does a marriage certificate prove? Or what can it really bind? Once married, you're no longer liable for charges of hooliganism. If you don't want to stay married, just get divorced later. Wang Xiaoli really can't see past this. Fang Jingwei. Suddenly, I'm a bit worried for Xiaoli's future partner. Few people are as open-minded as you. Her gaze shifted to Xiaoli's face, eyes narrowing slightly with a hint of threat. Why is it divorce for others, but widowed for me? Do you have some issue with me? Xiaoli. Xiaoli rolled her eyes dramatically at Fang Jingwei. Bai Feifei's family never favored her anyway. No one would strongly defend her, certainly not to the point of seriously offending Division Commander Wang's family. Moreover, what she did was underhanded from the start. What Wang Xiaoli did, while also not exactly honorable, was understandable under the circumstances. Your situation is completely different. With your guy, if he doesn't want a divorce, you can't get one. And even if you did, life might not be better. Solve it once, solve it thoroughly. Maybe you can even use his inheritance to cut off future troubles once and for all. Isn't that what the old man's pension is for? She didn't believe Hua Xuankuan hadn't orchestrated things from the beginning to get them together. Fang Jingwei's mouth twitched, feeling utterly speechless. This little friend of mine is getting more and more brutal. The two chatted for a good while longer. Not until evening, when Fang Jingwei's mental state had fully shifted back, did Siali finally feel relieved. Although Hua Xuankuan had come with an agenda, since he had promised his wife to help Siali, he acted without delay. In just 2 days, he had resolved everything clearly. Qin Jinjin was found to have no connection whatsoever to the matter. Only the Qin family and those linked to them were at fault. And 2 days later, Xiaoli's transfer application was rejected. Nandao wouldn't release her. Xiaoli didn't even know she had submitted a transfer application before the matter was settled. Duck. Everyone who had come with Hua Xuankuan had already boarded the ship. Hua Xuankuan turned to Fang Jingwei, who seemed somewhat reluctant to part, and said, "I'll board first and wait for you." With that, he nodded to Siali, said nothing more, and turned to board the ship. Siali thought Hua Xuankuan, though a bit older, was capable and quite reliable. But someone like him joining the committee probably wouldn't end well when it was all over. After some thought, once he was gone, Siali said to Fang Jingwei, "His job is a bit dangerous. The state won't keep wearing that hat forever. Withdraw if you can." Fang Jingwei smiled bitterly inside. Asterisk others might be able to withdraw. He probably can't. Asterisk. Outwardly, she nodded to Siali, "I know. Take good care of yourself in Nandao. Don't get cheated and end up counting money for the cheater." Siali, "You think I'm Li Qingnan?" Fang Jingwei. "Li Qingnan would probably fight you if he heard you say that." Xia Li curled her lips dismissively. "He saw how brutal I was in the Northeast. He wouldn't dare fight me." Fang Jingwei chuckled. Seeing Fang Jingwei's somewhat detached demeanor, Xiaoli said, as if joking, "Go back and take good care of yourself and take good care of the baby. Don't overthink things. From now on, I'm this child's godmother. I'll cover the child-rearing expenses. Our child, boy or girl, will be raised in luxury." Fang Jingwei had already heard from Xiaoli that Lei Kong had no family and gave most of his stipend and bonuses to her, his only disciple. She wasn't short of money. Now, hearing this shameless girl talk about using someone else's money to help raise her child, Fang Jingwei's mouth twitched involuntarily. She felt both amused and deeply warmed. Lizzie probably understood what I meant by growing up clean and proper earlier, which is why she's saying this, right? Tears welled up in Fang Jingwei's eyes. She fought hard to keep them from falling. Her tone held a hint of exasperated reproach. What's so impressive about spending other people's money? If you have the ability, earn lots and lots of money yourself to support him. Siali reached up and wiped a tear from her face, smiling. I'll do my best. I've always thought about how to mooch off others. Now it seems I have someone who needs to mooch off me. My dad, my brother, and my big nephew have all promised to support me financially in the future. If necessary, I'll share some with him. 3 salaries supporting the 2 of us is no problem at all. Fong Jingwei. Fong Jingwei was utterly speechless at Siali's plan to live off others and drag her son into doing the same. After all these days of Siali's bizarre logic stirring things up, her aversion to the child in her womb had actually lessened. She shot Siali a glance, full of disdain. Siali returned to the base after seeing someone off and saw her sister-in-law sitting under a large tree waving at her. Xiao Xia, come here quickly. Seeing the disdainful yet unmistakably gossipy looks on their faces, Siali immediately knew there must be some juicy news again. She quickly walked over, pretending nothing was wrong, and asked curiously, Sister-in-law, what's the matter? Seeing Siali's clueless expression, the sister-in-law immediately put on a look that said, Oh my, you don't know? How pitiful you are, and asked in a surprised tone, You and Qinjinjin are so close. When her family had trouble before, you even wanted to help her. Didn't she tell you about this? Siali? This time, Siali was genuinely confused. What should she have told me? Another sister-in-law said disdainfully, She really didn't tell you, huh? Probably too embarrassed to say it. After all, you've done so much for her. You must have put in a good word for her with your friend's man these past few days. You're clearly a righteous person. What she did is truly ungrateful. The sister-in-law beside her immediately nodded in agreement. Exactly. I heard before that Qinjinjin's father, the deputy brigade commander, was so good to her. Now that it involves her, she just cuts ties by publishing a notice in the newspaper, utterly heartless. Even though her background might be clean now, stay far away from such people in the future, or you won't even know how you died if she stabs you in the back. The other sisters-in-law also started chattering about the matter. Listening to their discussion, Siali finally understood what had happened. Qinjinjin had published a notice in the newspaper severing ties with her father. That was why she was released unharmed after it was confirmed she had no connection to her father's treason. Siali didn't comment on the sisters-in-law's rumors. After all, she didn't even know when she had submitted her transfer application before it was rejected. As for Qinjinjin's situation, it might very well be part of Hua Shuangquan's plan to get her out of this mess. Based on her interactions with that girl, she was definitely someone who valued relationships deeply. The reputation of Qinjinjin within the military had turned extremely bad. Many people warned Siali not to get too close to such an ungrateful person. Seeing this simple, straightforward side of the people in the military, Siali couldn't help but click her tongue in her mind. Here in the Nandao Corps, severing ties with family would lead to ostracism. But back in her hometown, her second brother, that social climber, also severed ties with the family by publishing a notice, yet he seemed to be doing quite well. That night, it was late, the lights outside were off, the entire compound was enveloped in darkness, and every household had fallen into a deep sleep. Lying in bed, Siali heard faint knocking at the door. The sound wasn't loud, nor was it urgent, but it sounded suspicious no matter how she listened. Frowning, Siali threw on a coat and went out. Pulling the door open, she saw Qinjinjin standing outside, carrying large and small bags, with a scarf wrapped around her head and the 2 corners tied under her nose. She looked sneaky and shifty, like a chicken thief. Siali, with that getup, are you trying to attract attention or avoid it? Walking down the street looking like that would be enough for concerned citizens to suspect you and haul you off to the police station. She stepped aside slightly. Come in. Qinjinjin placed the things in the Xia family's yard and immediately waved her hands. I won't come in. I don't want others to see and cause trouble for you and your family, sisterly. Siali retorted bluntly, with that outfit of yours, if others see me standing at the door with you, they'll probably think we're up to some underground activity. Qinjinjin, who had deliberately changed her appearance before coming out. Qinjinjin pouted and, like a well-behaved little mouse, sneakily slipped into Siali's yard. Twisting the corner of her clothes with her fingers, she asked somewhat guiltily, Sisterly, do you also think, like everyone else, that I'm selfish for severing ties with my family? Siali hadn't expected it was really this little girl who had published the notice herself and was somewhat surprised. Looking at Qinjinjin, who was hanging her head but whose big eyes were secretly peeking up at her, Siali said straightforwardly, I don't think you're a heartless person. Her second brother severed ties with the family purely because he got wind of the news early. Even though he had already stayed in the city, he was afraid of being implicated. It was purely his selfishness. As for Qinjinjin's case, Siali believed there were other reasons. Hearing this, Qinjinjin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She looked up at Siali with a bright, sunny smile, her eyes curved, looking particularly well-behaved and endearing. I knew Sisterly was the best and would definitely believe I'm a good person. I know you must have put in a lot of effort to help me completely get out of this. I don't have the ability to repay you now, but these things are for you and uncle and aunt to nourish yourselves. I'll remember your kindness for the rest of my life. Besides thanking you, I also came to say goodbye today. I've submitted a transfer application, and in a few days, I'll probably be leaving Nandao. Siali subconsciously frowned slightly. Where to? These days, there was no place quieter than Nandao. Northeast. Jinjinjin puffed out her small chest and raised her chin slightly, saying proudly, my dad was assigned to a farm there. You know my situation in the song and dance troupe here in Nandao. Anyway, I can't stay any longer, so I might as well transfer. I can go there to take care of my dad. A piece of paper with a bit of ink, can it really cut blood ties? Even if every newspaper in the world published my severance notice, as long as I don't acknowledge it in my heart and my dad doesn't acknowledge it in his, he's still my dad, and we're still the best father and daughter in the world. Seeing the little girl's aura completely rid of its previous gloominess, returning to her proud little peacock self, Siali couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. She praised straightforwardly, enlightened. Jinjinjin smiled at Siali, patting her small chest in assurance. I heard Sister Lee's eldest brother is in the Northeast. I'll take care of him and his family too. I'll help you look after them and keep you informed of anything. It's just a pity that in the end, Sister Lee never got to see me dance. Siali didn't refuse the little girl's offer to look after her eldest brother. Having someone there to incidentally keep an eye on her eldest brother's family and relay news about what was happening was a good thing. After all, since coming to Nandao, she had asked many people to look after her eldest brother, and they all agreed, but she had no idea about the actual situation. Then I'll wait for your regular letters telling me about my eldest brother's situation. As for seeing you dance, there will be chances in the future. I'll wait for the day you perform at the Great Hall of the People. I'll definitely go watch. Jinjinjin immediately laughed, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Siali, nodding firmly. I will work hard and strive to dance at the Great Hall of the People. I'll invite Sisterly to watch first. It was Sisterly now, no longer the amazing, pretty sister. There might be many amazing, pretty sisters who were beautiful and capable, but there was only one Sisterly who was truly good to her. Jinjinjin's current status, even when Siali wanted to see her off, she refused. The departure of a little girl like Jinjinjin wasn't a big deal for the tens of thousands of people in the Nandao Corps. It didn't even cause a ripple. Siali's life also returned to calm. Thinking of her godson who was yet to be born, a sense of responsibility for raising a child that she never had inexplicably surfaced. She seemed to remember that before the apocalypse, pregnant women would take some supplements during pregnancy. She couldn't remember the others clearly, but one seemed to be folic acid. So she decided that being a godmother should start with preventing her godson from having birth defects. Siali wandered around Nandao for several days in a row without encountering any more suspicious people trying to abduct, assassinate, rob, threaten, or recruit her. She felt that Nandao was probably calm for now. At least on the surface, it was calm. Those people were all lying low. After discussing it a bit with Division Commander Liu, Siali took advantage of the middle of the night, went alone without bringing anyone, and sneaked off to the sugar factory. The people in the lab hadn't seen Siali for a long time and were surprised to see her suddenly show up. Sichoyu's eyes lit up when he saw Siali. You haven't been here for so long. How are things outside? Since a traitor had appeared among them, the higher-ups had tightened control over them to ensure their safety. Not only could information from inside not get out, but very little information from outside could get in either. The only two channels for them to know about the outside world were the television Siali had made and the radios assembled by their physics group. But obviously, neither Nandao's affairs nor the real situation on the front lines would be broadcast on radio or television. Seeing the expectant looks on everyone's faces, Siali told them everything that had happened in Nandao recently and what she had heard about the events on the battlefield. The veteran revolutionaries listened with bated breath, deeply worried for the country. Seeing them all with white hair, yet still worried about the country and unable to contribute, Siali for a moment didn't know what to say to comfort them. After telling them everything she knew, she quietly slipped off to the chemistry lab. Most of the people in the chemistry lab had attended the physics lab's celebration banquet and were very familiar with this young woman, Siali. Seeing her come over, looking sneaky and clearly up to something, they immediately waved her in. Researcher Liu, who was most familiar with Siali because of her husband, asked directly, "What brings you here?" "Siali, I want to make something. Do we have a mixer in the lab?" Siali had come to the chemistry lab a few times before to get materials to make those random things, like some kind of coating or something. Researcher Liu was already used to it. She immediately said, "We do. Our chemistry lab has 2 mixers, but they're always booked." Do you have a special experiment that requires a mixer? I can schedule it for you. China's industry wasn't developed at the time. Many chemistry experiments required long periods of stirring. Manually stirring at a constant speed for several hours was obviously impractical. Having 2 mixers here was already pretty good. Some labs didn't even have one. But since the physics research lab had developed so many useful military items for China, if Siali really needed it, they could make an exception for her. Siali naturally understood researcher Lu's meaning. How could she tell them she wanted to borrow the mixer, which even the chemistry lab's own people had trouble booking, just to make some folic acid for her future godson? Using public property for private purposes secretly was one thing, but not openly like this. After thinking, Siali said, then let's not for now. She cleared her throat. Auntie Lu, I want to use some materials from the chemistry lab to make something for myself. How about I trade you 2 mixers for it? Researcher Lu? Others in the chemistry lab. When Siali first arrived, everyone just thought she was visiting. After greeting her briefly, they went back to their own work, no one paying her any more attention. This was the norm for these science and engineering researchers. But when Siali said this, everyone's eyes turned to her. The head of the chemistry lab, a white-haired man in his 60s, rushed over from some corner in a flash, placing a hand heavily on Siali's shoulder. With a solemn, righteous expression, he said, "Comrade Siali, there's no need to be so polite. The chemistry lab and the physics lab have always been comrades in arms, united in creating new heights for China's future technological development. Just come over whenever you need anything. Talking about trading things hurts our pure friendship. Isn't it all for contributing to the country? Come over directly whenever you need anything." Others also chimed in, nodding in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. What's this about trading mixers? Although our chemistry lab really is short on mixers, we're letting you use the chemistry lab's stuff absolutely not because of the mixers, but because of our deep revolutionary friendship. Exactly, Xiaoxia, don't be a stranger. Come over whenever you need anything. Don't stand on ceremony. That's right. Our researcher Lu and your physics lab's researcher Wang are husband and wife. That makes our 2 labs-in-laws. No need for so much politeness between us. Siali. Looking at these people with eyes shining like wolves in the night, Siali couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. She muttered inwardly, "The way you're looking at me now, like you want to devour me, doesn't look like you don't want the mixers. No one paid me any attention just now, but now you're so nice to me. Only a fool would believe that. In the adult world, some things don't need to be stated too clearly." Siali didn't expose them. Somewhat amused, she said, "It's all for building the country. Naturally, I should also do my part for the nation's chemistry endeavors. I'll go back and make the mixers first." Good, good, good. The white-haired old man nodded vigorously, leading the more than 30 people from the chemistry lab to enthusiastically see Siali off. After Siali left, the head of the group slapped his thigh, his face full of regret. Why didn't I think of it? The physics lab has so many people, all of them production experts. There must be someone who can make machinery for us. If I'd known earlier, I'd have asked them to try making equipment for us. It would have saved us from being so tight-fisted and struggling every time we need to use something. Someone quietly reminded, "Wasn't it you, head, who said you were afraid those clumsy people would take apart our machines and not only fail to make new ones, but also not be able to put them back together?" The old man glared fiercely at this young lab assistant and said irritably, "Of course I was afraid they'd break them if they took them apart. But look at Xiaoxia. She doesn't need to take anything apart. She can make them herself. If she doesn't take our stuff apart, what am I afraid of breaking?" Everyone present. It made so much sense, yet left them completely unable to retort. Back in the physics laboratory, Siali began studying her stirrer. She was no stranger to stirrers. After all, the juicer she had made back in the Nandao 1st Brigade was essentially a type of stirrer. But using this kind of stirrer in a lab was clearly unscientific. This type of stirrer primarily relies on mechanical equipment, such as mixing barrels and stirring rods, to shear, fold, and impact materials, thereby achieving uniform mixing. It was indeed quite convenient, but the rate was relatively slow, and the mixing might not be entirely even. Siali's experiment to produce folic acid wasn't particularly difficult, but there was one especially troublesome step in the process. That was the requirement for prolonged stirring. Siali couldn't come to the sugar factory every day. It was impossible for her to drop by frequently just to wait for the slow stirring